world records. No Speaky had the Wake record for a hot minute, and then Mandatory came in, and they were like, I think we'll do it a little bit faster. Oh, and then I think we'll also do a plus 20 Dawnbreaker, which was super impressive. I mean, I don't know how you're possibly going to be able to condense yesterday into a 2-minute montage, but if anybody can do it, I'm pretty sure it's you.
That's actually 1 minute 18, so let's roll the clips and let this one going. As you mentioned, the Necrotic Wake was what it was all about. Very early on, we saw the 20 time, which was the previous cap, and then teams ventured onwards into the 21. No Speaky being the first to do it after a heartbreaking wipe the first time around, cuff NA casters, and then Mandatory swooping in with their 21 being the fastest on the board, currently holding that world record key tag. Stamp also able to get the 21 timed, but then the teams that weren't able to get the 21s really missed out, and they're going to have a whole challenge in front of themselves, starting us off with StreamerZone.gg, who had this heartbreaker of a wipe here at Nelthor, not being able to get the throw cleaver onto the shield and dying due to the explosion. And for ESC Gaming, it ended in similar fashion down here in the Necropolis, not being able to deal with Stitch Flash in time, having 2 of the creations go wild. But Mandatory came back towards the end of the day and gave us one more treat to take home, and that was this 20 Dawnbreaker world record key with only 3 seconds on the timer. Look at how tight this one was. I'm sure they were sweating when they got it done finally, but what a day.
It was incredible. And you know what? Makes didn't even need the 2 minutes. Impressive. Just like that run was. It was a really, really huge thing for the teams yesterday. But, you know, a running theme that we had was kind of around expectations, both ours and the teams. So, Nagura, how about your expectations yesterday? Do you feel like the weekend played out like you expected? Or, gosh, what are you even hoping that we're going to get out of today?
Yeah, we had some absolutely crazy days. This global final was incredible. Friday started out with a lot of teams ending up at 19, 19, 19. And 2 things I want to mention about Friday was Streamer Zone just really playing out of their minds, just back-to-back one-shotting all of these high keys and really looking incredibly strong. Mandatory, on the other hand, struggled a little bit, at least for their standards, on Friday. But then on Saturday, we actually saw Mandatory play out of their minds, and they were able to get this 21 Necrotic Wake world record key, as Makes just talked about, and that 20 Dawn as well at the very end of the day, now sitting in at #1 spot. While Streamer Zone, even though they were first on Friday, they actually struggled quite a lot yesterday, not being able to get that 21 Necrotic Wake done after spending hours in that dungeon. Do also want to give an honorable mention to No Speaky, because they were actually the first team to get that 21 Necrotic Wake on the boards. Didn't quite manage to get the 20 Dawnbreaker for themselves as well. But yeah, looking at the difference from Friday to Saturday, I do think anything can happen today. Even teams on the lower end like ESC Gaming, they can potentially make it all the way to the top, because we only have 1 dungeon that will be revealed today. So anything can happen. It depends on the dungeon as well. If it's something like Ara-Kara, it can go really high. That also means that they're going to have to spend so much time in those dungeons that they have less time to improve their times from the last 2-day dungeons. But yeah, anything can happen.
I mean, it's honestly true. It's been just this tight race between these teams, and while we saw those world records and maybe mistakes, if you want to call them that, it's been so close that the competition is just ridiculously exciting. And I mean, as we've mentioned, this is an intense competition, and the top teams have been more competitive than ever. So we wanted to let all of you know that while Phoenix Gang Media played really well, pushing their keys higher than most average players honestly could ever hope to, they have decided at this point in the competition to bow out. We wish them well, and of course we want to thank them for the runs they did in the TGP, but we won't be seeing more of them this weekend. Now, I mean, to focus back on this just intense competition that we've had, Zyra, we've had some serious juggernauts in this TGP, but of the teams that are competing this season, I know that there's one team that you wanted to highlight that maybe the chat isn't as familiar with.
Yeah, so at the start of the weekend, as we normally do get asked, the casters got asked to submit their predictions for the weekend. I think all of us really struggled with this choice because there are easily 5 teams coming into the weekend that we thought, man, they have a very real shot of winning this competition. Me personally, I had Mandatory and No Speaky as my 1 and 2, which I think a few of us actually did, which is where it is right now. But if there was one team that I think that has a chance of shaking that up and coming back and having a fantastic day 3, it's got to be this team, Streamer Zone GG. These guys had an almost perfect start to the weekend. 7 hours of putting up ridiculously fast times, perfect runs, and they really only finally got hampered by that 21 Necrotic Wake that we keep mentioning was really the struggle for most of the teams yesterday. I mean, these guys have been together now for the better part of 2 years. This trio of AJ, Kira, and Yargi have been together since Season 3 Dragonflight, where they first showed up on the scene as Eclipse. Actually, it was last minute first, then Eclipse. But then, as they transitioned into a team called Missed Count, who were a juggernaut in the last TGP, only missing out on winning the whole thing by, unfortunately, in the top left corner here, missing Count by literally one mob. I think this is a team that has always had the opportunity and the skill to be the number one team, but they just haven't had the consistency to capitalize. We saw a little bit of that yesterday. But you know what? I'm going to use my caster powers here. Yesterday, I highlighted Mandatory as the player for the day. I highlighted Stove, and they had an almost perfect day on Mandatory. I'm gonna manifest that for Streamer Zone here. They're going to have a perfect day 3 and show us what they're really capable of.
You know what? We're going to really lean into you manifesting and not cursing them, because yesterday Tuttles did manifest that plus 20 Dawnbreaker, Zyro. So, like, I think this time you're going to manifest it. It's going to be an amazing day. We're going to get to see them shine, and they're going to be able to make that comeback. Chat, you heard it here. It's not a curse, I swear. But a quick reminder that there is a lot on the line for these teams. Caster curses or no, they got to fight it out because they're trying to take home some prizes for themselves as well. There is a $200,000 prize pool here on the line for them, and while first, second, and third place will take home the most, with first taking home $80,000, fourth, fifth, and sixth obviously also take home a considerable amount between those ranks. So folks want to make sure that they can get as high as possible in those rankings to get as much loot back in return. But they won't just be taking home this prize pool. We do also have these really cool custom medals for the War Within Season 1 Mythic Dungeon International The Great Push. These are one of a kind, and the top 3 teams will be able to take them home and share that glory for many, many years to come. But they're going to have to face some big challenges, and of course we have our existing dungeon pool. We returned to our original format with 3 dungeons the first day, 2 more added in, and 1 here today that will be brought back into the mix. And with that, I mean, we've been talking a little bit about what it could be. Ara-Kara, Mists of Tyrna Scythe, maybe a little bit of the Draconic Halls of Grim Batal. I mean, chat, we want to hear what you think, which one you want to see, but Makes, what are you hoping to see from the dungeon today?
Listen, I said it before, it is a world record weekend. 2 have been taken already, and I'm ready for a third one. I'm gonna say it's Ara-Kara to show us that 21 go all the way. That is my wish today.
I'm there with you. I hope so too. I mean, I think getting to see that plus 21 would be amazing, but I mean, Nagura, how about you? What do you think that this dungeon kind of puts on the line for the teams as far as their strategy today goes?
So Ara-Kara is actually going to be incredibly difficult if it is the dungeon that we're seeing. I also would love to see it myself, because as Makes too, I do think that a 21 would be incredible to see. But then at the same time, a 21 is incredibly hard, and some of the teams did answer questions before the show, and I think almost all of them said that the most difficult thing for the tournament would be something like a 21 Ara-Kara, because it's incredibly deadly. So I would actually love to see it. I just do hope that the teams are going to be spending a little bit less time into the dungeon than what we've seen in 21 Necrotic Wake yesterday, hopefully.
True. I mean, it's always a trade-off, right? Do you try to go for that high key and spend the amount of time you might have to do that? Or do you just see where you can, optimize time elsewhere? I mean, Zyro, we're going to have the day starting off the dungeons revealed very shortly, but what are your thoughts about sort of time management here on day 3 for the teams?
Time management is everything. I mean, the thing we have to remember, not only do we not know what dungeon it is, we don't know what the starting level is either, right? Day 1 was 16, day 2 was 17. What's day 3 going to be? Is it going to go back to 16? Is it going to stay at 17? Is it going to go up to 18? That
what if
could
we start
add
them
or
on 20?
remove
20 star.
Start at 20, that'd be crazy.
20 Grim Batal.
Yeah, no one's getting any points in that keep. We're going to find out in 30 seconds, though. I mean, of the 3 dungeons...
crazy.
It all comes back to, I mean, we're going to get to a point probably very soon today where the top teams are really only going to have the decision of going for an absolutely insane key or going back for going for time improvements like we saw at the very end of the first day, and we're finding out in 10 seconds here what that dungeon is going to be. I'm super excited here. What is it going to be? Reveal the dungeon.
Ara-Kara, come on!
It's Ara-Kara. Okay.
And it's 18.
18 Ara-Kara. Oh wow. Okay.
Love it. Okay, all right. So starting at that 18, I mean, it sets those stakes higher, right? Because, you know, coming in, one chest, two chests, that's been a bigger discussion. But starting off at plus 18, I mean, Nagura, do you think that's going to be a challenge? We're getting into the day. We'll kick things off. Makes will be stepping off the desk. So Makes, we'll see you later on today.
See you later. Have fun.
Thanks. But, I mean, Nagura, plus 18 Ara-Kara. How does this kind of start the day off for the teams?
I think this is a pretty interesting run because we have seen teams two chest 18 Ara-Kara in the group stage. So it is definitely possible to two chest this one, which would mean that we actually get to the high key level super fast. If they end up two chesting this 18 Ara-Kara, which it looks like all teams so far are immediately walking into that dungeon, not trying to go back to those keys that they still have to do from yesterday or the day before, immediately just trying to get this +2 on the board in Ara-Kara, get to that 20 key, and then potentially attempt the 21, like we talked about. 21 Ara-Kara, though, super difficult. I don't know if we're going to see it at all, just of how difficult it is.
Well, this is actually really interesting for Stamp, because Stamp is the team, if you'll recall, this is the team we've been hyping up as the team that did a 21 Ara-Kara in the time trials over in China. This is the team that has said, we specifically didn't do our strat for 21 Ara-Kara in the Chinese regionals because we wanted to save that strategy for finals. So what is it that Stamp can do in the 21 Ara-Kara that they think other teams don't have up their sleeve? Have other teams practice the 21 because they knew it was in the books for Stamp? This is actually a really exciting dungeon to get on the final day here, because that 21 Ara-Kara could be the thing that lets Stamp come back in the competition and maybe even win it.
Yeah, honestly, that would be super exciting if Stamp does have some special strategy that we haven't seen just yet. We do see Yargi go down for Streamer Zone, as they're also in their 18 Ara-Kara as well. They walked into not trying to get the 21 Necrotic Wake on the board just yet. But yeah, another thing that is really good for Stamp, right? If they have like some of these struts that they didn't want to share beforehand, it is the final day, right? They can share it now, and the other teams won't be able to copy or adjust their strategies within that tournament day today, right? So they can just show all of their cards right now, and if they have this like super insane strategy that is going to allow them to get that 21 on the board quicker than the other teams, then that would be super incredible for them, and they also would have a lot of time to go back to the other dungeons that they still have to improve on.
Yeah, what does Stamp still have to do from the cards? Can we bring Stamp up on the screen here?
It's just
they
the
did the 21
Stone
Necrotic Wake. Is it just the
and
Stone
the
Wall?
Dawnbreaker.
Oh, I guess the 20 Dawnbreaker also to match mandatory. But I mean, the thing about the Dawnbreaker is, you know, they did have the opportunity last night to go watch that Dawnbreaker for mandatory and see if there's anything they could do better. But from what I could see from watching that Dawnbreaker, it didn't look like there was anything super special that mandatory did. They just were insanely clean the entire run, and even then, man, it came back down to just a couple of seconds. I was watching that on my phone, and I was fist pumping watching them just beat that last damage check on the final boss. That was an insanely hype moment yesterday when mandatory was able to get that done. That's going to be the bar for a bunch of other teams to try to reach today if they want to actually have a chance of taking down mandatory and preventing them from becoming the 3-time back-to-back champs. I have to see if that's possible for any of our teams today.
There is actually a point to make. If mandatory somehow is not able to get a 21 Ara-Kara, but a team like Stamp is able to get that key done, then technically speaking, Stamp doesn't actually need the 20 Dawnbreaker because they would just win the tiebreaker, right? Then there will be 2 21s from Necrotic Wake and Ara-Kara, while mandatory has that extra point in Dawnbreaker, which is not good enough, right? So mandatory, to make that 20 Dawnbreaker count, they would also have to match that 21 Ara-Kara in case Stamp is able to do so. So definitely going to be very interesting to see how many teams, or if any team at all, can push this key up to 21.
I think it's interesting to talk about these kinds of things as well, because, you know, these teams, while they were not able to practice between day 2 and day 3, the tournament realm obviously, they were able to come up with game plans based off of each of the dungeons. In past TGPs, when we had the old affix system, There was this scenario where you knew it was going to be one of a few dungeons, but you didn't know if it was going to be fortified or tyrannical. You didn't know what the other affix set was going to be, so you could plan, but you wouldn't have a perfect plan for every single pull. Going from day 2 to day 3 today, they really only had to plan for 3 scenarios, right? They had to plan for Mists, they had to plan for Ara-Kara, they had to plan for Grim Batol. That's why I don't think it's that surprising that at the start of the day here, everybody just kind of had the same game plan of, okay, new dungeon, Ara-Kara, let's go right now. And I mean, they probably have it perfectly planned out what they want to do for the day. I think for mandatory, obviously, it's the easiest in the first place right now with 2 of those world records on the board. They have a very clear game plan here, right? Go for the 21 Ara-Kara right away. If they're able to get that done quickly, they are in a commanding position, and they can pretty much set the tone for the rest of the day and do whatever they want to do. Go for faster times, go for another insane push key if that's even in the cards for them. For all the other teams, it's catch-up, right? You're trying to get the 21 Ara-Kara done as quickly as possible, if it's even possible at all. And then you're trying to play catch-up and get those other keys that Mandatory's already put on the board.
Yeah, Mandatory is in such a good spot with that 20 Dawnbreaker, being able to time that at the very end of the day. Honestly, I don't know if the other teams are going to be able to time it as quick as Mandatory did, right? Like, as you said, if Mandatory gets this Ara, and even if they don't, like, honestly, they have such low pressure in this dungeon. They can spend a lot of time in here, and they shouldn't feel too bad about it. Even if they end up depleting this key a couple of times, they don't really have to go anywhere else. Yes, of course, there's time tiebreakers they can improve on, but I think it's pretty likely that the score that they have in the other dungeons, just that's it. Like, I don't necessarily think we're going to be seeing too much pushing on the other key levels. It's possible, but I don't think it's needed to win. Honestly, unless I'm mistaken and they're just going to be pushing this 21 Ara-Kara in no time. But I think it's going to take them quite a little bit. And now that we see all of these teams on Avanox, this boss in particular is probably going to be causing a lot of wipes throughout the day, especially on those higher key levels, because this boss is just absolutely deadly. I did also quickly want to take a look at the comps. So everyone does play the meta comp with the Moonkin, right? Except ESC Gaming. They are actually sticking to the rogue in this Ara-Kara, like we've also seen them play in some of the other dungeons as well.
Yeah, I think the main thing for them is it really gives them a bunch of extra single target damage on the first boss here, and you can see that it's actually, yeah, it's propelling them ahead of the damage on Avanox. This rogue is really doing a ton of single target damage. They get those extra poison targets in the form of these spiderlings that spawn on the encounter that really allow them to just do a ton of boss damage here. And you can see, even though they started the dungeon 20 seconds after Mandatory, they're actually almost on pace in terms of boss damage here, even though both of them use their Bloodlust on the first pull. So I fully expect ESC Gaming to have the edge here on the first boss. They're also really good at cleaving down the commanders in that second area of trash before you head to a Noob's Act. So really, really useful for those particular trash pulls. Just fall off a little bit at the end of the dungeon, I think, but it sets you up in the most difficult portion of the dungeon, which is, the first half.
Yeah, I did also want to maybe shout out some of the other casters that don't know what to do, that currently aren't casting, and maybe we can get some splits up in the Discord for the A teams, because as we talked about, this is a dungeon we know that is 2 chestable because we've seen it in group stage. So would love to see some splits to see how close these teams are to the 2 chests, or if they potentially are going to get over that timer. I do think I remember... Oh, we actually see Skylark go down for Mandatory in the top left. The boss is on 9%. They might be able to survive this, as Stove is getting the rest out, and Skylark is back, but dropping so low again. Did get the taunt out. Is the boss enraged? It doesn't look like it. I think they managed to get the boss away from the crawler, so it was actually really nice.
Oh, is that again?
Skylark does again! 5% of the boss. I'm not sure if they can execute this still. They're trying their best, but we do see Soda go down immediately. Anking back up, trying to finish off this boss. Boss is on 3%. They're just kiting it around, taunting it back and forth. But there's just so little damage they can do at this point. Stove is still alive, trying to cast surges from afar, but they are wiping, not able to finish off the boss. Unfortunately, I mean, that was a valiant effort on... That was almost recoverable by Mandatory there, by some hero plays, but didn't quite manage.
That might be a wake-up call for them. Because, you were talking about, oh man, there's no pressure on them, all they have to do is push up this Ara-Kara today. But sometimes being in that position can lull you into a false sense of security, right? If you're not still at the top of your game playing perfectly, Remember, we're starting off in an 18 here. This is a ridiculous key level to start the day at. And the fact that we can only go up from here is pretty insane. I do want to point out as well, during that wipe there were some actual insane plays made there just to try to save that pull. Skylarked, as he got rezzed, the boss was casting Voracious Bite on Soda, which obviously Tankbuster, pretty much going to one-shot anyone. He was able to get the bop off on Soda at the last second so that the bite actually didn't go off on him and went back onto Skylark. But again, it was that bleed that actually ended up finishing off Skylark the second time around. So, saving his Enhanced Shaman at the expense of his own life again, actually, while it was an insane play, ended up costing them the wipe. It's unfortunate for them. 10 minutes gone at the start of the day. And that's a wipe from them. We didn't see that from them very much at all yesterday. So let's see if they can clean that up here pretty quickly. Meanwhile, most of our other teams have gotten past Avanox, and we're going to see if they're going to go for similar strategy in the middle of the dungeon here. The main portion of the game that we're looking for here, these Blood Guards need to go down quickly. Every single one of these slams is going to do a ton of damage, needs to be mitigated. Physical AoE damage, very, very scary for these teams to deal with. Also, at the same time, there's a lot of bolts that need to be interrupted. A single bolt at this key level could very easily 100-0 somebody. As we're seeing in the top right corner here from ESC Gaming, this team is instantly going down to one errant cast going off, and that is yet another full team wipe on the board for a team that really needs to... if they want to have a chance of vying for higher places here, they really need to have some clean execution in this dungeon. ESD Gaming still has to go back and get that 21 Necrotic Wake, still has to go back and get that 19 Stone Vault, so they would like to be done with this Ara-Kara very, very quickly today.
Yeah, definitely not ideal for ESC Gaming. Mandatory, as I talked about earlier, I mean, they have the time, right? Like, they have all of these other super high keys done. They're the only team to have a 20 Dawnbreaker as well on the board. So them wiping at the end of Avanox there, yeah, they don't like it, but it's not going to be the end of the world for them. For ESC Gaming, on the other hand, it's not ideal. This is a dungeon that goes potentially up to 21, which means that they would have to spend quite a lot of time in here to be able to get that key up. But they also have to go to other dungeons and catch up some of those key levels, right? So ESC Gaming wants to get done with this dungeon as fast as possible, so definitely doesn't bode well for them if they have a trash wipe on that 18 already, not being able to continue there. They did think about town portaling, I think, for a second. They didn't immediately cast it, because I do think that the timer in the 18 is pretty lenient. If you have a full wipe, I think you could still time it, at least for those teams, right? But as we talked about earlier, the 2 chests is something that probably is not possible anymore if you have a full wipe. And if you wipe at the very end of a boss fight, then you probably also can't time the key anymore, like we saw for Mandatory there.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's worst case scenario for the teams wiping at the very end of a boss. Lose maximum time here. Rest of our team's doing a good job getting through the trash pulls in the middle section of the dungeon here. No Speaky Streamer, Zone Stamp, all making good progress here. Make sure they don't let a single one of those alarm shrills get off. Worst thing for you in this section of the dungeon would be to have another Blood Guard in the middle of your trash, reducing the amount of damage all of your enemies take. So they're going to make sure they CC or interrupt every single one of those alarm shrills before they go off. A single web bolt on 18, I don't think it quite one-shots you, but, you know, in accordance with a slam or maybe someone getting extraction strike, which we saw a lot in the first couple of weekends, you'll 100% just get instantly killed. So there's a lot that's on their minds when they're gathering up these pulls. There's a lot of pre-setup that they have to go into for almost every single one of these AoE pulls.
Yeah, these are just super, super scary pulls coming in by these teams, especially that starting area. We do see Mandatory now back in that 18, fighting that last mini-boss now. But yeah, no Speaky and Streamer Zone, the teams that have not had to reset this dungeon yet, and Stamp, of course, as well on the bottom right. Looking at the splits, so I think the fastest split is on Stamp with 0 deaths on the board, 839. And Makes actually looked up some of the splits from the teams that ended up 2-chesting this 18. And I do have a run here from No Speaky, and they actually finished off Avanox at 813 in their 2 chests, which would mean that a lot of our teams are actually quite a bit over that. So we'll see if any of these teams still manages to 2-chest this one. Definitely a little bit of a closer timer, of course, on such a high key level.
Yeah, that's really interesting to see. We'll have to see just how close they are. especially. We'll get a better idea of how close they are once they get probably through a noob sect here. I know the last section of the dungeon after killing off the boss on this key level probably takes about 7 to 7.5 minutes, so they're able to get a noob sect off about a minute before the 3 chest timer here. They'll be in a good spot. Now, of course, most of these teams are using that second Bloodlust on one of those large trash pulls, trying to kill the blood guards as quickly as possible, trying to cleave down those web mages as quickly as possible, so they're not going to have it available for a noob sect. That third Bloodlust will probably be on Kikatol whenever they get to that final boss. So none of them are going to have that available for quite a while here. You can see, I mean, these teams are all still neck and neck here as they engage a noob sect here. Less than 5% actually between the teams, but unsurprisingly, it's Streamer Zone who's just a little bit ahead. I mean, even though they didn't have the greatest day yesterday, as we covered in the top of the show, they still are the team that has some of the fastest strategies in all of these dungeons. You can see really why we think they're such a capable team. They're extremely fast, they're extremely consistent. They just need to, get it together in the higher keys. That Necrotic Wake is something they're still going to have to go back and deal with later on today, but hopefully they're playing better today to get that one down.
Yeah, hopefully they are. I do believe in them, though, that they can catch up to the rest of the teams as well. But yeah, we do see so many teams now in Anub'Sag. That boss can take a long time on an 18. Obviously, we're going to go to even higher key levels later, so that boss is going to take even longer there. And of course, also does a lot of damage, so they need to make sure that they're getting all those heals. You can see Timber on No Speaky top left dropping so low with that dot on him there. Absolutely crazy damage already on those 18s coming through. And for the splits again, for the +2, we actually also have some numbers for Mandatory here. And Mandatory did get a 1654 Anub'Sag, which definitely looks like we could potentially see by some of these teams, or at least close to that timing. So StreamerZone.gg, for example, they're down to 30%, and I think they will be able to get somewhat close to the Mandatory split. So yeah, I do think that +2 is on the board still for these teams. We're going to have to take a closer look once they're past this boss. In the meantime, Mandatory on the bottom left, not anymore. They're back. Are on Avanox, as they did wipe on this boss earlier at the very end, at tail end of this fight, as Skylark did go down, got rest, and then went down again. So hopefully they can finish up the boss this time around.
Yeah, I was looking up some of the damage numbers for these abilities on this key level in particular, because I think that's something that's interesting to talk about. Every single cast of Alerting Shrill does 14 million damage unmitigated over the course of the cast. So it's a major damage button press every single time that ability goes off. You can see the health bars. This is only the Gossamer Onslaught, which is a measly 10.5 million damage, so only 1.5 of your health bars over the course of that cast. There's a lot of AoE damage going on in this fight. There's a lot of pressure on the priest here to top people up. Even maybe some off heals coming out from the prop paladin to help with that. So it makes sense that you could very easily have a death here or there on this boss from them. Looks like the second time around for Mandatory going a lot cleaner, though. Probably going to just CC up these spiderlings and just focus down the boss. Yeah, you can see they have them slowed off in the corner there. It's full boss focus, not even worried about finishing those off. They can kite those around for quite a while here, though. To check in with our other teams, though, here it's StreamerZone.gg once again, the first team to kill off a Noobzact here. 17:23, not the fastest time. We were talking about a late 16 being a good pace, but I think they're actually still within the 2 chest timer. This pull needs to go perfectly for them. They need to have a Kikatol without too many issues, but I think they're on good pace. I'm a little worried for No Speaky and Stamp, but I think they might be in a similar scenario where if they're perfect from here on out, they still have the 2 chests on the table here. This skip needs to go cleanly for them, though. We've seen them accidentally not have Shadow Meld available. Don't think that's the case for either of them, though. Yep, Cryptix has the Shadow Meld, used it to get the aggro off of that mob guarding the final boss. Stamp as well are through. They're both onto this next trash bowl that StreamerZone is almost already done with.
Yeah, I was just about to say that StreamerZone looks really well. The fact that they have such a... they have the fastest split here in Anub'Sag with 2 deaths on the board. But then I realized they actually have a little bit of a different strat, at least to Stamp. They're playing more trash here compared to Stamp does. So that's why they have that faster split coming through with the 2 deaths on the board. So we'll see how they're looking like, as we already are moving to that last boss's platform, at least for StreamerZone here in the top right, and they are getting closer to getting these overseers in that they still have to do. They're going to be past the 3 chest timer in just a moment. So yeah, still time left for the 2 chests for sure for them. As we do see No Speaky and Stamp also getting closer and closer to surpassing that 2 chest timer. No Speaky now also pulling that overseer pack. If you really want to play it super risky and you feel like you're so close to the 2 chests, you have to do a risky move, then you can pull the boss onto the overseers. You don't like doing that because it's actually a lot of coordination that has to be done with all of the boss's mechanics while also having to interrupt these overseers. So it's definitely not an easy thing to do, but that would be like a Hail Mary pull in case you think you would be missing out on the 2 chests. But so far they're all looking good.
Quick death to one of those drones dashing, striking their enhanced shaman here for Stamp. Going to be a quick onk in go again for him. No big issue. They still have plenty of time. I actually think all 3 of our teams have enough time here. As long as they all engage the boss in the next 30 to 45 seconds here, they should be A-okay. And you can see Streamers on GG, yeah, playing the extra trash here has allowed the other teams to catch up quite a bit. Streamers on still are the first to engage the boss, but not by much. Stamp have also engaged the boss, and they already have all their count done. They're not even worried about finishing off those overseers like Streamer Zone had to deal with. So it looks like No Speakies, actually, of the teams that are in the final section of this dungeon, the slowest so far. They have 5 minutes left on the 2 chest timer, which should be enough to finish off this boss. All of them are going to get their 3rd and final bloodlust during this encounter as well. Probably going to line that up with a set of their 2-minute cooldowns, probably on the next set. They just all sent their cooldowns, so yeah, I think they're okay. We do need to see them have a clean boss here, and I mean, again, this is an 18 key level that we're starting at. Every single one of these poisons is going to do a ton of damage. If they don't have a poison cleansing totem from their enhanced shaman available, it's going to be a lot of stress on the healers to top everyone off through that damage. We saw teams almost wipe on this boss many, many times, so gotta keep it clean for the last 5 minutes of the dungeon here.
And this boss is just so scary, especially in the higher key levels. If you manage to make it all the way here and then you get some really bad overlaps, for example, or just RNG with the puddle spawning, right? It can be pretty deadly. And yeah, as you said, we have seen many teams wipe to this boss, especially to the tail end of the fight once things get a little bit all over the place. So hopefully these teams don't have that happen to them as they only have the boss left. Mandatory in the meantime on the bottom left did finish off Avanox. They do have this 1 death on the board, but didn't cost them too much time. We also just saw that tech that we have seen a lot of other teams also execute, where we did see the mind control plus grip coming through from the priest to get one of those shells in to be able to AoE them down with the rest of the group. Really like that strategy. I think most teams are now executing that one as well to group everything up.
Clean execution here. All of these bosses now dropping lower and lower, 50% on the board. We're going to see one massive push of damage here when the Bloodlust come out for them momentarily here. I think it's going to be right after the Cosmic Singularities for Streamer Zone. Yep, there's the Lust. Here are the cooldowns. Here comes the damage push. Power Infusion on the Enhanced Shaman. And with 3 minutes left on the key, as long as they're able to keep their players alive, they will easily be able to beat this 2 chest timer. Bloodlust still not popped for Stamp here. See when they're going to pop that. Same thing for No Speaky, but Streamer Zone look like they're back to their quick ways from day 1 and the start of day 2, as they will be the first team very likely to finish off this Ara-Kara here today. 2 minutes 45 with this boss at 28%. It's easy for them. Just have to stay alive.
Yeah, I did want to take a quick look at No Speaky though, because No Speaky is actually the one team that did pull the boss the latest, and they're actually missing a little bit of percentage. So they're gonna have to go back and finish off a mob to get that 2 count that they're missing here. That was definitely some sort of mistake or something that they were missing earlier. But yeah, they have 2 minutes 18 left for 30%, and Bloodlust is currently running. So I think they'll have the time to get back and get that get those enemy forces done as well within the timer here. But it's gonna be a little bit closer for them compared to the 2 other teams that are currently fighting this boss.
Yeah, so this is interesting. What their plan will likely be is the second this boss goes down, they'll run up the staircase on the opposite side of the one they came in on and try to kill off one of those tiny mobs just for the remainder count. That would be the ideal strategy, but it is going to be Streamer Zone GG, top right corner here, boss at 3%, plenty of time left on the 2 chest timer. This might be one of the fastest 2 chests we've seen, 23:53 on the board. They'll be able to instantly move on to the 20 here in the first 25 minutes of the day. Back to their quick and speedy ways. Let's see if our other teams are able to also capitalize. Stamp now, boss below 5% HP. They will also be able to get the 2 chests in the dungeon that they have said is their best dungeon. We'll have to see if that continues to be the case for them as they move on to the higher key level. They'll be on to the 20 here shortly as well. Can No Speaky capitalize, though? They have 5% more of the boss to get through here, but like you mentioned, they still need to go get count. So it's going to be a little bit scary for them. I think they're going to be okay. Quick feet, quick thinking from Timbermouth there to dodge the acid waves. He was in a bit of a precarious position there, and every second matters for them right now. Boss goes down, they need count. They didn't know, they don't know, they're town portaling. Do not town portal, they don't know.
No.
Okay, that's huge. Remember, if a player ports out, that ends the dungeon for you. So the fact that they realized and didn't have a player just cancel the dungeon for them, that's huge. They need to kill off one single one of these mobs. They've got a skull marker out. Got to burst it down. They have the cooldowns available. Ascendant's popped for Boomy here. I think they're going to be okay. That was actually really scary. Imagine if they actually town portaled out there. Oh my god.
That would have been a disaster. There it is, 20 seconds left. Did manage to get that done. That must have been a nice scare. Once they pressed the town portal, there's like, wait a second. there's something wrong. Yeah, thankfully they realized. Also, this would have been really bad if it would have been slightly closer, right? Because the fact that they didn't realize that the trash was missing, they did not think ahead, they didn't plan ahead on what they're gonna do. So they lost a couple of seconds to realize, right? So if it would have been a little bit closer the timer, they probably would have missed it just because they didn't see that they had count missing. So definitely have to pay attention on the 20 and potentially to the 21 that they're doing. And they also maybe need to think about what happened to see what kind of trash that they were missing earlier, because they don't necessarily want this to happen again. The timer in the 20 definitely going to be a little bit closer compared to that 18-2 chest. But yeah, we do see the teams now back in the 20. Streamerzone.gg top bottom left and Stamp bottom right, attempting that 20 Ara-Kara now. We probably will see a few resets here at the start. Or at least I wouldn't be surprised if we see some resets, because yeah, that first area is just incredibly difficult for these teams to execute. The good thing is that it is the first area and they wouldn't be losing out on too much time. And in addition, they also had a pretty easy time practicing this before the tournament started.
Yeah, let's actually see. This is one of my favorite things to do whenever we're watching teams. Hold on, we have a Death from mode here on as Noobsect at the last couple of percent. They did start a battle res cast, but it looks like that was called off, and they just said, "No, just finish the boss. You're okay." Yeah, with no dots on them, they should be fine to kill off this boss. This is a pretty slow Noobsect time. And they're also going to have to spend time reviving mode here, so they're actually quite slow in this dungeon. The ending of this Ara-Kara is going to have to be perfect for mandatory if they want to also get the 2 chests that we've seen our other 3 teams capitalize on. Yeah, but what I was saying, it's actually kind of fun to go around to the individual streamers' POV. Sometimes they forget to reset their Mythic Plus timer add-on, and you can see if they actually have the key that they're doing live timed. So if in the chat you type the !teams command, I believe it is, you'll get like 10 different links to all of the people that are live right now on Twitch or on Douyu streaming their POVs, and you can see if they've actually done this key already in practice. Most of them will have done the 20. That was the key level that we saw in our first couple of weekends. It did take them quite a bit of time in competition to get it done. I don't think any of our teams had a super easy time one-shotting that. So the fact that they have to think about potentially doing the 21 with Stamp in the mix here is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, definitely crazy to see. And yeah, as you mentioned, the 20 was no easy task at all for some of these teams. In fact, I believe it was mandatory that ended up 2-chesting the 18, but decided to not do the 20 in that group stage. They did the 19 first and then did the 20 afterwards as well. But they were scared of the 20. They didn't think that it would be a good idea to immediately go there. So yeah, even though we keep talking about this potential 21 Ara-Kara, I think we're taking away a little bit of the difficulty of this 20. I think the 20 itself is already incredibly difficult to execute, and if Stamp or any of the teams manages to one-shot this, that would be insane.
That would be an incredible start to the day for any of these teams. Giving them the maximum amount of time to go for that 21 is definitely imperative, especially for the teams that still have to go back and get that Necrotic Wake on the board as well. You want to spend as little time in this Ara-Kara as possible, but we do think this 21 Ara-Kara is going to be something that's on the same level as that Necrotic Wake, if not harder, because you don't have Unk helping you out the entire time in this key, so the bosses actually take quite a long time to get through on these higher key levels. They really need to play this key to perfection on the 20 and the 21 to get them down. We have our first looks at the 20 Ara-Kara here. Stamp making great progress here. They actually have a ton of trash count at the start here already. 33% as they're heading to the third mini-boss. They go for some crazy pulls at the start of the key. A little bit of problem for No Speaky here is they have a death from Cryptics on this first set of crawlers. The poison damage, insane from these venomous spits that they have to deal with. But I think we're going to see a lot of random spot deaths to that. It's just a very difficult pull to live through.
Yeah, one more thing to note about Stamp here is that they got so much trash done at the start and did not use that Bloodlust as well. Now, looks like No Speaky is also holding on to it, but yeah, they did not do as crazy of a pull as Stamp did. So it's incredible that they're able to execute it. And I also wanted to say that Mandatory now the top left is on that last boss, and they engaged it at around 5 minutes left off to the +2 chest timer. So pretty much the same thing that we've seen from the other teams, which means that they will have enough time for this boss to get the 2 chests in if they don't have any major mistakes coming through. No Speaky though, unfortunately, did have yips go down. I think a crawler was then eaten and they ended up resetting the key. So first reset for No Speaky here on that +20.
Yeah, that was a death, another death to Cryptics, and then I think they just called a reset there. That Call of the Brood mechanic on the second mini-boss that the teams engaged, that Call of the Brood does on the 20 key level 17.5 million damage over like 3 seconds. So you can see they're pretty much
just
pressing
a normal amount of damage.
Yeah, just 2.5 of your health bars over 3 seconds. All good. Just use every single mitigation button you have and still die. Why not? Oh, and they have to do this on a key level higher if they want to win the whole competition. Yeah, just bear form. I'm sure he was in bear form, and it didn't matter. That is a very tough mechanic to live through, and yeah. But honestly, they lost 2.5 minutes. Not a big deal. They'll keep going here. Stamp already onto Avanox Streamer Zone as well, onto Avanox a little bit later, but you can see Stamp get a lot more trash count here. They're already on 45% trash count. Streamer Zone, they do have a little bit of trash on top of the boss, so we'll see what they actually end up getting to. It's just a few of those flyers. I don't think they're going to get all the way to 45%, but we'll have to see exactly what it is that Stamp ends up skipping later on in the key that makes them think that going for this trash count is better, but clearly whatever they're doing is quite fast because they're currently going quite a bit faster than the team that we've been hyping up as the fastest team all weekend in Streamer Zone GG.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Stamp is holding on to this Bloodlust for Avanox is actually, like, you can see how much quicker they are nuking through this boss here compared to Streamer Zone not having their Bloodlust available for this boss. And considering just how many wipes and deaths we've had and we've seen on Avanox before throughout the CGP, I think I do like the strategy by Stamp so far, at least, where they are just allocating some more cooldowns to this boss, making sure that they get it done faster to potentially lower the risk of having full wipes here. So I kind of like this strategy. But yeah, I also want to see what they are skipping later on, because I think we've seen some teams, and this is MDI, not TGP, so it's obviously a different thing. But in the MDI, we've seen a lot of teams just pull so much trash at the start, and then later on teams decided to not do that anymore and just do more trash later because they thought it's more efficient. And even though you can do a lot of trash in this early area, you're just staying here, right? You're not moving on. So a lot of teams decided to change their strats and actually do more trash afterwards. Again, that's MDI, not TGP, so not quite the same thing, but yeah, I would like to see the difference here in routing.
Yeah. Tettles does mention that one of the things that they did over in their runs over, in the Chinese regionals was that they actually skipped the 2 overseers at the end of the dungeon that we see a lot of the teams pull into the final boss. I'm not sure if that was their secret routing strategy in the 21. I'm pretty sure they played it in the 18.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's something they're going to do in this 20. And obviously, I mean, the thing that I remember them talking about, it was actually Tettles saying that they told him this, was they specifically didn't play their 21 strategy in the Chinese regionals. So what do they have in store? What is the routing going to be? I don't think it's anything particularly like tech-wise, like there's nothing super secret, like a mind-controlled mob that they're killing the dungeon with. I'm pretty sure they just have a fast route that they think is better than anything any other team is coming up with. We might be seeing shades of it here in the 20 here, as they are extremely fast on Avanox. You can see they are 20% ahead of Streamer Zone. They did pull the dungeon 30 seconds faster, but that doesn't make up 20% of boss damage on a 20. This boss is healthy, and it's going to take them still another minute or so to get through it, even though they have it at 20%.
And you can actually see the boss combat time here on the damage meter. You can see they're 3 minutes 17 on this boss here and got the boss down to 16%. Well, we have 3 minutes 13 for Streamer Zone, they're 37. So definitely quite a bit faster. As I said earlier, they also did use the Bloodlust on the boss, compared to Streamer Zone using it on a trash bag earlier. But yeah, definitely having a lot of damage for this fight here, as we do see the drill coming through, just doing so much damage. The groove just dropping low Streamer Zone and getting another shrill as well on their side on the bottom right. And yeah, this boss can also just be so deadly for the tank as well. And if the tank goes down, things can go wrong so fast, immediately turning around, potentially getting one of those crawlers into the boss, meleeing the shaman immediately. So yeah, lots of problems there, but Stem down to 4%, another shield coming through, everyone dropping really low, but they should be able to finish off the boss here unless they have a tank death here at the very end. So looking very good for Stem, and yeah, this is what we like to see. This is very cool.
Very, very clean first boss from Stamp. They're holding on to the 2 battle reses as well, so they'll have them as they head into what I'm assuming is going to be the most difficult part of the dungeon for these teams to get through once Avanox goes down. These Blood Guards, every slam, tons of damage to the team. Any web bolt going off could very easily take out a player if they're not completely topped with a shield. It needs to be perfect. In the meantime, ESC Gaming, top left corner, second attempt around at the 18 here, able to get the 2 chest on the board. That's big for them in their placement opportunities throughout the day. They need to get this Ara-Kara pushed up quickly so they can go back and do some of those homework keys that other teams have already timed. The Necrotic Wake and Stonevault, first things they need to deal with. Do we have a POV for mandatory? Want to see if they're on pace in that two chest as well. In the meantime, we get the first look at this poll here from Stamp. You can see they've got the web mage marked up. Need to make sure a single one of those web bolts doesn't go off. Also need to make sure that alarm shrill doesn't go off. Using the shaman knock up there to make sure they actually don't have an extra Blood Guard to deal with. Blood Guard that doesn't give count, by the way. If a single alarm shrill goes off, that's an instant reset on the key.
Yeah, definitely. I doubt that a team is going to be able to recover that one on a plus 20. So don't want to see that happening for sure. We do see mandatory on the top right. They did end up getting that 2 chests on the 18 in. And they're now also attempting this plus 20 like we see the other teams do. And ESC Gaming also got the plus 20 on the board. So got the 18 2 chest on the board, not the 20 just yet. So all teams are going to be able to attempt the 20 now. We'll see which team is going to be the first one to execute this dungeon. So far, it is looking really good for Stemp, as we talked about them potentially being just really good in this dungeon, as it is one of their best dungeons, as they stated before. Streamer Zone, though, on the bottom right, also looking very good. They did finish off Avanox now, 10:56, and I would look through some of the splits on the 20s for the group stage, and I think the slowest split we've seen that ended up still getting the key done was actually like at 10:40 on the first boss. So Streamer Zone, a little bit over that, but again, there's differences in trash pools and routes, so it's obviously still on the line for Streamer Zone to time this, and they have 0 deaths, right? So their route is going probably as planned, which means they're still going to be good on the timer for sure.
Yeah, they did kill off, or they're just removing a web mage from this pool completely with the mind control. We saw a little bit of that tech in the 18, but usually we saw it just to bring the web mage into the pool, and then they dropped the mind control. They're leaving that web mage in that mind control in the top left corner. You can see that with a skull on its head for quite a long time here. Just making sure, I assume, they don't have to deal with an extra kick for pretty much the entire pull. They are letting it doing a lot of melee damage. I'm actually curious how much damage that web mage is actually doing for them. Maybe we can take a look at logs later and see what that's gaining for Stamp. Streamer Zone GG also onto their first large pull in this trash section of the dungeon. A little bit of a different pull routing than what we're seeing from Stamp, though, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can see Stamp did deal with that hole off in the corner for Streamer Zone on the top right side of the screen. Stamp have already dealt with that trash pack, so Stamp, I mean, whatever they're doing here is very, very fast.
Yeah, I really like what Stamp is doing here. It's definitely super quick, as you mentioned. It also seems super clean as well. The only thing that for sure is a difference, Streamer Zone now having that Bloodlust back up, right? You can see them pressing it right here for this Bloodguard pull. While Stamp, because they saved their Bloodlust for Avanox, they are potentially going to get... Oh, and Supreme actually does go down to an Extraction Strike here. Looks like it was at the very end, though, so they're going to be able to just use a normal Mass Rest, not have to use any battle rests to get Supreme back up, so didn't lose too much time overall. But yeah.
Silly Boomkin, you're not a tank. Even though you can go bear form, you're not a tank. You don't need to be taking those extraction strikes. Yeah, their count is pretty significantly ahead of Streamer Zone, and that Bloodlust will be available for them when they do engage a Noob's Act. It'll actually be available before then. Not sure when they're going to be planning on using that. I doubt they'll just use it on the 3 mobs ahead of Noob's Act unless they add a ton of extra trash into that poll, because that's where the Bloodlust will become available for them. You would think that with the extra Bloodlust on the trash, that would catapult Streamer Zone ahead in this section of the dungeon, but they really haven't. I mean, they're still 5% behind on count. Stamp's going to get that second Bloodlust here any moment now, and we'll see where they choose to use it. I mean, this dungeon, we've talked about it. I think we need to continue hammering this home throughout the day. This is Stamp's home turf. They're the only team that we know of for sure that has timed a 21 of this dungeon. This is really, really good for their implications for the rest of the day, especially considering they already got the Necrotic Wake done. But if they want to compete with Mandatory, they need to go back and get that Stonewall 19. They need to somehow find a way to get that 20 Dawnbreaker as well. Hopefully they're able to get this Ara-Kara done with very, very quickly, so they have plenty of time to go back and do that.
Yeah, that would be ideal for them, but as we say that, their Archivoker does go down to a volley that went through. Does have to use the Battle Rest here to get them back up, but thankfully they did have one available. Still have a second one too, in case something else goes wrong. But you don't want to have ramping up those deaths as Mandatory as well on the bottom right is wiping to Avanox again. This time under 20 though. Earlier they wiped under 18. So yeah, another 7 minutes lost for Mandatory approximately. Not the greatest thing for them, of course, but yeah, no surprise to see some of those wipes and some of these resets in the early area of this dungeon, especially in Avanox. We're going to see a lot of those resets coming through in this boss. So yeah. Stamp though, top left, still looking really strong. Even with the 2 deaths on the board, but Streamer Zone, even though they're a bit slower compared to Stamp, I still think like they're just incredibly clean, right? They now engaged Anub's Act. They're going to be ported down in just a moment. And yeah, 16-11 in the dungeon, already engaging that second boss. Actually looking really good on their side now.
And you can see, direct comparison top of the screen here between Streamer Zone, GG. Yeah, I mean, it's almost neck and neck, only a few percent. That's mostly going to be made up for by the Bloodlust being popped here for Stamp. Their boss damage is going to be a lot higher here. Tons of damage on the Archivoker, gets that first dot. Kind of scary, but able to be topped up. Did end up using the Cheat Death, the Og Cheat Death there. A little unfortunate, but hey, that's what it's there for. Use it early and often. We do have an interesting stat. It's not a lot. I was curious what that Mind Control Web Mage was doing for them. Really not a lot. It was just melees on the Bloodguard, and it was like less than 1 million damage, so it was almost nothing. I think it was just removing it from the fight and making sure they had one less web bolt to kick for the duration of the encounter there. It's just nice tech there.
Yeah, I like to see those small little improvements and optimizations coming in by the teams. So cool tech coming through. We do see no speaking on the bottom right now also at the end of Avanox on their plus 20. We'll see if they manage to execute it at the very end here. And not to see them have the same fate as Mandatory where they have to reset this key hopefully. And ESC Gaming on the bottom left now also engaging Avanox. ESC Gaming of course having to reset at 18 once earlier, and that's why they are a little bit late in this 20 here. So they did still get the 2 chests, but had to reset and lost a little bit of time. So now they are attempting a 20, and they're looking good in the 20. They're the only team that plays that rogue, which potentially makes them do this boss a little bit safer because they will have a little bit extra damage on the boss. You can see how much damage speed does here because you have those crawlers that you can gain the funnel damage from. So Yeah, even though they are missing out on that Mark of the Wild, which honestly is very nice to have in a dungeon like this, especially in the higher key levels. It is also good to kill bosses like this slightly faster, right? Because that also means that you're going to get a bunch of lower damage coming throughout the boss.
Yeah, it's something where we're keeping an eye on how they're kind of trying to optimize a lot of these, right? With the bosses trying to bring down, especially as the keys push higher. And I think the insights, Zyra and Nagura, you were both having there, really good as we kind of try to break it down and continue to theorize about this plus 21. But Zyronic, we'll see you a little bit later today, but you're going to be heading off desk right now.
Bye.
Bye. We're going to bring Makes in, and as we kind of continue to think about this with the plus 21 on the horizon, Makes, as Zyro said, Stamp is actually the only team here to have timed a plus 21 Ara-Kara on live, but we might very well see that change today. A lot of the teams think that we will. And of course, so far, we're only seeing the plus 20s of the dungeon, but can you give us some insights into the pace the teams are kind of moving through Ara-Kara Makes?
Yeah, so quick small correction. Stamp is the only team that timed the 21 in the CN time trials. It was 30 minutes and 47 seconds. I confirmed that timer there. Unfortunately, we do not have split times for that 21, which would have been really, really nice. But I did take a look across all of the 20s that have been done in Group A and Group B across the 3 days to kind of give us an idea where our teams are sitting in terms of speed. And the slowest first boss split that we had was 11 minutes 26 by Cinema, and the fastest one, arguably using the Rogue, was ESC. Didn't lead to the fastest key overall. Fastest key overall was from, and that is really strange to me, Streamer Zone. They had the fastest 20 Ara-Kara with 27 minutes 28 seconds, and their first boss split was over a minute faster than what we are seeing right now, which to me is really strange. It seems like they changed something, maybe in preparation for the 21 already?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's very possible they changed something up, but we did compare the trash count a little bit between Stamp and Streamer Zone, that they're both pretty equal in their plus 20 right now. And Stamp did do more trash before Avanox, for sure. So, yeah, Streamer Zone, yeah, we'll see what they changed. But they definitely did not decide to do more trash in front of Avanox. They did potentially maybe change their Bloodlust timing a little bit, because that is the major issue that we see between those two teams. We actually see Jisoo there at the very end of the boss fight, proc that cheat death, unfortunately, on that Augavoker. But thankfully, you have the cheat death and didn't actually go down. Still on 0 deaths for Streamer Zone. Exactly. Yeah, very clean run by them, actually.
So yeah, it is incredibly clean, 0 deaths. You mentioned like the 4% count between Stamp and Streamer Zone, but Stamp by their own measurements are also slow. I took a look at the CN regionals, and their 20 Ara-Kara that they locked in set on 10 minutes 14 seconds on the first boss. So I'm curious, there is that kind of feeling in my mind looking at the 21 that they did in their time trials. Is there something that they're hiding? Is there something they haven't shown yet that they're waiting for other teams to take their breaks before they show us what they can do here? Of course, we know they have the 21 Necrotic Wake already done, but I could see a world where Stamp doesn't actually go into the 21 Ara-Kara straight away if they have something they think is worth hiding.
Okay, so I personally don't think that they have something that is so... Okay, because it depends, right? If you have something to hide, it would have to be something... And you don't want to show it. It would have to be something that is easily actually changeable or adaptable by the other teams that they can copy, right? Because we're in the final day, and if it's a strategy that is like a route or it's a certain pull or something, then Sam could show it, in my opinion, right now, and no other team would be able to adapt to it, right? Like, you cannot change your plus 21 routes in an Ara-Kara if you have not practiced it and just kind of hope that it works, unless you have a lot of free time at the end of the day somehow. Like a team like Mandatory that has done all of these other keys already, maybe they could take like a 20-minute break, look at what Stamp did, and then somehow try it for the first time during the tournament day. But it would be a little bit unlikely, in my opinion at least.
Well, it depends on what it is. If it's like a mind control of something that hasn't been figured out by other teams that you can just incorporate into your normal route that does a lot of damage, similar to our Uncle Tony in the Necrotic Wake, then I could see other teams utilize it after a break where they like go over this and say, oh, okay, we just drag this along to what we're already doing and we get a lot of damage at it. Now, having said that, I'd be very surprised if by now there's still something like that that's not been found out by teams, but who knows? I'm very curious on where we're going to land once these 20s are finished. Taking a quick look at our percentages, as we do have the Shaman on Stamp go down. That is something that specifically in the Ara-Kara teams miss out a lot on because of how the drones behave. Sometimes it's very easy to miss one of them, and then you are lacking count towards the end of it. Stamp being able to get to the full count here on the top left side. And for Streamer Zone, I believe that should be enough. Yeah, it's 2 mobs in there.
Interesting. Streamers are engaging the boss here with those 2 overseers still alive. This is going to be super difficult for them to execute. They have to get those interrupts through on the overseers, but at the same time also have to dodge out on the globules, on the puddles on the floor, which potentially could make it so you're out of range to interrupt. But I guess they do have Shaman range interrupt, and of course the other 2 ranged are able to do so as well. So yeah, I guess it's just a lot. It's just chaotic, right? If you need to interrupt, even if you can do it from ranged, it's possible that you miss 1 or 2 if there's other things going on. But they did finish off those overseers on Streamer's own side, and they already got the boss down below 80%. Which is actually faster than Stamp because Streamer's Zone had that Bloodlust available on pull, while Stamp, because they used it differently and because they had the Bloodlust on pull of Avanox and on pull of Anub'Sact, they don't have it on pull for this boss here. So that's the downside for the Bloodlust strategy that Stamp is utilizing.
Yeah, a big part of it is, of course, also the 3 deaths on the side of Stamp, but Streamer Zone, they've been speeding here. I mean, it's not going to work out with the +2, but it is going to be not very far over that line for their 20 Ara-Kara here. Let me just scroll out one more time to look at what their fastest time was. That was 27:28. I think there is a potential where they're even faster than that. 65% of the boss, arguably no Bloodlust now, 2.5 minutes to go. That's going to be another set of cooldowns that will come up here in a couple of seconds, looking at the PI and the Ascendants. Maybe Streamer Zone will beat their own record.
Potentially. They have 0 deaths still on the board, and they're super fast. Now, on a 20, this boss has a lot of health, so it's still going to take them quite a while to finish this. But I do think that they potentially could be a little bit faster than that. Yeah, 2 minutes left around that for them to beat that. We'll see if they can do it, as we do see another Cosmic Singularity coming through. So walking into that black blood, making sure it doesn't get gripped in, and everyone else also making sure they're utilizing all of their utility and puddles to make sure they're avoiding that, as we also have the dispels coming through for that poison debuff. Of course, everyone else positioning themselves as well to make sure none of these globules are going into melee, or at least not directly going into melee. And that's why we also see the ranged players spread out quite a bit, not only for the globules from the debuff to not potentially kill each other in ranged, but also because you want to make sure you pre-position yourself a little bit. Because if all of the ranged stand on one spot, then you all have to use the same puddles on the floor, right? So definitely want to spread out a little bit, making sure that you utilize different kinds of areas of the room, so you have the puddles available to you on your kind of corner that you planted on.
Yeah, you have to like mark your territory and then shoo everyone else off. That's exactly how that works. Just to give you a little bit of a quick update in the meantime, all of our teams were able to get the 18 done +2, so no time lost there. Very, very happy about this situation. And from here on out, I believe it's just going to be 20s +1. Do you think there is a world where any of the teams maybe gets access to a 22 even?
No.
Come on, Nagora.
You mean like a 2 chest 20?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, okay, so even if you have a 2 chest 20, I don't think that a 22 is something that is even possible in this dungeon, personally. So no, even if they were 2 chested, we can for sure dream. I do like dreaming.
All right. Well, I unfortunately don't believe that's going to be the case either, but I had to ask, for the content. So we're going to be seeing when teams actually decide to maybe rerun some of the other keys, because I think after this 20 is where teams have to make a decision. Do you go back into the 21, or for those teams that aren't mandatory, most likely, do you go back into the other keys that you still need to do something? And No Speaky also looking very good here, but they don't have that 20 Dawn just yet. Same as Stamp. They also have a lot of keys where they could save some time. They're a little bit slow in some of the other dungeons. And then for Streamer Zone and ESC Gaming, they weren't able to get neither the 21 Necrotic Wake nor the 20 Dawn on the board yesterday. So they have a lot still to do in today's day that they could potentially do before they're pursuing this 21 Ara-Kara, right?
All right, well, first of all, we do have Streamer Zone and Stamp both getting that 20 on the board. Absolutely incredible performance by both of these teams, actually. Being able to time the 20 so fast is so good for them. Like, you cannot understate just how difficult this 20 is, right? It looked kind of easy for them, but it was very difficult. We see a lot of the other teams struggle in this dungeon, and I would not be surprised to see some of the other teams having to reset the dungeon a few more times before they can time it. But yeah, to your point, I do think there's two different approaches. Like, if I was Streamer Zone, I would now go back to the Necrotic Wake, personally, because they have the 19 2 chest there, which means that if they get the 21 done, that's plus 2 points, right? If they go and do the 21 here, that's plus 1 point. And the key level is the same, so it's both 21, which means for the tiebreaker, it's equal. So I think for them, the 21 is more important than the Necrotic Wake, even though they do want to get both of them done to potentially win. So therefore, maybe if they care about it being fresh in their minds, maybe they attempt the 21 straight away and then go to the Necrotic Wake afterwards. Stamp, on the other hand, they already have the 21 Necrotic Wake, and they would have to do the 19 Stone Vault and the 20 Dawnbreaker to match Mandatory's highest score at the moment. So for Stamp, I guess it would also make sense to go to the other keys. But why not just do the 21 real quick? I mean, just do
right.
it.
Just do it. A quick 30-minute run and you're done, right? I mean, No Speaky are surely looking like that. If you're taking a look at their split timers here, you're very fast on that first split with 9 minutes 35. And then the second one, also pretty fast compared to most of what we saw with 20 minutes there. But Stamp going straight into that 21 there. We're going to be seeing it straight away. And StreamerZone.gg are saying, we are also going in a 21, but it's actually in the Necrotic Wake.
Wow. All right. So it is what I said for Streamer Zone, that they think that 21 is just so important for them. They have to get it on the board now. And I really hope that Streamer Zone can get their issues fixed that they had yesterday and finally execute this key. They have spent so much time in this dungeon yesterday and had so many late wipes in the Necropolis on Nalthor at the very end, which was just heartbreaking to see. So I hope they can manage to execute this 21 now, get it on the board, and return to their glory like we've seen them on Friday, where they performed out of their minds. They had such a good day on Friday, then had these issues on Saturday. Maybe they're back to their form that we saw them on Friday, which would just be incredible for them. And then Stamp, that 21 Ara-Kara is just so interesting to see. We'll see what they do here, and we'll see how much damage everything is going to do. This is just an absolute crazy key level.
It absolutely is, and there is a lot of difficulty in this key. Similar to what we're seeing in this Necrotic Wake 21, they're trying to front load a lot of the difficulty. So these mini bosses, you're going big, you're pulling everything together. It's a lot of interrupts that are going to need to be hit. You can even see Tian here going to the side and trying to drag something else in before he comes back to the team. Quick little rescue there, and everything is grouped together. This is where the CCs are going to come in for Stamp as well. And honestly, in the overall scheme of today, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of do-overs just in this first area before Avanox when it comes to this 21 Ara-Kara.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be surprised either. I do have a quick update here for Mandatory, as they did finish off Avanox now, and it's plus 20, and they have wiped this boss twice? 3 times? I don't know. So good news for Mandatory being able to finish off this boss. No Speaky in the top right, though. They are at the end of their plus 20 run, and they're looking really good. The timer definitely super strong for them. And the timer is not necessarily like the biggest problem in an Ara-Kara, right? Because we did see a Stamp just finish off that dungeon, and they had like 2 to 3 minutes still left on the board, and Streamer Zone as well. So you can recover this key even with a few deaths. Of course, if you wipe at the end of a boss fight, you're not going to be able to recover. But yeah, a few spot deaths here and there, you can still time the key in a plus 20. That is definitely doable, and that's why we do see No Speaky with those 2 deaths still very well in that key timer range on the last boss now at 70%.
Yeah, we are seeing also a little bit of a reset there, bottom left by Streamer Zone. They had to go again in their respective 21 Necrotic Wake, and honestly, for Streamer Zone and ESC Gaming, their big storyline today is how quick can they get that 21 Necrotic Wake, how quick can they maybe get a 20 Dawn and this 21 Ara-Kara. That's a lot of cap keys that are going to be taking maybe 1 try, 2 tries, 4 tries, 5 tries even for some of the teams as we've seen in the past. So they need to really budget their time and try to go through it as cleanly as possible if they want any chance at coming back strong here today. Now I will say, Day 1 by Streamer Zone looked amazing. If they can tap into that today, then we're definitely looking at a team that is able to claw this back. We'll keep an eye on them as soon as they restart their 21. And Stamp working on getting the count up. I believe their 20 was 44% as they were pushing Avanox.
Look at that AoE, Call of the Brute coming through, using so many defenses. It looked like it just tickled them, honestly, but that just does so much damage on the 21. They just use so many defensives to survive that. And they also use the stun here, making sure that they don't get too many AoEs coming through. In fact, they only get 1. This is actually really cool to see. So they only got 1 single AoE pulse from this mini-boss here, that it can be incredibly deadly. Because they used their stun perfectly right before the mini-boss was about to cast that Shrill, and then they only had to do the one after the stun came up, and did manage to get enough damage onto the mini-boss before that second one was cast. Really nicely done by Stamp. I do think if you get a second one, you're probably going to lose a player or 2, so definitely do not want to have that happen.
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot that you need to keep in mind with these push keys, but our teams are working on it very, very hard. I'm looking at No Speaky. Do we have any mobs left? No. Okay, count is good. Timer is good. A little bit slower than what we saw as fastest key, but should be well within the timer once they actually defeat Kikatol here. So that, if nothing goes wrong, should be another available 21 for them. Now, No Speaky does have the 21 Necrotic Wake, but they still need to go into that 20 Dawn. I think for them, I would prefer to go for the 21 Ara-Kara, because obviously that is highest key. And I think the 20 Dawn, based on what we saw yesterday, is absolute insanity, if I can say it like that. So I think for them, possibly they're going to push on in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely very possible. We'll see what they're going to be doing. But yeah, we do see ESC Gaming on the bottom left now, also on that last boss. Their timer definitely looks good, but they're missing a little bit of count as well. Yeah, so no, ESC Gaming will have to go and do some count after this boss is down, which, to be fair, it looks like they're going to be fine on a timer. They have a 0 death run, so really clean, and they're also super fast. So look, if you look at the splits from ESC Gaming on the bosses compared to No Speaky split on the top right, who just did their 20 with 3 minutes 21 left. Yeah, I think ESC Gaming is going to be able to find this trash and get that done afterwards. But yeah, do want to make sure they're not town portaling, which is something we saw No Speaky almost do.
I mean, it's great that they're realized, right? Somebody in team comms had to have said, like, hold on, we're missing count, stop the cast, because as soon as those town portals go through, the key does not count anymore, even if it's just one player. So that is something ESC Gaming will need to be aware of, but I would think they probably have had a look at it, since it's quite a bit that they're missing, actually, not just one drone. They're nearly missing 10% of mob count.
Yeah. Wonder what happened there, or if they maybe it's just like a cooldown thing. Maybe they decided, you know what, we have cooldowns now, let's just do the boss. Maybe they changed the strategy from the 18 to the 20. Either way, they'll be able to time that key if they don't have any major issues going forward. It's also like possible like a rogue thing, right? Because they're the only team that plays that rogue in that Ara-Kara compared to all the other teams playing that Moonkin. So yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on this next time. If they decide to go back to the 21, then I will pay a little bit of attention on what they're doing here at the end of their run with their account. But yeah, in the meantime, we have Stamp on Avanox. That boss is incredibly hard in a 21. I think a lot of teams said in the pre-show interview that this boss, like, anything can happen. And if that boss dies, like, if you can finish off this boss, then you look really strong for the rest of the key. Like, once this boss dies, you have a high chance of timing this 21, is what some of the teams said. So we'll see what Stamp is doing here. And we know that Stamp actually has a really good strategy that they built around Avanox. They are saving their Bloodlust until they are in Avanox, while a lot of the other teams are actually using it on some of the trash pulls earlier. So Stamp saving it for this boss, and they also, on the 20, they did not nearly spend as much time on Avanox compared to their team. So they really optimized their boss fight here, their Avanox split. No Speaky, bottom left, now also in the 21 Ara-Kara. Very cool to see that they're also attempting this key level.
Yeah, and I was looking at exactly what you were mentioning there just now, that Bloodlust timer. Are we going to see No Speaky use it on any of the mini-bosses, or Alade also going to hold it for Avanox? For the reasons outlined, I do believe teams don't really have a choice when it comes to this boss. It is one giant evil spider, and it does exactly what you would expect it to do, hurt a lot. So definitely a lot of coordination needed for Stamp. That window of Bloodlust has ran out by quite some time already. We just saw the second set of cooldowns go into the boss, but if we're looking at the boss's HP, and it is a big HP pool that Avanox has, I would say they're still pretty fast. Looking at the dungeon timer here, 9 minutes 40 seconds, and Avanox is sub 30%. That is definitely something that we're going to look for other teams as well. Also noting that Stamp has those extra 4.9%.
Yeah, Stamp definitely doing something different here in this starting area compared to the other teams. It's also interesting that they are playing more... Oh my god, look at the AoE coming through, just doing so much damage to a group. This is just incredible. But yeah, one thing I wanted to note is they are saving their Bloodlust all the way for Avanox, and they're playing additional trash, which means that, of course, they're spending more time before they're using their first Bloodlust as well. So very interesting approach here for Stamp, but somehow it is working out for them. It's looking very good. And the boss is dropping lower and lower. Looking at the time that they're in combat with here, they're 3 minutes 50 into this boss fight. The boss is on 13%. And honestly, that's very good. But we do see their Augvoker being very low. Unfortunately, they somehow managed to survive that Shrill cast, even though they were already low before the cast started happening. So that was incredible that they managed to catch up here. But the boss is not dying there at the very end. We do see Supreme go down to a Shrill cast. The boss was enraged, unfortunately eating one of these crawlers. It looked like, at least, I think it was red. So obviously once that happens, there's just no way you're gonna survive that. There's just no way you're gonna survive that Shrill cast. And unfortunate for Stamp at the very end there, but they were so close. But honestly, they're looking really good in this key. And yeah, I mean, this is impressive by them.
It is. In the meantime, ESC Gaming finishing out their missed count that they had. So I did saw them finish that. No portals out. Everything is good on their end. Bottom left, we did see No Speaky wipe to Call of the Brood. So Ara-Kara 21 claims another team. And for Stamp, yeah, you can see that towards the end, they were really trying to just focus on the boss and kite out a lot of the smallies, but it probably was one set of smallies too early to make that call, because they ran out of room and there were so many of them on the floor already. We are getting word that No Speaky is taking a 10-minute break, and Streamer Zone, unfortunately in that 21 Necrotic Wake, meeting a similar fate.
And No Speaky did have to reset their 21 Ara-Kara and decided to take that break. And Stamp, on the other hand, even though they just wiped an Avanox, they are not taking a break just yet. They are confident that they can get this key done. We do immediately already see a death though on their Augvoker, so that's going to be a reset for them. They are not going to be able to finish up that first pull with a death coming through. So we do see a town portal coming out as well. Mandatory top left now downing and Obsect. They are in a 0 death run, so they're actually looking very strong here. Even though they had to reset the key a few times on the 18 and on the 20, but now they're looking really good. They do have that 86.6% enemy forces that they've already done, so a very similar percentage that we've seen most other teams do that are playing these overseers at the end. So very likely going to be seeing that from mandatory. We'll see if they do the boss first and the overseers after, kind of like something we saw ESC Gaming do, but it's more common to just play the overseers first.
Honestly, I'm really surprised that StreamerZone opted to pull the overseers onto the boss, because in their group stages, Tettles called that a pot of greed pull, because it's very, very lethal, and it didn't look like they needed to do that for time. So to me, that's maybe a signal of, hey, we're doing this in the 21, so let's just practice it in the 20. I could see that being a case, because obviously if you have something onto boss, you're always going to be a little bit happier about doing that rather than just doing 2-mob gaming and then into boss. But it is very, very difficult. And I'm looking for mandatory to see if they're maybe doing something similar here as they are reaching the tail end of this dungeon. We're seeing another go again from ESC Gaming, who have now also arrived in that 21 Ara-Kara.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing to see. ESC Gaming actually attempting the 21 Ara-Kara instead of trying to do the 21 Necrotic Wake, because they still have to do that. StreamerZone, they could have done the 21 Ara, but they decided, you know what, we need to get this 21 Necrotic Wake done. It's more important than the Ara-Kara. We have those 2 points that we can get from this dungeon. And ESC Gaming is in the same boat as StreamerZone, but decided not to do the Necrotic Wake. They want to get this 21 Ara-Kara on the board before they go to the 21 Necrotic Wake, which potentially has something to do with like this dungeon just being fresh in your mind and you just want to get it done with. But yeah, they at some point will have to go back to the Necrotic Wake. There's still a lot of time left in the day, so of course they can still try and get this 21 Ara-Kara done first. But yeah, they will eventually have to return. So we'll see what they're doing there. StreamerZone, .gg, top right, as I said, in that Necrotic Wake. Had to reset the key twice now. First, it was just a very early reset, didn't cost them too much time. And then a second reset was after Blightbone on a trash pull. So I think it was like 8 to 9 minutes lost, which is not ideal, but we've seen worse. So hopefully they can get it done soon.
Oh, ESC Gaming also going down here, and I'm honestly a little bit surprised that they are going for this 21 Ara-Kara for the reasons that you just lined out, since they also have access to 2 points in the Necrotic Wake. So to me, that would take higher priority, but we're going to be seeing whether or not maybe they decide differently now, or if they're just going to go again into this 21 Ara-Kara. They were really fast when they did it in their groups, so maybe this is a dungeon that favors them, also bringing this rogue in here for the funnel damage, I think could be a reason on why we're seeing them in this 21 Ara-Kara repeatedly. But I'm also taking a look at mandatory top left corner. No overseers into boss. So that is at least something we're not seeing from them here on the 20. As for the 21, we'll have to wait and see. But it's good that mandatory has made it through this 20 after a couple of do-agains on the earlier stages of this dungeon.
Yeah, we do see Stamp also resetting their dungeon again, as they did have some deaths on this pull. It looks like they're just going to be teleporting out and going again. But yeah, the 21 reset, not surprising to see. I think the one thing that was surprising is that Stamp almost managed to get Avanox down on their first try. Like, that was impressive. Now we're going to see some resets afterwards. But yeah, that first attempt that Stamp had on the 21, that was super impressive. Get the boss down to 7-8%, I believe, before they had ended up wiping. That was incredible. So we'll see if they manage to get back there. As I said earlier, some of the teams said if Avanox goes down, then your potential of timing the key is pretty high. So the difficulty of this dungeon definitely lies in the starting area and on the first boss.
We actually have a video of something really cool that ESC Gaming are doing. So let's take a look together, because in this dungeon, there is a tailoring stun that you have access to if you have the tailoring profession. Pillow here levitates down to get access to that one and then gets rescued over to try and save time, because if you are running after the team, you're dismounted, you're going to be in fight, and as a healer, you're going to be pulling aggro. So really, really nice little tech that ESC Gaming are doing here to get Pillow with the groove and also have that tailoring stun up and ready very quickly. Love to see it.
Very cool tech coming through here. I do think I've seen something similar by the other teams as well. So definitely utilizing all of their utility here and their rescue really nicely. I think some teams even are using the Wurn Stone as well to get back to their group here. So yeah, very, very cool tech to see. EC Gaming, though, does have another death on their tank here, which means they're going to be resetting again. Still early on in the dungeon, so not going to be losing out on too much. And we're going to see lots of those stamp as well resetting on their side too. Not being able to execute that first pull that is incredibly difficult. Requires lots of coordination, like that rescue and that pre-script that we just showed. So yeah, having to execute that, very, very difficult. Mandatory now. Top left on 46% now on their last boss on the plus 20. So the timer looking very strong. They're 5 minutes 16 left, which is more than enough. They actually are in a super fast run. I wonder if they might potentially even have the fastest run that we've seen. But,
yeah, I was looking at that too, but I think it might not work out. So the fastest one, like I mentioned earlier, is what Streamer Zone put up in their groups, and that was 27:28. It's like a little bit less than a minute for 37% of boss HP. I think Mandatory might be over it, even though they still have that Bloodlust available.
Yeah, maybe if they Bloodlust and just press their buttons in
real
perfect
hard.
order. Real hard,
yeah,
and also crits a lot.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens, but we are seeing a change in priorities for ESC Gaming. We're kind of just talking about this one, wondering when ESC Gaming would go back into this Necrotic Wake, because it does give them 2 points on the overall score, plus the 21 for a tiebreaker as well. So yeah, definitely opting to go for this one now. They abandoned the 21 Ara-Kara for now. I agree with this assessment. I think the Necrotic 21 is definitely the higher priority between the two 21 dungeons.
Yeah, I like this as well. Because it is possible that ESC Gaming has spent quite a bit of time in this 21 Necrotic Wake looking at what we've seen yesterday, right? Like, it is very possible they have to reset this key quite a few times. It is a very difficult dungeon, and it's so important. It is for sure the most important key for them to do. Same as streamerzone.gg on the top right that just now managed to finish off Blightbone here. So yeah, hopefully these two teams can get this 21 on the board. Streamerzone had to reset the key twice, as I said earlier. Yeah, there we go, Mandatory. They are down to 3% of the boss. They didn't quite manage to beat the timer that Streamerzone did put up on the 20, but doesn't really matter if they timed the 21. So far, no team, of course, has timed the 21 Ara-Kara. There's some teams attempting it, which makes me believe that it will be timed eventually today. But it's also possible that the 20 just stands for Mandatory, because if they don't manage to time the 21, then that timer on the 20 is actually really important for the time tiebreaker, because the way that works is that we just count together the time overall in all the dungeons that they have on their highest key levels. So if Mandatory sticks to this 20 and does not manage to get the 21 done, then that time tiebreaker would actually matter for them.
So for Mandatory, though, they could rerun some of the 19s that they have on the board, but other than that, they are currently holding 2 world record keys, and then there's this Ara-Kara. So I think if you're Mandatory, you're looking at your timer, you're seeing you have 3 hours and 43 minutes left in today to start your final run, and you're thinking, okay, that's 4 hours of Ara-Kara 21 until we have a very fast run there too. That has to be your goal if you're Mandatory, right? Potentially going back to one of the 19s still on the board, but this 21 Ara-Kara for Mandatory is the number 1, number 2, and number 3 priority for now.
Yeah, so we asked Mandatory before the tournament, which dungeon do you expect to be the hardest for your team in the finals? And they said Ara-Kara 21. So it makes me believe they can do it. But when they say it's the hardest dungeon for them, it definitely means that they might be spending quite a lot of time in there. So yeah, once they come back from their break, which they took 10 minutes off right now, then we're probably just going to be seeing them in there. And I mean, I hope that they can time it quick, and then we can see some other crazy dungeon attempts from them. But yeah.
So I would love for them to go into yet another dungeon and give us a world record key. And listen, I'm the first one to ask some copious questions about these keys, maybe going +1 even more then. But I think the more likely is that once mandatory, and if mandatory times just 21 Ara-Kara, they're going to go back into the 19s and just try to get a fast hand there.
I do think there's one possibility that they would maybe attempt a 22 Necrotic Wake. Like, I think that's it's a lot of copium, I think. But I don't know, like if they feel like their times are good and they don't necessarily have to go back to improve them, I don't know, 22 Necrotic Wake, I mean, I don't know. I'd like to see it.
Listen,
I was trying
right not to say it, not to jinx it, but that is my copium as well. So I'm really hoping for this 22, but I'm not so sure the players agree.
I mean, I wish they would, though. We'll see. We'll see what Mandatory is doing. If they even manage to time the 21, first of all, that is the most important thing. As we do see Cryptics go down to a web bolt here at the very end of their pool, they actually are continuing, right? Because it was the end of their pool. They did use their Battle Rest to get them back up, which of course means that their Battle Rest is going to be on a long cooldown. But honestly, I think the Battle Rest, especially here at the start of this dungeon, of this 21 Ara-Kara, actually not super important in my opinion, because the most steps we see is on Avanox, and usually it's a tank. And if a tank goes down, the Battle Rest usually is not really going to save you anymore, because someone else is going to immediately follow, or a crawler is going to be eaten, and then you usually just end up wiping anyway. So yeah, I think the Battle Rest here for No Speaky not actually going to be super important.
We'll be keeping an eye on this +21. We see both Stamp and No Speaky, and obviously Avanox being that huge hurdle, like a lot of the teams have said, in getting this one. But, you know, as we look at the other dungeon that's going up there with that +21, the Necrotic Wake, I actually asked production how many polls Streamer Zone GG have done in Necrotic Wake, because we saw it be a sticking point for them yesterday as well. So yesterday we saw them time that 17 and 19, but they had 14 wipes, and then today they've had 2 so far. So that gives us 16 wipes, 18 total runs. And, you know, Makes, from your perspective, I mean, how much do you think this has set them back? And how much more time do you think they can spend on this one?
I mean, I think it is their highest priority key because of the 2-point conversion, as well as being what we think is the highest possible key. But on the overall, it's of course tragic, right? If you're looking at how much time has been sunken into this 21 Necrotic Wake, after what a phenomenal day Streamer Zone had in that day 1, I'm really a little bit shocked that the Necrotic Wake has been such a struggle point for them. And to me, it just goes to show how absolutely insane these keys are. You know, our players make it look easy. That's something I was talking to Emote Mode about recently, actually, where I was like, it's sometimes very hard when you're seeing these high keys to pinpoint where the pain points are, because the players make it look so easy. You're like, oh, well, that went effortlessly. They had everything cooled down, planned out, and they're just zooming through it. So I just really goes to show how hard this 21 Necrotic Wake is for me.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I think it's the same thing when we're talking about like a mythic boss, right? When people are watching like the Race to War first and they see that mythic boss, they see the team struggle and wipe over and over and over and over, you understand the difficulty of it. But if you take a player that hasn't seen the progression of the boss, they only see the kill video, then it honestly seems, I don't want to say easy, but it's like,
yeah, you know, like, it's true,
yeah, because if everything is executed perfectly, well, then it doesn't seem like it was that big of a struggle. But obviously, there's so much that goes into it, and especially in the Necrotic Wake, that is such a hard key where you really need to have everything planned out perfectly, and you constantly have to think ahead, which makes that key very hard, right? You constantly have to think, what do I do if I get targeted by the cleaver next? Right? You constantly have to have that in the back of your mind. It can't just be, oh, I got targeted by the cleaver, what do I do? Like, you have to think ahead throughout the whole dungeon and know where you're going to be positioning yourself in case you get targeted. And you constantly have to think about controlling that flashcrafter, which is super crazy. But let's take a look at Stamp on the bottom right as they're back on Avanox. They are down to 57% of that boss, 1 minute 25 into the boss fight as well. And just let's take a look at how much damage this Shrill is doing. You can see the disc bubble is out, and they're able to use that cooldown to survive this one. But yeah, there's just so much damage overall on everyone in the group on those Shrill casts. On top of that, just the tank is getting absolutely hammered by this crab here. Unfortunately, Avanox has no mercy for prot paladins apparently, and hopefully Stamp this time around does manage to have their tank survive.
Yeah, it is a lot that's going on there. You can also see, of course, that Bloodlust is over. For me, the big question for Stamp is, at what point are we calling the burn on the boss? At what point are we calling the greet? Because the last time around, they got this far. They had one of the crabs go into the bigger crab, because that's what's happening here. So definitely something they'll need to be careful with when they're actually tunneling in on the boss and when they're still dealing with these smallies. So a lot of management here still. Even when you burn the boss, you still need to make sure they're CC'd, they're slowed, they're knockbacked, and all of that to avoid the boss eating any of them, as that is an instantaneous wipe. We saw it earlier there, unfortunately for them. Just look at how much damage this does.
This is just incredible. Look at that. Oh my god. I just saw, like, that was a hit on the prot paladin, immediately got healed back up. It was just, no, their tank does go down. This is gonna be a wipe. This is gonna be very hard for them to recover. Okay, it's actually impossible. Oh my god. The tank actually almost went down earlier. As I was starting to speak about it, the HP went from like 40% to what looked to me like 0 and back up to 40 in like a split like millisecond. It was so close. And then right afterwards, they did end up going down. So it's just unfortunate for Stamp. Yeah, but yeah, this boss just does so much damage to a tank on top of doing an insane amount of damage to a group. It's just so crazy. You need to space out your defensives perfectly to be able to survive this one.
Yeah, it's absolute insanity. And I mean, we'll see more of this all day. Avanox is going to be with us for the entire day of the TGP finals. But both of our teams that are in the 21 Necrotic Wake, and I'm saying this very carefully, are moving onward. They have made it through the first pinch point, that area before Blightbone. Streamerzone already managed to down a Marth and is into the Necropolis. Quick reminder, Streamerzone yesterday wiped on Nelthur. ESC Gaming hasn't made it further than the Necropolis, than Stitch Flash. That's where the issues occurred for them. So both of these teams really hoping to get the 21 on the board.
Yeah, Streamer Zone in the Necropolis. This is that first pull that we see them do right now. Super dangerous. We've seen many tank deaths here as well. So much damage on the whole group and the tank. But it looks like Streamer Zone so far is actually doing pretty well, as the Throw Cleaver is actually finishing off AJ here. Thankfully, they are able to release and get back soon. We do have an Ankh coming through by Crims as well after dying to the Throw Flash combo here. The mobs are still pretty high. They need to make sure they can recover this, and they need to get AJ back to the group, as he did release and needs to take that Angel back up. We do see some Solar Beams and interrupts come through on that further mobs here. And there we go, AJ is back. Let's see if they can recover. We do see Kira starts kiting a little bit because of the lack of the healer here, and just getting all of these debuffs come through from the creations that are up. They need to finish off the creations to make sure Kira stays alive and interrupt the rest of the mobs here, but it looks like they are good. Only those flash crafters alive and just a slither of health of creation. So, whew. I think they're recovered now.
Yeah, that's like how this Necrotic Wake feels. There's just a tiny, tiny edge that doesn't work out the way you pre-planned it, and suddenly everything kind of falls together like a domino house. So very, very nice that they were able to recover this one. And of course, there's more lethality waiting around the corner for Streamerzone and ESC Gaming both. For ESC Gaming, the Marth is going to be another problem. We've seen a lot of teams have issues with that. And speaking of, no Speaky in the bottom right, also wiping there on another set of ruptures, as they are trying to get to Avanox the first time around. Mandatory now also working away on Deer 21.
Yeah, 21, mandatory, not 21. Mandatory back with their break and deciding to do that 21. Of course, that is the most likely key we thought they would be going into. Not quite the 22 Necrotic Wake. We'll see what they do if they end up timing this 21. But potentially taking them a long time, of course. Like we see all of the other teams struggle so far on the 21. No team making it past Avanox so far. The team that did get the closest was Stamp in their very first attempt of the 21, actually. So really nicely done by them. And now we do, again, let's take a look at Streamer Zone and EC Gaming, both top left and top right of the screen. they still have to do this 21 Necrotic Wake that they struggled with yesterday, not being able to get that on the scoreboard. But now Streamer Zone is fighting through that gauntlet, still has to play some of these patchworks, these creation trash combos. And one of the most difficult, well, I say it's the most difficult, but it really just it just requires a lot of coordination. But yeah, once these assistants come up and you have a flash crafter as well, and you have 3 different mobs throwing cleavers at you, and you have to somehow like do the math in your head, and you have to do geometry, I'm like, no, I'm out of here. Like, you guys can do this.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a lot. ESC Gaming working on this Marth. Something that's been causing a lot of issues is the smallies on this boss, sometimes not being controlled, sometimes not being CC'd when the explosion comes in, or not fully killed off. And they need to be really careful with these and with where the cleaver goes, as every single one of them needs to hit this boss to make the boss fight go over as quickly as possible.
We've got 2 intense boss fights here happening with this Amarth and with Stitchflesh as they come into that one. So we will keep our eyes fixed on that, but we will not be having Nagura here to commentate because you're going to be headed out for a little bit, but don't worry everybody, Nagura will be back later. We'll see you then.
See you later.
And Tettles is coming on the desk. As we have these high stakes runs, you know, panning out, please feel free to jump straight to them when the action picks up. But I was wondering if as you come in, Tettles, you might be able to give a little info for our first time watchers. You know, we often talk about how difficult the high key levels are. And I was wondering if where you find time, could you maybe explain what makes the high key levels difficult from a lethality, team coordination, or sort of personal execution standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Ara-Kara is kind of an interesting decision, because whenever you're going from even like a traditional high key of this dungeon, so title level keys, you'll be doing the Ara-Kara on like a 17. The Alarm Shrill ends up doing probably about 120 to 130% of your HP over that cast. More often than not, a fully geared Disc Priest is going to be able to heal through that. Whenever you get up to the 20, and the 21, we're doing like, it's like 250% of your HP every single time the cast goes off. So it's basically you have to have a very large DR pressed, and your healer has to have like global perfect execution on their ramps. If they miss any smite casts, it's over, and it's no longer either your personal can carry you or the healer can carry you. It's both have to be used in conjunction with one another, and that's why you're seeing these teams as well have these very large like MDT notes and or like reminder add-ons on screen to have basically a perfect defensive setup, because something that you can actually do is you can spend a lot of time outside of practice just completely setting up all your personals. And I think that that's like one of the biggest things, and just like even these individual key levels, it's like huge differences.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Sorry, in the meantime, I was looking at Kira there, and even on Rotspew, there are some of these hits that make me so terrified for them to survive. You can just see how hard it ticks. But yeah, hopefully they'll make it through the Necropolis. What have you been thinking of how our teams are looking in this 21 Ara-Kara now that we've seen a couple of teams at least get to Avanox?
So I think that I was talking to some of the competitors prior to this weekend, and they kind of shared similar sentiments where it's like, if you can get through the first boss, you can actually make a pretty deep run at timing the key. There's, of course, a lot of areas that you have to be able to execute perfectly on, but that first boss is just completely brutal. You see the amount of damage that the boss deals to you, and not only that, how much damage you have to commit to killing those crawlers. It just makes your boss damage like really slow to a halt. And like we can see it whenever Mandatory pulls Avanax in the bottom right here in just a couple of seconds. They are saving the lust for this first boss as well. I actually think that lusting the first boss is a strat that you shouldn't do on live, but during this 21 level, you're just going to be lusting boss, and you're seeing no speaky. Also a similar situation where the first boss lust is almost required to make sure that you're able to get through these crawlers with enough time to spare.
Yeah, that's something we were talking about as well, kind of moving that lust, prioritizing it on Avanox. But let's take another look here at Mandatory as that lust is going. Top left, we're also seeing Stitchflesh, very important fight for StreamerZone.gg. I'm trying to look at both simultaneously, but I am really, really curious on how Mandatory is going to handle this boss, because for everybody that didn't see it, Stamp was the only team that got really deep into an Avanox pull, and I unfortunately don't remember the percentage they got through. But they wiped due to the boss eating one of the smallies, and it looked like that was their third smallie spawn, as Stamp is having another go at this 21 bottom left. So I'm curious on when Mandatory is going to call it, when they're going to say, okay, Tunnel Boss, just kite out the ads, CC the ads. That is what I'm looking out for, but they're making great pass on this boss.
So typically you're going to be doing about 220 million damage without offensive CDs. You can do probably about 260 to 270 if you have like the Ascendants that you can do, throw straight into the boss. I'm kind of expecting maybe like a 415-ish boss kill of Avanax from these teams that are lusting the boss. But another big thing that you have to actually be watching out for is like how much damage the Protection Paladin is able to contribute to those crawlers every single time they spawn. And like you're talking about, you know, Stamp fed Avanax, they buffed up the boss. A lot of that happens because your Paladin has to play so aggro on these mobs. All of the damage that the Prot Paladin is able to actually do to them matters a ton. So you'll see the mobs be stacked in his consecration. You see Skylark here in the bottom right here. He's hitting these mobs too with his group. And so the only rule for Avanax is make sure you are not in the boss's hitbox. Because if you're the boss's hitbox, then you can actually feed the boss. But you're reliant on this tank to actually be able to do damage. You know, you see the consecration, you're seeing all the damage that is going on to these crawlers, and they're still not able to get them killed off before the Gossamer Onslaught, which, if they get meleeed by a crawler during the Gossamer Onslaught, then they'll also die. And these crawlers are still pretty low. They're going to get them killed off before the next alarm show, which is not a big deal. But that's why it's so hard. And that's one of the differences between that 19 and 20, like Rook asked earlier, where on a 20, those ads would have been dead. On a 21, there's like we are really scraping the bottom of the barrel trying to find every point of damage. And now we've rotated back to the Ascendants for Mandatory here on this 2-minute mark. We have the Power Infusion. We have the Ascendants, a great healer Power Infusion timing during that alarm shrill, really allowing Mode to be able to carry. And Soda, it's unfortunate that those ads spawn so far because he's not getting good cleave on the boss while being able to cleave the ads just due to where those ads spawn. So maybe we're going to have a little bit longer of a boss, but they're safe at least. And that's the most important thing, is just getting through this fight.
Yeah, that's right. It is so much, and it just continues. In that whole time, you can see they only shaved off a little bit of HP after that Bloodlust ad ran out. We'll also need to take a look in the top left corner, because Streamer Zone are working on their 21 Necrotic Wake. They have everything up there. They're pulling this boss, and if they can get this on the board, 19 tries is what it took them to get the 21 timed here, and it's so vital for them.
Yeah, and I mean, Mandatory in the bottom right as well, also in this 21. They're all letting the boss here. So it looked like they went Earth Grab Totem, and then he reset his Earth Grab Totem with Recall, and then he went second Earth Grab. So I wonder when we're going to be pressing the Landslide here on May's team. But it looks like Mandatory are doing a really high health commit on the boss. So somewhere in the order of about 38%. Oh,
we have
Crims
2
died
deaths
twice?
on Streamer Zone. Yeah, he died instantly from the Aegis there. A bit of a bad timing, unfortunately. They do have the combat rest now out,
He's
so
back
together. I think we have to look at Mandatory at the same time. I'm sorry, it's a lot that's going on. So let's go back to the 4 box to try and see how both of these runs are working out.
Yeah, I mean, both are equally important. Honestly, like, Avanax is probably the hardest boss in Ara-Kara, so whether or not Mandatory, we're doing a really early commit as well, and so it's vitally important. But I mean, for Streamer Zone, it's just equally as important. You know, they have to make sure that they're getting this Fleshcrafter into the boss every single time. It looks like Jisu's doing a good job of controlling that with the sleep. They even are running the Void Tendrils on AJ, so they have backup routes and backup root potential if things start to get a little bit hairy. But in the bottom right, we went back to the 4 box, and Mandatory is going to be able to kill Avanax off. I think that early commit for them is actually great, and they have a 10-35 boss split, and that sets them up perfectly to be able to time this key. Now, there is a very difficult challenge for them ahead in the remainder of this dungeon. Skylark has to work his behind off to be able to stay alive. There's a lot of tank damage that's going to happen from here on out, but they're through the hardest part of this dungeon for sure.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that split is so good. I'm baffled by what Mandatory is putting on here. I will say Stamp gets a little bit more count before Avanox, so those timers are not going to be 100% comparable. Just keep that in mind for where we're going forward, but a strong showing from Mandatory in this 21 Ara-Kara. Hopefully they can keep it alive, they can keep it going. And speaking of that, StreamerZone.gg in this 21 Necrotic Wake, they're working away on Nelther. 20% to go. did have a little bit of a shaky moment there in between, but it looks like they were able to recover it. Exile does come in, and it's unfortunately going to be Yargi here. Let's see if they have Mournstone set up.
So I was looking before broadcast at some of the time tiebreaker implications, and Jisoo actually going down for Streamer Zone is not great here. It looks like his body, depending on what he died to, maybe his body didn't get ported. It looks like Streamer Zone's not able to commit a res to him. Maybe Kira's a little bit low on Holy Power. It gets a bit dicey whenever your Paladin tank has to res, but... Okay, so now Jisoo's back up. So yeah, Kira is actually able to get enough Holy Power. So as I was saying, if Streamer Zone GG and Mandatory had the exact same time in this Ara-Kara, Streamer Zone GG would actually need to have a 1 minute and 30 seconds slower Necrotic Wake to be even in terms of time tiebreaker. Mandatory were able to put up a 30-minute even Necrotic Wake. So Streamer Zone GG, the time that they're looking to beat for this Necrotic Wake is a 31:30 for them to still be slightly ahead in terms of time tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, dealing with this Fleshcrafter here doesn't take too long. Ideally, you get another cleaver here on Xandria, but it does seem like this one is taking a little bit longer. Here it comes now. That is going to activate the mop and just help, but we are going to be over this 31:31 because we're right on it.
Yeah. So now the Dawnbreaker. I assumed whenever I did this as well, so the only thing that's separating StreamerZone.gg from Mandatory is the Dawnbreaker. Whenever I did this, I assumed that StreamerZone.gg and Mandatory are going to have the same time in the Dawnbreaker. That's because that Mandatory was 4 seconds away from actually depleting the key, so I just kind of assumed that it was going to be about the same. Okay, yeah, 3.
Yeah, so very, very tight on that Dawnbreaker there. I was talking to their team a little bit, and they said they're not actually sure why they were so slow on that second boss split, which made them panic a little bit. So I think they can do faster. Maybe
you're talking about
that is a dungeon. Yeah, maybe that is a dungeon they want to rerun at some point eventually as well. But for now, I think overall they're looking pretty good on those time tiebreakers.
I was doing some sweaty investigative work as well. They also had a 6:45 final boss, where whenever I went and looked at the team of like Teef and Royben and Dr. J that attempted it on live that were over by 1 second, they were able to have that boss killed off in 6 minutes and 10 seconds. And so I do wonder if Mandatory was maybe a little bit slow on that last boss, a little bit slower than normal.
Yeah, so they said they were slower on the second boss already, and then everything kind of pushed back. But maybe. I'm curious on whether or not we're going to be seeing them in there again, seeing as they stated they can do faster.
Yeah. Dude, ESC in the top left, I was, I don't know how you were feeling. I was kind of writing them off coming into today. If they're able to get this 21 Necrotic Wake put up in an hour, 40 minutes, in addition to having that 20 Ara-Kara, do you feel like this is the opportunity for them to be able to kind of get back into the swing of things?
Oh, 100%. So I was really hoping they would do this. I was even thinking, what if they just go into the 21 as first dungeon of the day, the Necrotic Wake that is? Because they had it open, right? But they decided to go into the Ara-Kara first. And then they ran that 21 Ara-Kara for like 3-4 tries, obviously very short wipes that they had in that dungeon. Yeah. I was doubting, because this Necrotic Wake 21 is so vital, right? 2 points, highest key tiebreaker. If you get this on the board, then that is one of the 3 things you need to tick off. Now, I don't know how ESC Gaming are going to be doing in the 20 Dawn, but I will say that their 19 Dawn was incredibly fast, the fastest we've seen from all of the teams, so that does give me hope for how that 20 could look like for them.
I mean, ultimately, I think that ESC's path to victory, it's very narrow, but I think that they're going to have like a perfect final 3 hours of this TGP. I don't think that we can afford really a lot of time for depletes. I mean, I see a path to victory potentially for them, but it's going to be very narrow, especially since Mandatory is already on that 118th point. Mandatory making it through the hardest part of Avanax, the Ara-Kara as well, killing off Avanax. This is setting them up quite nicely. I think that, if Mandatory doesn't improve their time, that's a great stepping stone for Streamer Zone GG, No Speaky, Stamp, and ESC to be able to get into things. If you're fans of any of those teams, you were praying that Mandatory depletes this key in the top right hand corner.
Yeah, definitely right. And if you're a fan of Mandatory, you're hoping that they push onward and get it on the board. We're going to be checking in with them once they're actually on a noob sec to try and get an idea for their timer. As of right now, that 10:38 on Avanox is perfectly fine. That is as fast as some of the 20s were in the group stages and even today. So absolutely within the limits of this overall dungeon timers. The only challenge is to keep that pace and to live on through it. But I'm looking at ESC Gaming, 31% to go on Nelthur. Of course, they also still need to deal with the Fleshcrafter as they do have a quick death on Elbro here. But 30 minutes is the fastest Necrotic Wake 21 we saw out of Mandatory, as they do have their Druid go down here as well. Need to get that back together after this Comet Storm.
Okay,
Well,
he's on the platform.
I don't know. I was looking at timers. Yeah.
Well, no. Okay, so when I say how did he die, it's kind of one of those situations where if you actually get meleeed to death by the Siphoner, your body doesn't get ported up top. But if you die to any other way, you actually keep your body on the platform. And so it's like a huge issue if you die in a specific manner. But yeah, I mean, like you were saying, ESC Gaming, they're actually going to be pretty close here to Mandatory.
I mean, there is a world where they could take that world record tag that we're seeing right now. One more reminder, it's 30 minutes exactly. They have 20 seconds to finish Nelthur and the Fleshcrafter both. I think it's going to be very tight to beat that, but they're definitely on an insanely fast timer for the 21 Necrotic Wake after having missed out on it yesterday.
Yeah, now they're letting that Fleshcrafter go all the way into melee. They only have to land one more cleaver. So any free cleave on that Fleshcrafter is not even a big deal. Yeah, they even knock it out of melee to make sure that there's not going to be anything weird happening with the mob being too close to the boss's hitbox. And yeah, now basically they're hard focusing down this Fleshcrafter. They're going to get the throw cleaver into Xandria. And you hoped it happened yesterday for ESC Gaming. However, this is probably one of the best case scenarios for them. An hour, 45 minutes into our day, they are going to be downing that 21 Necrotic Wake, and that puts up the 21 Necrotic Wake for all of our finalist teams in a very, very impressive fashion.
That actually gives them the third fastest Necrotic Wake, and we did see a little bit of a preview of our fastest dungeon splits there in the bottom right corner. ESC now also on that 10-minute break, but let's focus in on a noob sect here. You were mentioning it earlier. We're expecting the Bloodlust to really be on every single one of these three bosses. That's exactly what Mandatory are opting to do, and their count is also looking great, I would say.
I love boss here. Some of the other teams are getting about 88% enemy forces coming out of this area and skipping some of the overseers at the end. You know, Mandatory is going to end up having to play that double overseer, but it's really not the end of the world. I think that their strat in this route for this dungeon, it's not like, basically the ending sequence is very similar for all of the teams. It's going to be really difficult for Skylark to live, particularly those drone melees, but they're making great time. The minimum time that you're probably going to need to be able to time this dungeon is somewhere in the order of like 22-ish minutes. I think that like worst case scenario, you could get like 22:30, and you're maybe still on pace at like the very edge of the timer. But I think that, you know, they're going to be around that 22-minute mark, and I think that Mandatory is making great time in this 21 Ara-Kara. So the most important thing is not having major wipes or major mistakes here for Mandatory. The ending sequence is really easy to mess up, but they're going to have to be able to clutch up, and if they're able to clutch up and time this dungeon on a 21, I think that would be just like the final nail in the coffin for some of these other teams while they're trying to catch back up.
It's definitely going to be very hard for other teams to get close to what Mandatory is putting on the board today. In either case, I do think, but this 21 would definitely make it a whole lot harder. So more teams are working on get that done. Well, as you can see, we have a couple of breaks being done right now. Both Streamer Zone and ESC Gaming are still on break here. The other three teams are working on this 21 Ara-Kara, and I'm wondering when we will be seeing teams go into that Dawn. I don't think there's a world where they do that before the 21 Ara-Kara, right?
Yeah, you have to do the 21 Ara-Kara. I think that Stamp also has to finish that 19 Stone Vault, same with ESC Gaming, prior to going into that Dawn. I think that Dawn is like something that you do very late. I know it's going to be one of those keys that, you know, it's like a really good tiebreaker because it's a 20, but it's kind of similar to Necrotic Wake in the sense of you probably want 10, 15, 20 attempts at it. obviously you're not gonna have time to do 20 attempts today, but you want as many attempts as possible in that dungeon. But ultimately, like, there's going to be other prize pool implication keys as well, and so like making sure that you can maximize the amount of points that you have on the board, no matter what position you're in, is also an important thing, because you're not just playing for first. Although all of these teams are playing to win the TGP, there's also hundreds of thousands of dollars that are on the line. So you know, maximizing your placement potential is a big deal.
It absolutely is. And here's that graphic I was talking about earlier while Mandatory is working on downing a noob sect. And that gives you a little bit of an idea on how our time tiebreakers are looking. ESC Gaming still holding that fastest city of threats. They have been pushed off by other teams and most of the other dungeons, and just now clawed their way back onto it on this 21 Necrotic Wake. I'm curious to see if any of the teams are going to have the freedom to actually rerun some of these dungeons to maybe get a faster time tiebreaker. But of course, the goal for today is to get these 119 points on the board. Mandatory are 1 point away from that. Everybody else is 2 or even 3 points away from that. And that is a big gap now that there's no easy 2-pointers on the board anymore.
I mean, this is looking great for Mandatory. You know, 22:05 Anub Zaket split. I was calling out about around 22 minutes is what you want to be able to time it. I was thinking 22:30 was really going to be pushing it. I looked, the slowest 20 on live had a 23-minute Anub Zaket split, so it's maybe possible if you had like a 23-minute. But Mandatory here, they're looking solid, and now they're just trying to have to do this finishing sequence. Basically, what Mode's going to do is he's going to tailoring stun this Overseer. They're going to, I would equate it to like Hunter trap feign deathing the mob with the stun and then meld. It's a pretty common strat. We saw it during MDI. You know, you've seen it if you've been watching the TGP week in and week out. It's not something that's like atypical. And now this is the final hard pull of the dungeon. These drones that you're seeing right here, they're going to be mailing Skylark. First and foremost, that's what puts the slow on the tank. If you've ever done this dungeon, that's what puts the slow on the tank. But not only that, but those drones, the thing that applies the slow actually is an insane magic damage tank buster, and that kills even the best and most qualified of tanks. And so his ability to be able to rotate defensives and get out of that ground effect from these Blood Overseers, those webs that you can see that get dropped occasionally, is a huge deal here. And this is probably the last part of the dungeon where they can reasonably wipe to like a tank death. Beyond that, then there's, you know, we've seen wipes to the final boss. Kikatal takes prisoners with the waves occasionally. Sometimes you just surfs up, a wave hits you, you end up getting one shot. So that can happen, but this is looking fantastic for Mandatory.
It absolutely is. I was worried a little bit because earlier in the day we did see Streamer Zone actually take 2 of the Overseers into boss, which
that was crazy.
Is very scary. Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, so I was phrasing it carefully, but I looked at Mandatory's 20 to see if that's maybe something teams have decided to do to be a bit better on the timer, you know, to try to avoid having to wait after the Overseers before you can pull boss. But they didn't do it in their 20s, so I'm pretty confident that we're going to be able to see them go from this into boss without having to do the very scary Potter Great pull towards the end here, as the Overseers are going down. One more interrupt coming on through, and that will be the second one as well for Mandatory, as they are getting closer to that full trash count percentage.
Yeah, so basically they're going to have double Overseers plus the winged carriers. You are hard AoEing here. You know, more often than not, you would actually probably hope to just kind of focus down these Overseers. But the winged carriers are the mobs that realistically can kill you off. You need to make sure that you press basically all of your defenses against them. It looks like their winged carriers are like super far.
Yeah, a bit of an unideal timing, but here they come.
They actually don't need count from these Overseers, it looks like, even.
Yeah, only need carriers.
Yeah, you just make sure you press your wall here. You're rotating defensives. We're going to see Mode drop his barrier here in a couple seconds. You see the Rapture shielding being applied to all of the group. You're going to see Chrono Ward shields here coming out in a couple seconds whenever that Breath of Eons ends up popping. Yeah, that barrier right on time, as well as everybody's defensives are fading. They're even doubling up on defensives and trying to basically nuke these down as fast as possible. These mobs are very, very dangerous. They're not going to wipe you, realistically, but if you get picked by 3, 4, 5 of them, you can just die 100 to 0, even through defensives. And so, I mean, you're seeing things like the bop, the preemptive bop being pressed here to try to mitigate as much damage from these winged carriers. And Mandatory has decided that now the boss is on the menu. Power Infusion and Ascendance have been pressed to kind of clean up the last couple of seconds of those winged carriers. And 5 minutes and 50 seconds is left on the timer, but Mandatory is not going to need all of that time, assuming that they're able to play clean here. If they're able to play clean, avoid deaths, they should be multiple minutes under. Now, that's a big if, and this is actually not a boss that is free. A lot of teams take it for granted. There's a lot of situations where you can have a couple deaths. There is a little bit of leeway here for Mandatory with the 3 battle reses available if there's some things that can... so they have some leeway in case things go wrong. But, I mean, Mandatory here are in a prime position. They were also the first team to have 118 points, and if they're able to time that, they're going to be up at the key cap of 119 points. And then at that point, all they'd have to do is rerun keys for time tiebreaker. So they are in a fantastic position if they're able to take this down.
They have a little bit over 2 minutes left on their bloodlust here, looking across their cooldowns, over a minute on PI and Ascendance both, so should line up nicely as soon as these cooldowns are ready. We might need to wait another of these Cosmic Singularities before we can send it, but that is a lot of damage that they have access to in just 2 minutes as well, so looking forward to see them fully send it. But like you mentioned, they need to stay clean here. They need to make sure that no oopsies are happening. All of the Black Bloods are being taken on every single one of these singularities, while also not sniping each other with these debuffs. And speaking of oopsies, we're seeing more wipes in the bottom of the 4 box here. No Speaky actually having come pretty far, and Avanox unfortunately having a wipe there as well, and Stamp having another do again on the 3-minute window.
I mean, it's kind of like I was talking about. If you're able to get through Avanax, you're able to time the key. You're able to have a really deep run, and Mandatory is proving that true. And this is going to be super, super impressive for them if they're able to get this dealt with. They're actually having their Bloodlust come up around the exact same time that the Ascendance is going to be available. Ooh, Soda here actually pressing that Ascendance with that Power Infusion. I'm surprised he didn't delay it 15 seconds just for that Lust. But it looks like a situation where the Lust is going to probably end up getting pressed on the next set of 2s, whenever that ends up happening, obviously in 2 minutes from now. And so Mandatory here.
Thank you for the math, Tails.
Yeah, the quick math there. It's kind of an interesting decision because it means that Mandatory think that this is going to be a super long boss kill, somewhere in the order of 5 minutes. They did have about 5 minutes and 50 seconds on the timer whenever the boss is pulled. So even if this does end up being around a 5-minute boss fight, it shouldn't be like the end of the world.
Yeah, I am also surprised by that. I was thinking unless there's like an overlap like this Cosmic Similarity, they would have pressed it together, but maybe Mandatory just deciding to, send it. I'm not sitting on cooldowns, even if it is 15 seconds, who cares? And into the boss they go. They have a little over 1 minute now, and I think they are going to be on this boss for a little of 1 minute in either way. 3 minutes to go on the overall dungeon timer. That Bloodlust smiling at them, but they will need their cooldowns to be ready to line it all up at once and get the most out of it.
So we're hyping up this 21 Ara-Kara. The reason that this is actually super hype for Mandatory, not only is it one of the best time tiebreakers, but that's going to actually get them to this key cap of 119 points. We basically think that there's no other +1s, no more chase keys that Mandatory will reasonably be able to fetch after they're able to get this. That's why this dungeon is super important. We came in today knowing that if Mandatory had a good day, they didn't even have to have the best day. If they had a good day, then they would be able to take down the TGP. I think that you and Nagura were talking earlier, and you basically said even if they spent 5 hours in this dungeon and were able to get it down, they still have a very good chance of winning the TGP, and that's why this is super important. The Bloodlust has been pressed. The Breath of Eons has been pressed. The Ascendance and the Power Infusion are available for Mandatory here.
Now we go. It has all been sent into boss, and from here on out they should be accelerating. I did a little bit there because I do think there's potential where we see teams try to get 1 more point somewhere. It would be crazy, but who knows? These teams are crazy, and by that I mean crazy good. Look at Mandatory on that home stretch, 16% to go. Bloodlust still running. One more time, this cultivated poison will need to be dealt with. Mode dodging. The last orb, Soda still has one, is going to run out in a couple of seconds with Skylark here together. One more time dodging these erupted webs, and Kikatal will be on the single digits here as Mandatory is looking to reach these 119 points.
A very, very impressive run indeed. Deathless here, going to be able to put up the timer. It looks like it's going to be somewhere in the 30-minute and 45-second mark. Mode here able to get into a black blood at the last possible second. We see the final breath of eons being pressed by Maystein here, and Mandatory are going to be able to down the Ara-Kara 21 in 30 minutes and 49 seconds. 119 points. You see multiple world record tags on the right-hand side of the screen. They're still not done. They still have 3 hours left in their day to improve time tiebreakers in some of those potential dungeons. It's obviously not the end of the road for them. There's still a little bit of work that they have ahead of them, but they are in great position to be able to win this TGP, and all of the other teams are going to have to be able to play basic perfect days to even be able to catch up to them.
Absolute crazy by Mandatory. What a team and what a showing in specifically yesterday and today. They won. People were doubting a little bit, but they are the reigning champions, and they're once more proving why that is the case. Now, Kettles, I think we need to talk about this just a little bit more, because you said the 119 will be the key cap. You don't believe in the potential of one-upping any of the other dungeons? I mean, there's 3 hours left. They could potentially just maybe do it.
Where would you go?
That 22 Necrotic Wake.
Oh. No, I don't think that's doable. I think they'd rather rerun the 20 Necrotic Wake and not have the Fleshcrafter snap back down and try to get 2 minutes there, as opposed to trying it on a +1. Because I feel like, as well, like, if you're able to... Oh my god, Streamer Zone going to have a full wipe on Ivanax, Kira dying to the melees. I don't think that your tank is actually going to be able to live White Swings on a 22. You already saw teams basically spending almost all of their day yesterday, even being able to time one attempt at the 21. So I'm skeptical of the 22 even being possible.
What about the 20 Siege?
Nah, your Evoker can't live that. I think that's actually impossible.
I actually think the 20 Siege is
You're 4-manning the last boss. Like, your Evoker gets evaporated by the first Putrid Waters, and you're just trying to figure out what to do for the rest of the boss.
Absolutely incredible. No, I think if it's any, I think it's probably going to be the 22 Necrotic Wake, and I will not give up this dream no matter what you say.
This might be somebody else's dream. Okay, it looks like Time Tiebreaker is what's up Mandatory's alley. They're immediately going into this Siege of Borealis. I mean, it makes sense. They can probably make up somewhere in the order of like 40 to 50 seconds pretty reasonably with just like a nice, clean Siege of Borealis. I think they had somewhere like 2 to 3 deaths in their previous siege, so you could get 30 to 45 seconds from there. Yeah.
Yeah, they had 2 deaths, so at least 30 seconds can be saved, and then of course whatever's extra that it cost you to get the players back up and the lost damage and so on.
I mean, there's 2 minutes on that wake. Skylark DM'd me after the day yesterday, and he goes, dude, that Necrotic Wake with the Fleshcrafter was super unlucky. And I was like, yeah. He goes, we lost so much time to that. And I was like, yeah, you guys probably lost 2 minutes to that Fleshcrafter just getting lost in the abyss. And so there's 2 minutes available there as well. So I think that Mandatory has a lot of time tiebreakers that they can clean up. And if they're able to clean up, I think, a couple of these dungeons of time tiebreakers, that puts them on an almost insurmountable position. For these other teams, the plan is simple. Get to 119 points. The 21 Ara-Kara, not an easy dungeon, but they also still have the 20 Dawnbreaker ahead of all of these teams as well. And so you have to do both of those. And while you do have 3 hours to be able to do both of them, which is definitely possible, you have to do them really, really quickly as well to make sure that you're not going to be falling further behind in terms of time tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's definitely a big challenge that everybody else has in front of them. But of course, for Mandatory, it's also about being able to get those time tiebreakers shaped up. So we'll keep an eye on how their siege is going. I have their split timers pulled up from their 19 Siege of Borealis that they locked in. And we're going to be taking a look at how this dungeon works out for them as well. But in the meantime, more and more teams are being claimed by one giant, awfully crap-shaped spider. Avanox claiming more and more lives after all of our teams are able to put that 21 Necrotic Wake on the board. Oh. Do you think there's any world where, I don't think now, but maybe in like an hour or 1.5 hours, where teams say, okay, maybe we go into the 20 Dawn because that's one more point and we don't think this 21 Ara-Kara is working out for us right now?
I mean, I think the 21 Ara-Kara is the best okay, it's the best tiebreaker regardless. So say you stopped playing for first place. That's kind of what you're implying, is that you are no longer playing for first place. You were playing to try to maximize your prize pool implications. I think that you still stay in the Ara-Kara because that +1 is the best tiebreaker. If all of the other, like say a different team went to that 20 Dawn, the 21 Ara-Kara is the better tiebreaker, and so I think that you need that dungeon just in general. Now, it would be a little bit of a gamble, because maybe you assume that you're slightly better at the Dawnbreaker, but you're kind of hoping that other teams wouldn't be able to put up the 21 Ara-Kara. And I don't love the thought process of, we would rather other teams make a mistake. I would rather try to control destiny in my own hands in that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just curious on whether or not teams are going to think, okay, what if nobody else times this 21 Ara-Kara? And we can time the Dawn, then we have one more point than the rest, right? Like, that would be the situations where I would see it, but of course that involves a lot of hate watching, so to say.
There's a lot of hate watching involved. I'm going to level with you guys. This is going to be a pretty big uphill battle for the other teams to be able to get up to 119 points and then mandatory not improve any other time tiebreakers, but there's still hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, so it's not even necessarily just placements for like first place, although that is always the crowning achievements, being able to win the entirety of the TGP, but there's still a lot of money on the line for even coming in second, third, fourth.
Okay, we have Rook in chat asking, if there was one key you think could be pushed even higher in a wild turn of events, what would it be? Any cope, Tettles? Anything you can sell me here? Come on, Tettles.
Chat really
He's just
wants
a man of the facts.
Chat really wants a +20 siege just to prove you wrong.
No, that's not doable. I started looking at calcs of that the other day. Like, there's just no way you get completely obliterated in that dungeon. Dawn 21 is, like, I think timer wise off the table. I mean, it'd have to be Necrotic Wake, but I'm not on the cope that hard. I don't think.
I think, you know what? We're gonna dream big. Maybe math would tell us otherwise, but as we've talked about here, casters, we can't do math. So in my heart, I think a +22 Necrotic Wake is possible, Makes.
Listen, if any team is able to time a 22 Necrotic Wake, that would be an incredible tiebreaker, and it would be bragging rights. So I'm just putting that out there. It would be the potentially highest key if it were possible. And I think Uncle Tony has got this. I think you just need to trust. It scales with the key level.
Bro, Zeus couldn't even tank that key. Who do we think is going to tank this dungeon? Like, who is tanking that key? Like, I don't think it's anybody here.
Let Chad dream. Why are you being rude? There, a little bit of copium never hurt no one.
But no, I think that mandatory, their best bet isn't even trying to put up another +1. I think it's definitely just try to improve your time tiebreaker, and then make it to where no other team can even have a possibility of coming back. And you spend the final 3 hours really just improving some of those dungeons that, more often than not, if you have a 2-death run and you time the key, you're like, that's great, we timed the key, let's get out of here. Now is the time to really just kind of hunker down and go for those 0-death perfect runs.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see it. I'm really hoping we're going to get another team being able to get past Avenox, and one team that is working on that just now is No Speaky in the top left corner here. We're going to have another onslaught coming on through. You can see Cryptix kind of in the back there trying to make sure that he has prio on these ads, that he can slow them a little bit as they are coming on down, and it's 38% to go. That bot list has been sent, of course, at the beginning with cooldowns, but that is still a lot of health on this boss. They still need to be here for quite some time longer and keep it clean. So No Speaky trying to be the next team that gets this 21 timed.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a mandatory the first time they made it through Avanax. They were able to have a run all the way to the end and finish the dungeon. It really is this first 10 minutes of this dungeon, this first 10 and a half minutes of this dungeon that are make or break for this key. It's one of those situations where if you're able to get through Avanax, you're able to go all the way to the end, assuming that you don't have any of those tank deaths. But it's just so difficult to get through this first boss and to make it through the very just challenging parts of living Avanax. Like, you see this alarm show dropping Cryptix all the way to 0 HP. You got that dead text on the screen here.
Get him
Yeah,
back.
we do.
Get him back.
Remember
It's
us?
recoverable. Res is out. Cryptix is back with
We're hiding the
group.
boss. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's
I
a
like this.
lot of
I like
outs.
how they're actually setting up these crawlers. So they're keeping the crawlers in the middle of the room. That way they can actually go for 3 sets of the crawlers getting CC'd in the middle. They're utilizing landslide and recalling the earth grab totem as well. That's super smart for No Speaky. We saw Mandatory do it. I caught a brief glimpse of them doing it as well, but I didn't know how many sets they were going for. But it looks like No Speaky in a similar situation going for all 3. And Boomy's actually popped his Ascendance. Temper has that power infusion, able to heal them through the next alarm shrill, and they're just all-inning the boss here from that 38% to 0, no longer killing any more of those crawlers. Those crawlers are going to get stuck in the middle on that Earth Grab totem, getting rooted once more, and No Speaky are going to be a little bit slow on this first boss compared to where Mandatory were at 10:45, where Mandatory were at that 10:35-ish mark, but I think that No Speaky, assuming that they're going to be able to have like a clean middle and ending of this dungeon, should have the opportunity to be able to time this key.
I will also say they have a little bit less count, around about 1.5% than where Mandatory is set. But
Okay.
that is Avanox down, and we have seen a 20 being timed with over 11 minutes on Avanox. So this is not out of the question yet, but they will need to floor it a little bit moving forward if they want to be within that dungeon timer. So let's see how No Speaky fares. The second team here today able to down Avanox. I'm curious on how their next split is going to look. We're going to keep an eye on
Yeah.
it. And of course, we're hoping the other teams are going to join them. Streamer Zone working on the mini bosses still, ESC Gaming as well. I was going to ask you about ESC Gaming and Stamp titles because both of these teams don't even have the 19 Stone Vault. So that would be a potential additional point that they could score and maybe should score if they want to claw up on that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're absolutely right, and it kind of comes down to playing for prize money, right? They're still playing for first. All the teams that are in this 21 Ara-Kara, they're not conceding the fact that they're not winning the TGP. Basically, all these teams still think that they have the opportunity to be able to win the TGP, and it starts by being able to time this 21 Ara-Kara. The moment that they're able to time the 21 Ara-Kara, then we can start thinking about where can we get the easiest points, where can we try to claw back just some of those points to be able to maybe catch up and get like second instead of fourth. And I think that that's like a decision that these teams are going to have to make probably towards the final hour of the day. At this point, you still have to like bet on yourself and bet that you can win the TGP. Things are looking bleak. Mandatory, great position. They had an excellent day yesterday, perfect day, I would even argue, yesterday, and they are looking locked in today. But there's still 3 hours left.
Yeah, there is still 3 hours left, which means plenty of time in the day for the other teams to get back in there, to get faster timers and so on. Let's take a little bit of a look here at Mandatory's run. I'm trying to see what their boss timers were, but hold on. Where are my boss timers?
the 21
For
hour?
their siege. Yeah,
Oh, the siege.
for their siege. So they had 6:59 on their first boss on their previous siege. So they're a lot faster. That's like 40 seconds.
You can get a lot of time just due to bomb RNG and potential like missing out on deaths. Like if you had a bunch of deaths through the first boss, you can actually lose a ton of time. But favorable bomb RNG, just the placement of where those bombs are, can, like you say, make a swing of somewhere around like 45 to 50 seconds. Just like also sometimes the boss just drops multiple bombs out of the sky. I've even been blessed with like a triple bomb one time, and I was yelling.
How does
like,
it
if
feel
you get
to be John Blizzard's favorite toast?
Exactly. Sometimes you're just destined for greatness. Sometimes you just get dropped 3 bombs.
Success.
Yeah. That's a great split though. Like you're saying, I think it's a good call out, the 619. Oh, Anarchy going down here for No Speaking in the top left. Now they have 30 seconds worth of death timer, and Mandatory, they were really tight in the 21. So any time that's lost here for No Speaky, we're really going to be up against the timer.
Yeah, it's going to be something they need to keep in mind. I'm looking at the boss split for the second boss for Mandatory. 14-18 is what they had in that run that I was just quoting. We obviously know they're a little bit faster on Chopper Red Hook, and it looks like they're going to be a lot faster on Lockwood as well, looking at how low this boss already is.
Yeah, it looks like they're also Mode's doing a really good job of making sure that they maintain a Curse Blade. So with the theme of the season, There's more mind control shenanigans. You see Mode there, he's able to mind control this Curse Blade. It puts a damage amp, which makes the boss take 20% increased damage. It's the exact same curse that can get applied to your tank. And so they only end up using it for this boss, but every single time you end up applying it to the boss, it will help you skip phases of that Fiery Ricochet, which is a really big deal, but it also just increases your boss's kill time, and it's pretty low effort in terms of how you have to deal with it. It's not like you're carrying the Soul Cleaver through the dungeon. It's not something like that where you see some shenanigans and miss the Tyrannus Scythe. But it's really time efficient on this boss. And you said, what was the time that they had? 14 what makes?
14:18.
Okay, so we're going to be about a minute, probably like 45 seconds faster than that. That's not bad.
Yeah. I think pretty similar to how fast their first boss split is. It could have been that the 2 deaths they had in their previous run were on Chopper Red Hook, because that boss has been killing a lot of players all throughout this weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually the difference here. It would kind of match up with the 30-second Challenger's Peril, and then additionally 10 seconds-ish lost to trying to figure it out. But let's, there we go. 13:28 is what they're locking in. Let's look at StreamerZone.gg, because they're currently on Avanox, and we're going to take a look on whether or not they can get through this boss side by side. ESC Gaming now also joining that fight.
I mean, this fight is treacherous, and I think that the fact that, okay, so most teams, you only are CCing 2 waves of the Starved Crawlers, and you're committing to the boss from 220 million. It looks like these teams are probably committing somewhere around 300 million HP remaining on the boss, and CCing 3 waves of Starved Crawlers, which is crazy. Actually, Streamers on GG not going for the triple Starved Crawler CC strat, instead killing 1 more wave. Gonna do a more conventional kill pattern in terms of how many of these sets of Starved Crawlers that they're going to be able to kill. Oh, and no Speaky, more deaths in the top left-hand corner. They were through the hardest part of this dungeon mix, but now they're going to be sent back to the start.
Streamer Zone, Jesus down. They do have a combat rest that they are going to be sending on their Evoker, trying to get him back with the group here 4 seconds until that next one is ready. They're able to recover this one, but it's still 29% to go on Avanox for Streamer Zone here.
You say they're able to recover this one. I'm a little bit concerned about our timer here for Streamer Zone on the first boss split. You need about an 11-minute first boss split to be like we're like really pushing it if we have an 11-minute first boss split. I think that Streamer Zone are looking like they're gonna have like 11:30, 11:45 maybe even here.
Yeah, so that is not the end of the world, right? We were looking at no Speaky's timer there as well, and I think round about 11 is still okay, but you need to be fast in the rest of the dungeon. But Kira does go down here for Streamer Zone, and that is not recoverable from here on out. It's going to be a go again, unfortunately.
Unfortunate to see they were getting so close there, as we see 3 of our teams on the screen fight it out with this spiderly crab. The great debate raging in chat all day about which is better, the spider version or the crab version. But everybody, we will have a little bit of a switch here as we keep an eye on these runs coming out. Makes and Tettles, it's been great, but get out. We'll see you later today.
See you later.
And coming in next, we'll have Nagura and Dratnos. I mean, obviously, we're watching a lot of the teams really fight hard right now. Yes, Mandatory, I think, has set a precedent today that these teams have to rise to meet if they want to try to take them over. And I mean, Streamer Zone GG, we've seen them have a more consistent season than ever before, truly putting to rest their old name of missed count. We've seen No Speaky continue to surprise us, leaping through with big breakthrough runs. ESC Gaming faster in their runs than most, even as they look to get those higher keys up. And Stamp, who maybe had some of our strongest performances in the time trials, but are looking now to sort of match and exceed that as they struggle to get their bearings. I mean, as we've watched today pan out, Dratnos, what do you think about how these teams have kind of made it here to this final day and how they're performing?
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory, of course, have just been on another level today and yesterday, right? Yesterday was perfect for them. Today has been so good for them that they are at 119 so early in the day that they're getting all of this time to fix their timers in these other keys. So Mandatory, I don't want to say unassailable, because there definitely is still time for the other teams to catch up, but they should be feeling really happy about where they're at right now. Although with a couple of deaths that have just happened in this Siege of Borealis, I think it's unlikely they're going to gain much time in this particular run. So that's kind of the downside, is they've accomplished so much already that now they're not they're not going to be able to accomplish much for the rest of the day. A little bit of fixing some timers here or there, but if the other teams are able to, for instance, have a path to 120, Mandatory will be very shocked by that and lose as a result. So they're definitely hoping that won't happen, and they're hoping that their timers hold. You can see on this siege, their boss 2 split, right? The 1328 was actually a little bit faster than all the boss 2 splits we'd seen from other teams even. But since then, they've had at least one death. So I'm a little bit worried that this isn't going to be that much faster than their previous attempt. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how this pans out for Mandatory. Unfortunately, of course, having those deaths in the banana alley, not great for Mandatory. We'll see if they can improve this time. In the meantime, while we were talking and while we were doing the caster switch, Stamp unfortunately did wipe on Avanox as well. They had to go again. And Stamp, actually the first team that ended up attempting this 21, and also the first team that ended up getting so close to finishing off that first boss, the boss of death that has caused so many wipes across their groups, but now not able to recover and getting that boss done. ESC Gaming, though, just finished off Avanox, and I was just about to talk about them, and as I saw their priest going down, they did have to use a battle rest here to get their priest back up, and they might be able to recover this. But yeah, being able to get Avanox down for ESC Gaming in the 21, actually a really good sign.
Yeah, Avanox we've kind of been talking about as maybe the hardest part in the Ara-Kara, right? Is if you can get Avanox down, the rest of the dungeon is still really hard on this plus 21 key level, but you've made it through the worst of it. So it should be a great feeling for ESC Gaming. You know, ESC Gaming spending so long yesterday working on the 21 Wake, able to come in today, put that on the board, and now they're working on this 21 Ara-Kara, and it looks like they might be the second team to do that. And, you know, it'll only get them to 117 points if they can, but then they actually have, you know, the 19 Stone Vault to get them to 118 shouldn't take too long, even though that's maybe a dungeon that they've looked a little bit weaker than the competition in. That still should be a little bit of a doable prospect. And then they'll maybe have, you know, an hour or two to try and make 20 Dawnbreaker happen and fight Mandatory for first place. And if that happens, they definitely are still fighting Mandatory for first place. You know, they have good time tiebreakers in some of these other keys. Their City of Threads is like a minute faster than Mandatory, and Mandatory aren't going to City of Threads to fix their timer there, which makes me think they don't think they can by that much, right? Not by as much as they think they can in Siege, where they don't have as much to gain. So yeah, I wouldn't count out really any of our teams, any of the 5 teams that are still playing here. They all have pathways to catch up to 119. So we do have ESC Gaming having a death, though, to a charge in this middle section of the dungeon. That's not good. These spot deaths in the Ara-Kara, you know, at the plus 21 key level, the timer is still somewhat forgiving because it's Ara-Kara, but it's not that forgiving. You have a couple of deaths here, and you might just deplete the key to timer.
And they have to be careful here. Getting past this first boss, but then having issues on this trash, not voting well for them, as they did lose their priest twice and their shaman as well. Thankfully it was their shaman, as they did not have a battle rest left to use. So the shaman was able to unk back up, and they might be able to recover this. But yeah, they have to play super clean from here on out to be able to time this 21. Because yeah, as you said, Mandatory, when they timed their 21, I believe it was a 0-death run, and they had like, it was less than a minute or around a minute left. So yeah, having 3 deaths definitely is going to be cutting it really close for EC Gaming here. We'll see if they can continue their run, or if they think they still have enough time. But yeah, Mandatory now on Hadal Dark Fathom, and yeah, since they're still in their run, I definitely think that they think they can still improve their time in this dungeon here. But yeah, having those 2 deaths, not ideal, of course. I also agree with your statement that all of the teams could potentially still catch up to Mandatory because of the nature of the tournament, and because Mandatory is just improving time tiebreakers now for quite a long time that we still have left of the day, right? So any team potentially could time this 21 Ara-Kara that they're in right now, and then they will be able to, I don't want to say easily, but they will be able to catch up to Mandatory if they get this 20 Dawnbreaker done as well.
Yeah, a lot of this is like, for instance, ESC Gaming and especially StreamerZone.gg have some really fast times in some of these keys. So if they can get to 119, and if Mandatory don't make big improvements to their timers, then they'll actually be very competitive for first place. Mandatory, on the other hand, they've got to, first of all, the big hope is just nobody can get to 120. I think you're probably safe in that, but you can't be feeling all that good about it. And yeah, you know, you can see they've already secured the fastest time in that Stone Vault. Of course, the 21s, they're the fastest in, which is great. The 20 Dawnbreaker, the only team to have that on the board. But the City of Threads, they are actually behind by more than a minute against ESC Gaming and exactly a minute against Streamer Zone. So that's a lot of time. A lot of the other dungeons are a lot closer than that. So Mandatory, I mean, they're in a good shape here, but they really, really would like to gain time in Siege. And then if they can, they'd like to go into City of Threads and gain a bunch of time there as well. It surprises me that they're not there because it seems like there's more time to gain in City than Siege. But of course, they know their practice timers and they probably think they have a much faster Siege as well. They had a couple of deaths in their Siege that's on the board. It's unfortunate they also have a couple of deaths in this Siege that's underway right now. The timer on the boss that they're looking for here is faster than 2612. And I think they're going to be just on pace with that. I feel like they're going to be putting up another exactly the same time here, like 32-34, which was their time previously in this Siege. I think this is going to be kind of a wasted 30 minutes for them.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're in a siege. I do wonder if they think that they can save a little bit of time here, and potentially they think it's like an easier key to run for them compared to the City of Threats. Maybe they just think that Siege is something that they can just do, while City of Threats maybe is like requires some resets for them. I don't know. EC Gaming though did have a death now on Anub'Sect, and they don't have a battle rush available. I think this is going to be
this kills the run. Yeah, you can see Pillow running into that cloud. That is tragic for ESC Gaming. Losing 2 B-reses to a trash section here, and then having no B-res on the second boss. I mean, that is just a heartbreaker because Avanox is so hard to kill, and they were able to do it. They were able to do it, you know, pretty well, pretty cleanly. But now they're going to have to reset that dungeon and go again. Meanwhile, our 3 other teams are all fighting Avanox. Mandatory in that siege, of course, and ESC Gaming resetting. The other 3 teams are all fighting the Breaker, the Wall, the Avanox.
Yeah, and we also do see a little bit of a difference. We do see Boomy go down for no speaky to a melee, actually, from a crawler there. Did have the Ankh to come back up, but yeah, the boss is still on 33%. We're gonna see another shortcast go through, and because of that problem there, they did not manage to get everyone to full HP and use their defensives properly to live through that Shrill. Yeah, those Shrillcasts, they're absolutely insane, and you need to have everything work out perfectly and use your defensives in a perfect way. So if anything goes wrong beforehand, it's gonna be so difficult for you. And as I say that, Stamp also loses their priest, their healer, to Avanox. They did immediately use the battle rest and get him back up, so they potentially could recover this run. But Streamer Zone having their tank go down, just everything falling apart. Wow. Yes. I feel like that was all you. You called Avanox the Breaker, and then all of the teams started wiping. I don't know.
Listen,
this is the
they
curse
were all
of
alive
Ratnos
when
again.
I was talking, and then you started talking, and then all 3 of them wiped. So you do the math on that one. It was interesting that they all died to the alerting Shrill as well. That was the damage hit that killed all of them. Although it looks like Stamp maybe still keeping it going up on the top right there, recovering this attempt. So not a wipe yet for old Stamp. They're actually pretty low on the boss as well. B-Res will be coming back for them soon, so that's got to be feeling good. In the meantime, Mandatory with a 26-10 split on Hadal. Yeah, you can see that's 2 seconds faster than their previous attempt, so they're making good time in here.
I mean, 2 seconds is 2 seconds, right? So we'll see if they can improve their time on the last boss as well. But yeah, Stamp now down to 23%. Did have a little bit of an issue earlier as their healer did go down. Managed to recover. Now have a battle rush available again. So they could potentially get someone back up if someone goes down. But very difficult to recover any sort of deaths on this fight. So the fact that they managed to recover a healer death is already impressive enough, as they are trying to kite those crawlers through now, focusing on Avanox as they do get another AoE cast coming in. Looking good. Down to 16%. I do want to ask one question, and I guess it depends on the team, but at what point do you decide that instead of going for... Because this 21 Ara-Kara, right? That is something you need to do if you want to win, because obviously Mandatory has the 21, and as I say, that Stamps tank does go down, and this is going to be a full wipe for them. They'll have to go again. But the question was, at what point do you think they should... I don't want to say, like, at what point should they just move on and try to get the other dungeons on the board, right? Because we have seen, like, we have ESC Gaming that has to do the 19 Stone Vault, for example. We have all the teams that still need to do the 20 Dawnbreaker. And I don't know what it is, but I personally think the 20 Dawnbreaker is easier than the 21 Ara-Kara, considering that Mandatory just kind of one-shotted yesterday. Didn't quite one-shot it, but, like, close enough.
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory also pretty much one-shot the 21 Ara-Kara. They put both of these runs on the board, making both of them look way easier than they are. I think they're kind of comparable difficulty. Like, I'm not sure which I would rather do. If anything, I think the Ara-Kara is maybe a little bit easier because it only has one, like, really hard part, and it's so early in the dungeon. Whereas the hard part of Dawnbreaker is like 5 minutes later in the dungeon. It's the last mini boss, the second boss. That section is like the most deadly there, so it takes you more time per attempt. And also, even if you're not going for first, if you're trying to fight another team for third or something, the same tiebreaker rules apply, where if they do the 21 in Ara-Kara and you do the 20 in Dawnbreaker, you have a worse scorecard than them. So I think it does make sense for the teams that are working on the 21 Ara-Kara to be doing that, with the possible exception of ESC Gaming and Stamp, who maybe should do the 19 Stone Vault at some point. I do think that, especially ESC Gaming, if they do the 19 Stone Vault, are going to have time tie breaks over No Speaky, and probably not, but potentially Streamer Zone, depending on how fast they are in the 19 Vault. So ESC Gaming would gain a placement by doing the 19 Stone Vault at some point, assuming that no teams succeed in the 21 Ara-Kara, which, of course, you're never feeling safe about assuming that about other teams, but it's definitely a possibility at this point. Stamp, on the other hand, I actually think Stamp are in the right place as well, because Stamp's time tiebreakers are so horrible that a 19 Stone Vault will only gain them that one placement over ESC Gaming. They'll never compete with No Speaky or Streamer Zone on time tiebreaks as it looks right now. So I think actually getting the point in the tiebreaker from the 21 Ara-Kara, I mean, if they get that on the board right now, it'll jump them up to second, which would be a huge increase. Whereas if they do the 19 Stone Vault, they're only getting fourth with like no chance of better, unless they then pick up another run somewhere else.
Yeah, I think you're right for Stamp for sure. Like, especially if you don't have a chance on time tiebreakers, I think spending your time in here does make the most sense. For some of the other teams, I don't know. I guess you're also right that the biggest the biggest pain point in this dungeon is so early that it seems like you are spending the time in the correct place.
Like, would you rather
get
20 tries at Ara-Kara or like 15 tries at Dawnbreaker, right?
Yeah.
Even if the Dawnbreakers may be a little bit easier, which I'm still also not confident in. I think they're probably pretty close. So I think the Ara-Kara makes sense, again, with the possible exception of that 19 Stone Vault for ESC Gaming, which I do think is a point that, assuming they get nothing over the next 2 hours, they probably should zone in there, even though it's going to feel pretty bad.
And we'll see. Mandatory in the top left is now finishing off the gripping terror here, and is going to be able to get that 19 on the board. They've already done. We'll see if they get a time
This is going to be a time improvement, a little bit.
So 32-34 is their timer, as mode almost goes down there at the very end. So they'll get 30 seconds approximately, which is not bad, honestly. We're thinking it might be pretty even. Yeah, 32-17.
15 seconds. Yeah. So the bad news for Mandatory is, like, you did quite a lot of work there for 15 seconds. The good news is that no other team has accomplished anything while you were doing this, right? So that's actually great, right? Especially if you're a team mandatory, every minute that passes while other teams keep wiping is a minute where your lead is just getting so big because the chances that the other teams are going to be able to do both the 21 Ara-Kara and the 20 Dawnbreaker are getting slimmer and slimmer. It's still not zero. You're still not comfortable. But at this point, if you're mandatory, if you can go and put up a minute faster in a City of Threads, I mean, you've got to be starting to feel really good about your chances because you're going to have, the fastest run in a lot of these keys.
So do you think they're going to do the City of Threats now?
I think so, yeah. Looking at the rest of their scorecard, like, unless they think they have a minute in the Stone Vault, for instance, and because they're already the fastest in the Stone Vault, but, maybe they think they've got time to gain in there. But their City of Threads is like, it's tied for the slowest, pretty much. Not quite. Okay, they're still a minute faster than Stamp in there, but they're more than a minute slower than ESC Gaming in the City of Threads. I have to imagine. I guess maybe their thought process still would be to go back to the Siege, because they did have a 3-death run in that Siege. So if they just did that run again without those 3 deaths, that's 45 seconds. That's a lot of time.
I mean, can we just go to the 22 Necrotic Wake already? Come on. Mandatory.
That's true. They could do that. That could be fun.
We would just like to have some content, please. Like, I understand the reasonable thing to do would be improving your time tiebreakers, right? Oh my god. Yeah. Look at where mandatory is.
Yeah, mandatory.
Wait, they're not doing the 21 though, right? I hope not.
No, we'll see. We'll see what they decide to do. Their 21 is already so fast. I think maybe they will do that 22. Maybe they heard you talking there and they're like, you know what? We don't care too much about maximizing our chances of getting the best share of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nah, we're going to provide some content for our friend who's asked us for it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mandatory. I'm glad you're looking out for me and for my content. And for the viewers as well. I mean, you're welcome, guys.
All right, well, we'll see which key level they do decide to put in, because it could be a 21 for a time improvement, but I think improving your timer in Necrotic Wake is so sketchy, just because it's like, that key takes so long. It is going to be a 21, though. Okay, so Mandatory are going to a Necrotic Wake where they already have the fastest time.
To be fair, like... Teddles brought this up, and I remember this happening for Mandatory, but they had a really clean run, but their Flash Crafter didn't snap, it didn't work properly when it went to Nalthor, so it snapped back down, and they had, I remember, I think it was Moat that died to melees through the floor, had to run back and get the Flash Crafter back up, so that cost them at least, I would say, a minute.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing all this speculating based off of the team's timers, other teams' timers, but the most important thing that these teams have is they know their practice timers in all these dungeons, right? So they actually can look at it and they can be like, yeah, well, even though we're a minute slower in City of Threads, we're actually only 30 seconds slower than our best practice time, whereas even though we have the fastest Necrotic Wake, we're a minute and a half slower than our fastest Necrotic Wake from practice, right? So that's where we have the most time to gain. The thing that is sketchy about the Necrotic Wake is that it probably takes the most attempts to get a completed key. But on the other hand, they've been looking so good today, right? Mandatory have been looking so solid that maybe this is a team that thinks they can reliably do 21 Necrotic Wake, which pretty much none of our other teams, except for maybe No Speaky, looked that good in this dungeon.
Yeah, maybe. And they also have all of this motivation to go now, right? After they have time, this 21 Ara-Kara, I feel like they can just do anything at this point, right? As I stated, unfortunately, ESC Gaming did wipe on the top right to Avanox. They were pretty far into the boss fight already, but unfortunately did not quite make it. We also have Streamer Zone and No Speaky on Avanox in the 21 as well. Top left and top right of the screen now.
Yeah, went 4 teams on Avanox for a brief moment there before ESC Gaming decided to call it. No Speaky and Streamer Zone basically tied on boss HP as well, although Streamer Zone have a little bit of extra timer for them here. No Speaky kind of backed themselves into a corner here against this Gossamer Onslaught. Cryptic's having to go bear form as he has to run through some of that, the webs, and that's actually going to take him down even through the bear form. Very unfortunate position there for him to be. Does get the B-res. Looks like they're going to be able to stabilize for now. The alerting shrill here, they're not all topped. Will No Speaky survive it? Yes, they will. But now another set of crawlers are running in. This should be a good opportunity for them to move to the other side of the map, though. Get all of them stacked together on that world marker. It looks like there goes that mass route.
Streamer Zone also having some issues as they also backed themselves into a corner for this onslaught happening right now. Looks like they did manage to recover and also have gotten back some room here. So, as I say, the Crims does go down to a melee from Avanox.
From Avanox?
Actually. That was
What?
the bubble? Maybe coming through.
Bubble out of range?
Yeah, from Kira.
That can happen. Or maybe an attempt at like bop, cancel bop. That sometimes can be a problem, although you can usually keep that with a taunt through it. Meanwhile, No Speaky having some issues where those crawlers are nearly getting under the boss. A nice knockback is going to keep it away, but 9% on the boss. That's still a lot of HP for them to chew through here, and they have not very much room left. Here comes that Gossamer Onslaught. They're going to have to be really careful to try and not pollute the remaining space that they have left in the room. Looks like they've now found the last safe corner, and No Speaky will triumph over Avanox. This is a big run developing for our North American team in the top right, just as it is for StreamerZone.gg as well. If Kira can survive that Voracious Bite debuff, which it looks like he barely is going to be able to do, they are also killing off Avanox. Slightly slower than No Speaky, actually, but both teams, similar Avanox splits, making their way now into the later part of Ara-Kara. Big potential for both of these teams here to advance to 118 and potentially start fighting back for first place. If this run works out, they are both very much still alive for that first place spot. If not, the day is going to be starting to get pretty short for that possibility.
Very nicely done by both of the teams. No Speaky on the top right did manage to finish off Avanox once already before on that 21. Ended up wiping on trash between Avanox and Anubsect. So hopefully that is not going to happen for them again. They do have that one Battle Rush available in case they need it. Same for Streamer Zone, as both of the teams did have deaths already. We talked about this before. The timer in Ara-Kara in the 21, it isn't as close as some of the other high skis we've seen. But you can definitely not have multiple spot deaths here and there. Like, at some point, that death penalty timer is going to be ramping up. I do believe that Mandatory had, like, a little bit less than a minute or so left on their timer, but they had 0 deaths. They actually had a really perfect run on their side. So, yeah, definitely not something you want to have too many deaths ramping up on. StreamerZone.gg in the top left, about to finish off this pull, as No Speaky is also finishing up their Guardian. So both of them looking okay so far, and Mandatory did finish off Lightbone with 1 death on the board. They are continuing, so they think that 1 death is not really the biggest problem for them here. I assume they do think that they just want to get that Flashcrafter to not snap back down once more on that 21.
A death coming in for Stamp against Avanox there in the bottom left. They are also getting low on this boss, though. It's going to be a recoverable Shaman death as well, not even costing a B-res, just that Ankh. As that Crawler is getting awfully close there, that X-marked Crawler. The Hex actually is going to come out as that Mass Root does eventually land. And they're able to keep this one going at 5%. Nice thing the Stamp are doing here, unlike the other teams, is it looks like they're going to be able to end this fight right by the exit of the room, although unfortunately their plans for that are thwarted as the Crawlers do spawn there. The next alerting Shrill is coming out and their Shaman is dead. No B-res landing as Supreme has to go bear form, and the boss now is starting to eat the Crawlers. Here comes that Voracious Bite at 1%, and the boss starts claiming lives. It does eventually go down, but they are going to town portal. Oh man, a Pyrrhic victory against Avanox there. For Stamp, they're gonna have to reset. Brutal.
Oh man, I feel so bad for Stamp. They had so many good tries on that boss, but then they always just fall apart at the very, very end of that boss fight. So close to finishing it off, and I mean this time they did, but obviously these deaths just gonna be too much for them to handle, and they cannot make up that time. So we'll have to go again. In the meantime, No Speaky and Streamer Zone that get past the boss as well on the top left and top right. So we'll see if they manage to get to Anubsect with some battle rushes left, because we did see ESC Gaming earlier actually make it to that boss, but then they had a death on, I believe it was their Shaman, it was Elbro that went down, and they did not have a battle rush anymore, so they needed to reset that dungeon. ESC Gaming now back in that 21 as well on the bottom left. So hopefully they can do that same thing again and finish off Avanox and get back to Anubsect. They're the only team that plays that rope. in Ara-Kara. It has been working out somewhat well for them for the boss. It definitely seemed like they have a little bit of a faster just boss timer, right? So they generally just do a little bit more boss damage on that fight, which of course is nice to see, but then at the same time you also take a little bit more damage because you're missing that Mark of the Wild.
Yeah, Mark of the Wild is something that we talked about it in some previous TGPs, and I think that combination of Mark of the Wild and Power Word Fortitude from the Druid and the Priest, and Diva Aura from that Prop Paladin, when you factor all of those together, that does make you a lot tankier. The Rogue does provide Atrophic Poison on the boss, so it also, sort of provides a reduction in your damage taken, right? It also can give you some effective health. It's a little bit less, useful depending on the exact damage that's incoming. Some places source some of the damage to the environment rather than to the boss, which the Atrophic Poison doesn't work against. But so like walking through the puddles on the ground, for instance, I don't think you're going to reduce your damage against that. But it still can be useful against most of the other damage that these bosses do.
Yeah, that's a good point. So the Rogue does come with some defensive utility as well that can be useful throughout that
Streamer
dungeon.
Zone.
We do see Streamer Zone have a death there to Web Bolt, and I think this is going to be a reset for Streamer Zone. Even if they manage to recover this, the deaths are going to be too much.
Went off.
Oh,
It looks
no.
like that is very, very bad news for Streamer Zone. Such a preventable wipe there. But here you can see No Speaky on that same section of the dungeon, making sure not to let those Alarm Shrill Stag Shell casts go off. One of those goes off. It's so bad. You summon an extra Blood Guard, you lose the count from the Stag Shell, and you basically are always going to die there. Even if you don't, the extra time that it takes at the plus 21 is probably prohibitive. So it's only No Speaky now that are past Avanox in this dungeon. ESC Gaming, Stamp, and Streamer Zone all sent back to the very start. This could be huge for No Speaky. If they can put this on the board, they're also the team that has the most attempts at that 20 Dawnbreaker already. They're a team that definitely looks like they're capable of doing it. So if they can put that together, all of a sudden they'll be at 119. Their timers aren't great compared to mandatory in a lot of these keys. So fighting for first place is going to be very difficult for them. Their best path might involve a long shot attempt at 120 rather than trying to fix time tiebreakers, depending on how long they have left in the day. But that path, both of those paths are still definitely technically possible. And even if not, 119 could secure them a second place finish here, which would be, better than third, better than fourth.
That is how that works, Ratnos. Yes.
Yep. That's more enlightened commentary coming in.
Thank you very much.
Stay tuned for more insights.
Well, yeah, I do think that No Speaky has, as you said, a potential to get this 20 Dawnbreaker done as well if they manage to time this 21 Ara-Kara. So they will be in an incredible good spot to at least get second place, right? There's still a chance to potentially beat Mandatory and get first place, even if they, once they get those two keys done.
Yeah, exactly.
As you said, it's gonna be a tall task for them to do, especially considering that there's not that much time left in the day. They still have to finish off this key, then have to go to Dawnbreaker. Even if they one-shot the Dawnbreaker, they would still only have approximately an hour left in the day, maybe a little bit more, to be able to get some of these time tiebreakers improved, which would be very difficult. So maybe No Speaky is going to be the team that ends up doing that 22 Necrotic Wake.
Yeah, that would be a big path for them.
About.
I mean, you know what? They basically did the 21 Necrotic Wake twice in 3 attempts.
Yeah, that's
there was
actually a
one
good point,
time where they lost it because of a very obnoxious throat cleaver, Fleshcrafter reset incident that wasn't really their fault. So I think there's a good chance. I mean, of all of our teams, it is Mandatory and No Speaky that have been the most consistent in that 21 Wake, meaning that there may be the teams that are most likely to be able to do the 22. It is definitely an exciting way that our day could end. Of course, there's still a lot of work before No Speaky get to that point. They have to clutch out the rest of this 21 Ara-Kara, which, like you said, the timer in here, it's more generous than, say, the 20 Dawnbreaker. Definitely more generous than some of these other keys that teams might attempt, but it is still pretty close at the plus 21 level.
Yeah, and I do think it's actually going to be somewhat close for No Speaky here as well. So even though they only have just one death on the board, they're 5 minutes away from the +2, which, And they still have to
Yeah.
go through 44% of this boss, and that's going to take quite a while still. So I
So
do think the time is actually going to be a bit close.
2206 is the time that Mandatory had on a noob Zect. And remember, Mandatory did have they had 40 seconds to spare at the end of the dungeon. It was also a zero death run. But yeah, if No Speaky can get this done around, as long as they're faster than, say, 23 minutes, they're probably still okay. I guess like 2250 is really where you start getting worried. But yeah, it looks like they're going to have time. 30% on the boss. This boss, it shouldn't take too much more than another minute and maybe 30 seconds. I think they're going to be a little bit slower than Mandatory, but I think they're still going to be on pace to time this key.
All right, yeah, let's take a look once they do finish up this boss, then we can compare those splits perfectly. Looking at the percentage as well from the enemy force, I do think they have a similar route to Mandatory. Actually, they have 80%. I think Mandatory was on 84, 85, right? I'm not
Okay,
100%
so
sure,
maybe they
though.
do have an extra pull that they'll need to do in the later part of the dungeon, which could take some of that time that they have. Yeah, this might be a photo finish for No Speaky here. This is one of those most stressful points in a high key where you're kind of super far from the end, but you're looking at the timer and you already realize that it's going to be close, right? And so you're just tense for the remaining 10 minutes of the key because you know it's going to come down to the last few seconds. You also know that if you make any mistakes, they are going to cost you at this point. So, No Speaky in that stressful situation here, watching the seconds disappear as they are trying to get this boss killed. Again, 2206 was the time that Mandatory had on this boss split. That timer is now passing for No Speaky, so they're going to be slower than that. They maybe have a little bit less count as well. This is going to be such a tight finish.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for No Speaky as the boss slowly but surely does go down. As I say that, not even a percent was removed from that health bar, as on a 21 these bosses are just so high HP. In the meantime, we did see, unfortunately, we did have an issue for EC Gaming as they did lose a player during Avanox on that Onslaught AoE. Did manage to get the Shaman back up. It was Albro. So they did save that battle res. Boss is still on 39%, so really high for them. I talked about them having that rogue, being able to get a little bit more boss damage up. You can see the rogue almost beating out Enhanced Shaman there on the damage. So definitely very nice comp for this boss in particular. But they're running out of space as Streamer Zone on the bottom left is having a wipe and they have to reset and go again. But Mandatory in the meantime, top right, they did finish off Amarth and are now up in the Necropolis. They still only have this one death on the board that happened at the very start of the dungeon. So yeah, actually looks like a really good run for them. I can check the splits for Mandatory on their 21 Necrotic Wake just to see if they're currently improving. Honestly, they were so fast though. All right, so we have a replay here for Mandatory. Oh, the
Yeah, you
Mandatory
can see
splits.
again.
Yeah.
There's that 2205, and also, like you said, they were already at 85% count, whereas No Speaky just a little bit over 80%. So we do see ESC Gaming in the bottom right, wiping once again to Avanox. Streamer Zone getting ready to start up the key again. But yeah, No Speaky, they are 30 seconds slower on a noob Zect than Mandatory. Mandatory had 40 seconds left in the key at the end, so No Speaky, 10 seconds of wiggle room, plus they needed to gain 5% extra count. I think by that math, they're maybe a little bit behind here.
I think you're right. That does check out that that's actually going to be a little bit difficult for them to execute. They do potentially they can do a risky pull here, right? This pull that we've been talking about, where they pull the Overseers and they're engaging the boss. I think you might actually try to do this. He's going close and close to middle. And we do also have these Overseers that they still have to pull that are patrolling around. Now, having Overseers on top of this last boss, especially if they're not low HP at all, is incredibly dangerous. Not only do they not have Bloodlust available currently, they would have to handle all of the boss mechanics while interrupting all of these Overseers as well, which would be incredibly difficult to execute. But I do think because of how close their timer is, they might have to attempt to do that. First, they do have to finish off these Swarmers, though, before they can do that, because I don't think they can pull those onto the boss. But the timer is definitely running away from them, so I do think, they have 3 overseers at this point. The one was really low, so they did finish it off now. But yeah, they soon will have to pull that boss on top of this trash if they want to still make that key in time.
Yeah, no speaky. 6 minutes and falling, the timer there. They are acutely aware of how tight this is going to be. They will have that lust. That is going to help a lot here. But yeah, fighting overseers with the last boss is super dangerous, right? So you just get these overlaps of mechanics where the boss is gripping you in and the overseers are creating these erupting web circles, and there's just almost no counterplay to that combination of abilities if it's badly timed. So they might be aware of the cast timers here of this, though. Yips might know, for instance, when he has to pull this boss. He's going to grab it now. Now, these overseers are almost definitely going to live into the first cast of that cosmic singularity from the boss. So hopefully he's figured it out and he's done the math on the cast sequences, and he's going to have it such that they aren't casting the erupting webs at the same time. As long as that's true, they can live almost any other thing that might be happening here. So yeah, this is going to be sketchy. Here comes that first erupting webs from the boss, erupting webs from another overseer, and now hopefully, yeah, beautifully timed. Look at this. Now there's not going to be any more of these. Yips is going to just hit the bubble, stay under the boss here. Keep these overseers on him, and looks like these overseers are going to die before they get now to their next erupting webs. Well played by No Speaky. Now it is just a math question. Will they be able to do enough damage, 85% of the boss's health, in 4 minutes and 30 seconds with a Bloodlust, with another few sets of cooldowns? That's going to be the big question. Mandatory in the top right, meanwhile, having a death there, mode going down to that throw flesh damage. Very difficult to survive all those throw fleshes. The priest in particular is extremely squishy to that ability. If you get targeted just a couple times, it is over for you, and it looks like that's what happened here for Mandatory. Remember, the time that they're trying to improve is 30 minutes flat in this dungeon. Right now, it's going to be close whether they can make an improvement on that. That was already such a fast run, but it looks like they're going to continue going for it here.
It definitely was a fast run. We'll see if they manage to improve that, but their Stitch Flash is so fast, and Nalthor is as well. So if they manage to execute that perfectly, I do think they can still do a time improvement for sure. We did see some more resets from the other teams in the meantime, while Mandatory is working on his 21 Necrotic Wake, and No Speaky is still working on his last boss. They might be the second team of this global final that can time the 21 Ara-Kara here. They look pretty good, but we're slightly worried about their timer here. They have 3 minutes 20 left, also 68%. I do think they do have the time, as the Bloodlust is coming up and all of their cooldowns as well, so they're going to be using that in just a moment. But definitely cannot have any deaths here. I think any deaths would probably be the end of this run, considering that they were a little bit slow and they already had this one spot death earlier. So they have to play pretty perfect from here on out.
All right, here comes Lust. Here comes every cooldown in the game. Anarchy with that Breath of Eons, having to dodge through the poison puddles that are being shot towards him here. We are getting very close now to the end of this timer. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left, and 53% on the boss, but it is falling so quickly thanks to that Lust. They are barely on pace right now, but this Lust is going to be fading soon. They will get one more power infusion, one more Ascendance, a couple more Breaths of Eons, and one more Incarn. So they have some more damage coming, but not an awful lot more. This is going to be a very close finish.
Yeah, it's super close. You can see how slowly that boss's HP is dropping, even though that Bloodlust is running and all of those cooldowns as well. So still going to be a lot of HP to chew through for the team. And the longer this boss fight is going on, the more dangerous it can be, as well as you're just getting more and more of these combinations of abilities. You can see those globes coming out as well, as all of these debuffs are running on a team. Also, it's down to 37%. I feel like this boss just takes forever. Every time I talk, I feel like I talked 30 seconds and the boss just lost 1% HP. 1 minute 44 left on the board. I don't know, Dratos. I don't know. I feel like this is just barely not going to be enough. What do you think?
I'm trying to do some math here on the timers. So they did 10% of the boss's health there in 36 seconds. So, I mean, they are going to get another set of cooldowns. It wouldn't be fast enough to do 10% every 36 from where they were at, but they are getting one more set of coolies here, so that could maybe just barely be enough for them as we are getting to that final minute of the boss here momentarily. I think they are a little bit on the slow side as it stands right now. This last set of cooldowns is going to have to do a lot of work for them. They maybe even have to start being a little bit greedier with the singularity, trying to get 1 or 2 more globals before running out for players like Boomy and Yips, who, you know, they are melee characters. Yeah, 22% here. The boss just has so much health left. I think they're going to be slow. It's going to have to come down to this set of cooldowns. We get one more Ascendance, one more Power Infusion. There's that Breath of Eons. There's that Incarn. This is it. This is their big damage moment. They've got a lot of time before that next Cosmic Singularity as well to just blast into the boss. Once this Breath of Eons pops as well, that is going to be big for them. They have to be able to not get hit by these poisons while also not running out, not running too far away. Now 9% on the boss with 16 seconds to go. But here comes that Singularity. They have to try and greed this a little bit, but they can't afford to greed it for too long now. 8 seconds, 7%. They're on the wrong side of this timer by just a few seconds. No Speaky have failed in this 21 Ara-Kara in heartbreaking fashion because this run wasn't bad. It only had 1 death. That 1 death, though, was the difference between this key being timed and depleted. But man, that means they need a perfect run with this strategy to actually be able to time the key. That is really bad news for No Speaky.
Oh man, I kind of hope that No Speaky has done more mistakes in their run here that were just not noticeable through deaths, right? Because of course we saw that's 1 death, but I do hope that there was other things that didn't quite go as planned. Because if this is their like strategy and they have to play it so perfectly that they need to go there with 0 deaths and still also like have good RNG on some of their like damage output as well, then I think that's not gonna be able to cut it. So hopefully there was some mistake they did here or there to be able to improve their timer a little bit, because yeah, that's unfortunately just going to be too close for them. We do here have a replay for Mandatory as they were fighting Stitch Flash on their 21.
Yeah, I wonder what happened here. Oh, the disengage, taunt, bear form. Okay, nothing bad here. This is just them getting the boss killed. Nice work. Yeah, the taunt to get the boss out of to get the boss unstacked from the abomination so that you can land the right spear here. And we're back to live now. Mandatory working on Nalthor the Rhymebinder. 30 minutes, the time for them to beat. They are on pace for a time improvement and nearly a 2 chest in this plus 21. Mandatory are just on another level today.
They're actually incredibly fast. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please. I mean, honestly, they are. They have been going so quick today. And you know, your shift also went so quick. And Nagura, we're going to have to say goodbye. But, you know, I think, do we get to see you again? Oh, no, this is the final goodbye.
It is.
For today, for this TGP.
It is. It was an amazing TGP so far. And I'm looking forward to watching the rest of it.
Awesome. Well, I know we'll probably have you lurking as the rest of it pans out, but Nagura, thanks so much for being on desk with us, and we'll be bringing Zyronic in as well here. Zyronic, I mean, we're watching here as Mandatory is trying to improve this time on the plus 21. We know we're coming into the last 2 hours of our day, and No Speaky and Streamers on GG were unable to get that plus 21 Ara, which seemed like it was going to be pretty important. So what are your thoughts coming into the last 2 hours for all of our teams here?
Man, I've just been sitting back for the past 2.5 hours enjoying the dungeon running. This is peak form from so many of these teams, and the fact that Mandatory has managed to just improve the stranglehold on the competition that they appear to have today is very impressive to watch. The question for me is, you know, which one of these teams is going to step away from the herd in challenge in the final moments of the day here? We're only at 2 hours left now, Dratnos, and so the time is really running out to set yourselves apart from the other teams.
Yeah, exactly. This is where it's going to start being such a high pressure end to the day for all of our teams that aren't Mandatory. Mandatory, if they can secure this run of 21 Necrotic Wake, they are going to be not locking up first place, but they've got to start feeling pretty darn good about it, because this is a huge bonus time allotment compared to the other teams. All of our other teams that have done 21 Wake, they have timers like 31-31, 31-17. even a couple that are in that 30-minute range. But Mandatory here are going to be putting up a 28, and then once they kill this Flesh Crafter, so like a 28-20, 28-25 here. So they are going to have minutes in Necrotic Wake, while also having the only Dawnbreaker as it stands right now, while also having the fastest Stone Vault, while also having the only Ara-Kara. So it's going to be possible for other teams to compete with some of that, but with only 2 hours left in our day, it's very unlikely that teams will be able to compete with all of those advantages that Mandatory have. Look at this graphic we have on the bottom left, right? The second fastest Siege, only slow by now 30 seconds in Siege. They're actually a minute slow in the city, but they are so fast in these other dungeons. When you add it all together, it's almost an unassailable time tiebreaker advantage that Mandatory are now sitting on, plus 2 very difficult points for any of the teams to even get to time tiebreakers against them.
Even if we were in a situation where Mandatory wasn't catchable, which they still are by a couple of the teams, the implications of finishing second versus third versus fourth here are massive pay jumps. We're talking about going from 20,000 to 40,000 for third to second. They are playing for a ton of money, so every single dungeon completion for all of the teams for the rest of the day is going to be a massive achievement. And really, we're still looking to see which of these teams is going to be the second team to put up that 21 Ara-Kara. Is it going to be Stamp, the team that did it in time trials 3 weeks ago, but just hasn't really been able to pull it off so far today? Is it going to be No Speaky, who we just saw miss out on that time by mere seconds? Is it going to be ESC Gaming, who's doing it differently, bringing the Rogue into the dungeon versus the other teams? Or is it going to be Streamer Zone, the team who started off the weekend so clean, faltered yesterday, but have been playing very, very well today, back up to the standards that we kind of set for them?
Yeah, remember as well, the difference between second place and, say, fourth or fifth place here, we're talking about a lot of money that the teams are still playing for, even if they don't think first is possible, which I think especially Streamer Zone, first is still possible for them, because they have a minute faster than Mandatory in Cydia Threads, they're faster in Siege of Borealis as well, so if they can be faster in Ara-Kara and faster in Dawnbreaker, that can all make up for the fact that they are 3 minutes slower in the Necrotic Wake at this point, which, yeah, that Necrotic Wake that Mandatory just put up is going to be a huge deal for them for their tiebreakers. It's so strong at this point, the fact that they have a 28-31 in that Wake. That is a huge powerhouse for Mandatory.
Oh, yeah. Something that's been surprising to me today, I was wondering where the main wall was going to be in this Ara-Kara. It turns out at the start of this dungeon, there's this giant enemy crab that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
And, funnily enough, speaking of Streamer Zone GG,
hey,
we're on a run. They're through Avenox. They've got that boss down. So they have a very real possibility of putting together a good attempt at the 21 here as they move in to these Bloodhulks, into these Web Mages. Can they get it done cleanly? Have to watch out for those extraction strikes as well. Those have taken out many a DPS player already today for those that are lucky enough to get through the first boss. So let's see if they're able to keep it clean. As a question here, what has really been the problem for Stamp today? Because on their first attempt in the 21, they got through Avenox. They got, pretty decent bit into the trash afterwards, but they ended up having a reset there. Since then, I don't think I've seen them get through the first boss. Has it just been, the typical mistakes we're seeing from all the teams?
Avenox has been the most difficult part of this dungeon for pretty much everybody. But yeah, you're right. I mean, there are teams that have made it through Avenox and then heartbreakingly wiped to easy stuff after that. I think it was ESC Gaming that wiped to a Stag Shell Alarm Shrill cast going off in the middle section of the dungeon, and we've seen wipes to the Anub Zect encounter, which, it's a hard boss, but it's nowhere on the level of Avenox. I think if you're any of these teams, if you wipe after Avenox, that's got to be so demoralizing. The only thing that I think is more demoralizing is what happened to No Speaky, where they didn't wipe. They had only one death, and they were still slow on the timer, because now look at the spot No Speaky you're in. You even have one death at the start of this dungeon, you're probably just calling for a reset, because your timer is so tight that you kind of need a 0-death run in this 21 to be competitive with that brutal timer that the dungeon has at this key level.
Yeah, hopefully they're not kicking themselves too much after that run, because when you lose to the timer like that, they were maybe, 30 seconds off at the end there. Man, there's just not a lot better that could have been done in that dungeon from what we saw. Maybe a quicker skip past the trash mob after a Anub Zect, maybe a little bit more efficient killing of one of the Bloodhulks in this middle section of the dungeon, but they've got to go back in and do it all over again. And it really seems like not only Avanox, but these polls where there are just like 5 different crawlers casting venomous spit on your group, putting those poison debuffs out on everybody has been another real thorn in the sides of these teams. They've really been not that consistent at dealing with the trash leading up to Avanox as well. So see if No Speaky can put together another good run here momentarily. But right now our main focus I think should really be with Streamer Zone. As they've gotten through Avanox, they're on the second of these trash pulls as well. Kind of keep an eye on those tag shells. Don't want to let an alarm shrill go off because that would be another 15 minutes down the drain here for them.
Yeah, it has happened before. Hopefully it won't happen again. It's one of the most frustrating ways to lose an Ara-Kara because it is so unrecoverable and it's so preventable. As you can see, Streamer Zone now grabbing in that hulking Blood Guard towards the end of this pack, making sure to keep those CCs up, although that fear is actually going to send the Stag Shell a little farther from the pack, which is kind of annoying. You'd rather have it be under and getting CC'd for free, getting hit by all that cleave. Looks like they are going to finish off that Stag Shell, though, and now they just have to deal with all that health that is on the Blood Guard. And yeah, the comp difference here is interesting as well. I wonder if that Rogue that ESC Gaming are playing might be faster, especially at this key level. A lot of these bosses have extra adds. Whenever you have a boss, I mean, actually all the bosses have some extra adds. Whenever that's true, the Assassination Rogue gets so much extra value because your energy economy, normally the reason that Assassination Rogue isn't like a top DPS single target class is because it just runs out of energy and you're just sitting there doing nothing for a couple of globals. But if you have extra targets, every extra target that you can put poisons and bleeds on gives you energy back. And so once you're fighting a few targets consistently, which all these bosses give you to a greater or lesser extent the option to do that, you get way more globals. You start to do a lot of damage to that primary target.
Yeah, it sounds like it's actually a really, really good niche pick in this dungeon specifically. You know, similar to the Dawnbreaker, there's a lot of mini boss mobs that you're
the Blood
really
Guards as well.
on as well.
Huge for
Blood Guards are great. Yeah, they should be really good focus target for that. And the other thing as well is on the final boss. Oh, Yaunt very low here at the very start.
Crim's
of the
down for Streamer Zone though. Gets autoed by a web mage somehow.
Melee? That must have been. Are they mind controlling a web mage perchance? That might be
maybe
what that was. We saw a little bit of that from Stamp earlier today, so they could remove one of those kicks from the fight. Yeah, you know, on the final boss, your prop paladin can just freedom himself and run through a couple extra puddles for you to spawn some extra blood,
make
so
some
you
friends.
can continue to gain extra focus damage whenever your normal ones that you spawn from every singularity kind of die off to the cleave. There's a lot of extra damage there. The question for me with the rogue on the final boss, who is your person that is breaking the little ads that spawn throughout the fight to spawn your puddles? Because normally it's the Boomkin who's just going to be kind of just moonfiring random targets, so there are enough of them on the ground. Is it just going to be the Og Evoker? Because that feels like it's not too efficient, but I mean, it has to be done by somebody.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I guess maybe the Og Evoker? You're right, though. It's doesn't feel great however you decide to do it. All right, Streamer Zone nearly at that second boss now. Last 2 Stag Shells here. They've got a couple of mobs just walking in. AJ going to run over and tag another pack here of just those little workers. Little blood workers for a little bit of extra count. Yeah, Streamer Zone are looking solid here. Maybe we can pull up the splits from Ara-Kara as well so we can see what they're looking at compared with Mandatory's plus 21 in this dungeon, as all of our other teams aren't even on Avanox yet. And I am curious a little bit what we're looking to have. I think the Anub's Zek timer we're looking for is 22:06. To be on pace with Mandatory here. So that would be about a 4.5-minute boss fight for them to be able to match that here.
You have to remember as well, though, Mandatory had 85% trash count, or like 84.5% when they engage with the Noobs Act, so Streamer Zone's going to have to pull extra count. They're actually in a very similar situation to where No Speaky was in their previous run. They had like something pretty fast, like a 22:30, I want to say, on their Noobs Act kill, but because they had to kill off 5 extra percent count over what Mandatory did, they ended up losing a lot of time in the final split of the dungeon. So let's see what Streamer Zone is capable of. Remember, like, the main strength for Streamer Zone, almost this entire TGP for them, has really been their speed. They have been one of the fastest teams in almost every single key. See if that continues to be the case here in this Ara-Kara 21. Only the 1 death so far as well, so that's going to help them out with the timer.
Yeah, they're you could see that they were a little bit slower on their Avanox split than Mandatory were. But hopefully this Anub Zek split will be an opportunity for them to reclaim some time. It seems like the middle section of the dungeon has gone fairly well for Streamer Zone. They are at 81.4% count. Now, Mandatory at this spot were at 84.9%, so Streamer Zone are going to need to pick up 3% more at the end of this dungeon than Mandatory did, but that probably shouldn't cost them too much additional time here.
Yeah, they got through the first part of this boss very quickly here with the 8 of the Bloodlust on top of their cooldowns, but of course we know that damage is going to slow to a halt. And when you think about the amount of HP these bosses have at this key level, we're talking ridiculous amounts of HP. Kikatal the Harvester, the final boss of this dungeon, has about 1.5 billion HP for them to chew through on this 21 key level. I remember you and Naguro, when you were casting this a few minutes ago, you're like, man, this boss is just taking forever. Yeah, that's a lot of HP to chew through. That's going to take 4.5, 5 minutes if they're playing perfectly single target literally the entire time. But of course, worry about making sure they're positioning perfectly for the toxins. They have to make sure they're out for the singularity, losing that melee uptime on the enhanced shaman. So it takes a little bit longer still, and every single one of these tiny inconsistencies in your DPS rotations will cost more and more extra time. So it's all about just playing every little thing perfectly. That's what it takes to get this 21 done. Streamers are now half HP. Remember, we're looking for a low 22, ideally, on the Anub'Zect kill for them here.
Yeah, that is, again, 22:06 is the timer that Mandatory had on this. They did a lot of damage very quickly on pull here, did Streamer Zone, but now that Lust has expired, I think this last half of the boss is going to take a little bit longer, as, a lot of damage coming out there on Jisoo on the Evoker. The Burrow charge as well, nicely baited in the corner. Hovered away. And they have 2 more minutes to catch up with this, yeah.
Your Og Evoker being the target of that dot is always a dangerous thing. That thing does more than your entire HP bar on this key level, so you have to get a ton of extra focus from your healer there. Holding on to that Og cheat death is huge for them because he is almost always going to be the most in danger person on this fight, especially when they're flying around on the Evoker class. It doesn't happen as much anymore, but usually when you see an Evoker die, it's usually because they've used one of their breath abilities and run into something bad.
Yeah, a little breath oopsie, these things happen. We've all been there. But yeah, hopefully something that won't happen too much here for any of our teams at this point. I mean, they really can't afford it. We only have an hour and 45 minutes left in our day, so every single dungeon now, the end is starting to be more and more in sight. I really like what I'm seeing out of Mandatory here. They have come out of their break and entered 19 City of Threads. This is the dungeon where they are the farthest behind on the timer. It's kind of the only dungeon where they're behind on timer. I mean, they're also behind Streamer Zone in the Siege, but other than that, this is the place where they have the most time to gain. Particularly, we're looking at that second boss split. They lost almost a minute compared to ESC Gaming on the second boss split here, so we'll keep track of that, see if they can bring it under that 17-minute mark and be on pace for a faster run. They did also have 2 deaths in their previous City of Threads, so just removing those 2 would save them 30 seconds. I mean, again, their time tiebreakers are already so good off the back of that Necrotic Wake. If they can shore them up in these other dungeons as well, they will become unassailable.
I was actually surprised that their Necrotic Wake was so fast already, because they were the team, correct me if I'm wrong, they were the team that had their Fleshcrafter not snap up to them and actually ended up kicking off mode. Yeah, so they actually probably lost about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes there, having to reset, go back, remind control, snap up again, get it in position, then pull Nalthor. So the fact that they had already had the fastest time in Necrotic Wake really shows how perfect their strategy in that dungeon was. Just going back and shaving off another 1.5 minutes really shows how impressively well this team has been playing this weekend. And covering the tracks going to the city, like you said, definitely the correct play. We have an Anub'Zect kill, though, from Streamer Zone in the top left corner, but this time, Dratnos, it's not great.
It's gonna be close.
30?
This is pretty much no speaky time.
Yeah, this is no speaky.
And they also have to get the extra count like no speaky did. I think we might be in for a repeat of the drama that unfolded just 30 minutes ago for no speaky here. As Streamer Zone sneaking around the side here. They can't afford to waste any more time in this dungeon. It is going to be either a very close timer or a very close depletion for StreamerZone.gg compared to that mandatory run, right? You can see 30 seconds slower on the first boss split. A little bit faster on that second boss split, but they're missing some count compared to Mandatory. And Mandatory only had 41 seconds to give at the end of this run. So Streamer Zone needs to catch up here. They need to accelerate into the end of this dungeon, or else they're going to have the exact same heartbreaking tragedy that befell No Speaky.
We do know from watching Mandatory and No Speakies run, this last boss is probably going to take anywhere around 5 to 5.5 minutes, so Streamer Zone should know from that, and also from the practice they've probably already put into this boss on this key level, that they need that much time to finish off the boss. So at some point, if they're still dealing with trash and they've crossed over that threshold of time, they definitely need to just pull the boss and go for it, even if they still have a couple Overseers left alive at half HP. Mandatory is wiping to the first boss, but again, they're just going to go for a reset. That's just 3 minutes gone for them. They're already in a commanding lead. They're just going for time increases at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Mandatory's best play might be to pull out those StreamerZone.gg voodoo dolls and start cursing StreamerZone here, because if they can prevent StreamerZone from getting this 21 on the board, that would be probably the biggest thing that could stop Mandatory, would be if StreamerZone can succeed on this run right now up in the top left. So 24 minutes, 34 seconds in the key. The last two Overseers here. Ooh, Zyro, this is not count, I believe. I think
they're 5 off with these.
Need
these
a
are
little bit
15
more.
each, right?
Yeah, now StreamerZone.gg used to be known as Missed Count. Hopefully, that name has been left in their past, but I fear that it might be their present. I guess they're... Okay, here come the Winged Carriers.
That's well carriers, yeah.
Okay, we're good. This is count now. All right. Okay, so we're chilling. Now StreamerZone just has to finish off these carriers, and they have to pull into the last boss with enough time to kill it, which probably means they have to do it with these Overseers still alive. And the danger there is that Overseer ability overlaps with the last boss are super deadly if you don't time it properly. So they need to pull the last boss very soon with the spell queue sequence figured out such that it's not going to cast the Erupting Webs during that Cosmic Singularity, because these Overseers need to be alive during that first Cosmic Singularity. Already, only 5 minutes and 50 seconds left for them in this dungeon. I think they have to pull the boss right now.
Pretty soon. They need to kill off the carriers first. You cannot pull these carriers into the boss. Charge plus the poison overlap will kill somebody, and the 15 seconds are going to be bad. They're going to go for it. They know they need to go for it, like you mentioned. 5 minutes, 40 seconds. The cooldowns were ready here. Look how low they're dropping to the damage from these carriers, charging around as they engage the boss. I think they're going to be okay. One final charge going out, but that carrier dies off mid-charge. One little charge for the road. The Overseers soon to follow with the cooldowns being popped here. They actually saved the Ascendance cooldown as well. They had it for that entire trash pull. They were saving it specifically for boss damage, so they know that this boss is going to take a long time to get through. They're optimizing purely for boss damage here.
Yeah, they should still get 2 more of those as well. There's that Singularity into an almost deadly overlap with the Erupting Webs, but it was nicely timed to be just on the good side of it. And that Overseer is now dead, so it is just going to be a question of boss damage here. That's all that they need to go for. 87% with 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. So I'm going to start keeping track here of the boss's health and the amount of time left, and I'm going to do some extrapolation, and I'll let you know if they're on pace or not. Meanwhile, oh no, Zyra, ESC Gaming, they had a kind of bad Avenox split, but they still killed the boss, and now they're wiping just after Avenox. Tragedy for them, and No Speaky having a charge death on their Moonkin, as it looks like, oh no, they've had a cast maybe go off of one of those stag shells. Very bad news there. 2 teams that managed to kill Avenox while we were focusing on the action on StreamerZone side, and then quickly were slapped back down to the start of the dungeon. Feels so bad anytime that happens.
The good news is they're starting to get past Avenox. The bad news is time is running out. You don't get that many more attempts at this dungeon, and in order for them to potentially win the whole thing, all of these teams on our screen that aren't mandatory, they have to get through this dungeon and go back and do more still. I mean, the big thing as well is you get through this Ara-Kara, if you're Streamer Zone, you've got a 20 Dawnbreaker looking you in the face, and I mean, we already saw how close that dungeon was. Mandatory only able to just barely get that key timed by the skin of their teeth. 3 seconds remaining in that dungeon. Streamers don't have to get through this boss first. Here is the big damage pump for this. Bloodlust came off cooldown. 2 minutes are available. Streamer Zone going to be pushing for maximum damage here. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this key to do 64% of the boss's HP. Been doing the calculations, Dratnos? Are we on pace?
Yeah, I'm working on it here. We'll see. In 8 more seconds, I'll have an early projection here of whether they are on pace or not. Now, the good news for them is they had Lust here, so they are ahead of the split, at least from 4 minutes. They're on pace. They're on pace by a medium amount as well. Will it be enough to stand up to when their lust falls off, though? I'm a little bit worried. Very worried about that. Okay, the next check-in that we're going to have is in 43 seconds. Will they be at 37%? Or better or worse than that? That's the line that we need to see here. I think they're going to be a little bit better than that. So I think they're on good pace here. Streamer Zone are doing a lot of damage to this boss. Now, cooldowns have expired, so their damage is going to be awfully slow for the next minute or so. But they will get one more Ascendance Power Infusion. They'll probably line it up with the Breath of Eons with that last Incarn as well. So they will have one more big set of cooldowns. They're beneath that 37% threshold that I mentioned for being on pace with about 15 seconds to spare. So, so far, so good for StreamerZone.gg. Stamp having a tank death as they've also killed Avanox in their run. It looks like they're going to be able to recover this potentially, although unfortunately no bubble taunt available to pick up threat on everything here, so they're going to lose more lives. This might cost them that timer, as their Avanox split was also not great. But yeah, Streamer Zone going to be a close finish here. 30% to go with a minute and 45 seconds left.
I think they're on pace. I think
They
they're on pace
are
with this next set of cooldowns.
barely. Yeah, the
They
cooldowns
can
are going to have
afford
to carry them.
no mistakes, though. 0 mistakes from here on out. One death might spell the end of this dungeon for Streamer Zone GG. Even though they have all the battle reses in the back pocket, you do not want to use a single one of them. And these toxins are going to keep doing a ton of damage. Barrier going down just for a little bit of added safety on the melee players here for Streamer Zone. They're going to have one final press of cooldowns, but they're saving them for the perfect moment. They're waiting for this Cosmic Singularity to go off. Yeah, Stamp wiped in the top right, but they were already bleeding out. We need to see if Streamer Zone can finish off this 21 here. 1 minute left on the key, waiting still for the perfect moment to press these cooldowns, Dratnos. I think it's going to be right after these poisons are finally gone.
I think they maybe will wait for this Cosmic Singularity as well, because they're going to lose some uptime as they have to dodge in on that Cosmic Singularity.
There they go.
All right, here comes that last set of cooldowns. No, like you said, I guess the nice thing is that all of your characters can do a bunch of damage from range anyways. And yeah, there's quite a long time before this Singularity anyways. So yeah, things are looking good for Streamer Zone here. 8%. 32 seconds.
Close.
This is to catch it back up here. The Singularity here, they're going to lose some uptime as they try and run out to dodge. Everybody's managed to get safe in these corrupting blood casts.
One final Incarn for Yargi at the last second, just now pressed.
Yeah, 3%, 2%. The boss is melting here for Streamer Zone, and by a few seconds, they are going to be able to put this on the board.
Wow.
12 seconds to spare. Streamer Zone advanced to 118 points, and they are now 1 point away from mandatory here. Dawnbreaker plus 20 is where Streamer Zone have to head next, but that was an incredibly impressive run we saw out of them.
Clutching it up in the last moments here. And they're going to reward themselves with the remainder of their break timer. 10 minutes to think about their strategy for the rest of the day. Obviously, we know they need to go for that Dawnbreaker to try to match the points of mandatory, but you can look at the timers here in the bottom left-hand corner. The time tiebreaker is obviously heavily favoring mandatory after they've been able to just, for the past hour and a half now, go back to their previous timed dungeons, improve the timers in every single one of them. They've been methodical about it, getting them done incredibly quickly. Streamer Zone need to get this done very, very quickly if they want to keep that chance alive of fighting for the title today.
Yeah, they are not faster in a lot of these keys, but they do have some advantages. This City of Threads, Streamer Zone were a minute faster than mandatory in the City of Threads, so they do have some strengths on the times. They probably need a fast Dawnbreaker, and then they'll need to do like a rerun the 21 Wake and do it around the same time as mandatory, or do something crazy like a 22 Wake. Those are probably the pathways here for Streamer Zone. I mean, you can see their icon is on a lot of these keys, right? They are in the top 1 or top 2 in pretty much every dungeon except for that Wake. So,
wait, Drados, what if Streamer Zone are just going to go for it? They have another strategy. They have another path to victory. They could just go 22
for the 22 Wake
Necrotic
right
Wake right now. You have an hour and a half left in the day.
That is a crazy call, but it would win them. If you think about it, right? Your paths to victory, if you're Streamer Zone, 20 Dawnbreaker, and then you have to fix like 4 minutes of time tiebreakers across the rest of your scorecard. That would be very difficult to do. Maybe a more realistic path is literally the 22 Necrotic Wake. Yeah, I think that is a possibility here, as they are going to have to think about it during their break, but that would be super cool. I think that's their best chance. Okay, the problem with doing that is if you do that, another team might yoink second from you if you fail. Whereas if you put up the 20 Dawnbreaker, you're securing that second more safely.
I think both of them are ridiculously difficult. Like, I mean,
Right.
what really, how much faster could you potentially go on that Dawnbreaker, and how long is it going to take to get done? I think Mandatory has been playing on another level, and even they took a while to get that key done yesterday by their standards, and they only barely got it done by 3 seconds. I mean, can you really be confident that you'll even get that Dawnbreaker done in the last hour and a half? I feel like if you're playing for just a safer second place, rather than playing to win, oh man,
Yeah.
I want to see them play to win.
I love it. I mean, they looked sketchy in the Necrotic Wake 21, but, they're a really good team. It only takes one perfect run of the 22 Wake, and all of a sudden, they could secure that first place spot. I mean, that would be incredible to see. They have an hour of attempts to throw it in, an hour and 20 minutes even, once they come back from their break, so I would love to see that. Imagine they go for it, and then Mandatory sees it, and then also starts going for it as well. That would be such a hype finish to our day.
They would almost have to, right? Because
Yeah.
they have to cover their bases. I mean, you see the other team going for the one thing that could knock you out of that top spot that you've worked so hard to play for this weekend, that you've been covering with your time increases. You can't let them go for that. That would be so hyped to see. Hopefully they come back from the break and realize that's just what they need to get done. As impossible as it may seem. Remember, we haven't seen a 21 done in any dungeon on live. The fact that we're even talking about a 22 being potentially attempted at all after timing 2 21s this weekend is absolutely insane, but I think that's what Streamer Zone needs to get done. Probably 5 minutes left on that break, and we can see what they have decided to do. In the meantime, though, a lot of teams still working on this Ara-Kara. ESC, another attempt at Avanox coming up for them here. Just now pulling the boss. And we saw last time around, they got through the boss, but their timer wasn't particularly great. They had like an 11:30 Avanox kill. The rogue, I mean, the theory seems great for them, right? It seems like, man, this rogue can really do a lot of focused single target damage, especially when ads are available. The timer, I feel like it really needs to be a lot better for them, for them to have a chance to time this key. We've already seen how tough the DPS check is.
I do think that they should be speeding up in the second section of the dungeon a little bit with this comp, so maybe they can afford to be a little bit slower on the Avanox split and still be on pace to time the key. But of course, in order for us to find out, they're going to have to actually live through the middle section of the dungeon, which has yet to happen.
I'm being told from a reliable source, that's Twitch chat, by the way, that Kira has changed to Necrotic Wake talents. If you want to watch the Kira Tank POV, you can go over to twitch.tv/KiraTank_TV whenever they start doing these attempts at whatever dungeon they choose. But our players, they're so locked in for all these keys. They've got an individual talent set up for each dungeon. So they went for the Necrotic Wake. Are they going to be going for a faster time increase in the 21? Or are they going to be going for the 22? They do have 3 minutes to shave off in the 21 if they're worried about time tiebreakers versus the other teams compared to what Mandatory did.
Yeah, this is, it is a possibility, but I want to see the 22. I think that is, that would make my day if we saw a team attempt that. I would immediately be converted into a StreamerZone.gg fan, which I've been liking their performance over this weekend. I've been a No Speaky fan. It's been a tough hour for a No Speaky fan out here, though. Let me tell you, Zyro, the wipe we saw, or the deplete we saw in that Ara-Kara, that was heartbreaking for us No Speaky heads.
Yeah, it's tough out here being a North American fan, but we got to stay strong, Radnos. I mean, the No Speaky guys have been playing also lights out all weekend. I think they have it in them. We saw they have it in them. They just got to find the extra pump. It probably really just came down to Boomy actually speaking, which is not what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to not speak. And because of that, they didn't get enough Baldos on the final boss. I was actually watching the Boomy POV. He only ever got up to 3 or 4 Baldos during his cooldown. I've seen people get up to 8-ball those, and that's a ton of damage you can pump out when you've got that damage going, those lightning dogs coming in clutch. So I believe No Speaky can get it done. They'll come back from this break energized and ready to pump.
Yeah, I think so as well. This is the last breaks that any of our teams have to take as well, for anybody who's been tracking that. Once these breaks are finished, all of our teams will have all of their break time done. Mandatory having a death there, as they are working on improving the City of Threads time tiebreaker. We're looking for somewhere in that 16-minute range, 16 to 17 minutes on the Fangs of the Queen split, for them to be on pace for a time improvement. So keep track of that up in the top left. Meanwhile, ESC Gaming nearing the end of this Avanox fight. Could this be the run where they finally get deeper into the dungeon? Their timer is looking pretty good, Zyro, as well.
Oh yeah. This is incredibly fast. Only 10% left on the boss here for them. They can go for a sub-11 split on Avanox here if they're able to keep it clean. Now, there is a little bit of extra attention to detail at the end of the boss fight here as they leave those crawlers CC'd away from the boss. Speed's not going to be gaining any of that extra single target damage from having extra targets bleeded. Also, a lot of healing still needs to be done for the Gossamer onslaught, so Pillow's not going to be able to really focus on the single target, but still, the split should be fantastic for them here. They're going to get one more set of ads to spawn that Alerting Shrill, doing a ton of AoE damage. He's also just going to be CC'd off in the corner as well, and yeah, ESC Gaming on a fantastic split, and yet another post-Avanox attempt in this 21 Ara-Kara for them.
And down it goes, 10:30. The Avanox split for ESC Gaming. This could be the run for them. They are a little bit behind the rest of our field, but once they can do this key, if they can then go and put the 19 Stone Vault on the board, all of a sudden, their time tie breaks might be competitive. If they have a fast Ara-Kara, they might be able to actually start fighting for that first and second place on those time tie breaks as well. They might also be another team that gets put in that position to go for the 22 Wake Gambit. We'll see if that is a possibility here. Of course, they'll have to live through the middle section of the dungeon first, and that's something that I think this was the team that had the Stag Shell cast go off earlier, so that's going to be something they're really trying to avoid this time.
We'll see if they're able to get through it this time around. Meanwhile, No Speaky is back from their break, ready to pump like we were talking about. Can they be the third team to put that Ara-Kara on the board? We'll see how they're able to get through this first section of the dungeon this time around. That means Mandatory will be back pretty soon as well, and sorry, not Mandatory, excuse me, Streamers on GG will be back pretty soon as well, and we'll get to see what they've got cooked up for us as well. We'll see what they can get done, if they can potentially compete with Mandatory for the title. Speaking of Mandatory, what kind of split were we looking here?
Yeah, we're looking for faster than 17 minutes, and I don't think we're going to find it here. I think Mandatory are on a slower pace than they were in their previous City of Threads. We can maybe pull up the splits in that dungeon to directly compare, but I think they were at around that 1706, something like that. Let's see. 1709 was their previous Fangs of the Queen split, so yeah, I mean, they had 2 deaths in that run. They have 1 death in this run, but I think this is going to be slower than 1709, Zyro. I don't know. I don't think this is going to be a time save for them. All right, StreamerZone.gg entering Necrotic Wake plus 21. So they are going for a time improvement in Necrotic Wake 21. Now, Zyro, the problem with this is that they need another point to even go to time tiebreakers against Mandatory. So this is the epitome of playing for second here, is what StreamerZone are doing right now. They're saying, all right, we don't think we can get to 119. We don't think you guys can either. We think that 118 is good enough for second place, and we think that we want to fix our time tie breaks to lock in any potential other teams to not be able to catch up to us if they get to 118, as Stamp wiping at the end of Avanox there. Tragic for that team. And yeah, Mandatory up in the top left. This isn't going to be a faster run, I don't think, of this City of Threads. 1738 on Fangs the Queen. They would have to really speed up at the end of this map. But what do you think about this call from StreamerZone.gg?
I think this is kind of telling of what their mindset is for the rest of the day. I think you really only go for this play if you are extremely concerned about going for the Dawnbreaker. I'm not too sure. I mean, to be clear, in order for them to win the entire competition without I mean, at all. They need to do both this and go for the 20 Dawnbreaker because they're going to need to make up a ton of time. Mandatory's been breaking the
So I guess
records
this
in
is
every
still
single
playing
key.
for first in that sense, right? Like you get a big time
Exactly.
save here, and then you go do the 20 Dawnbreaker, and you're trying to fight mandatory on the time tie breaks. But then if that doesn't work out, if you can't get the 20 Dawnbreaker, you're at least kind of securing second place here. Although the problem is the ways you would lose second place would involve a team catching up in the Ara-Kara, and if that's No Speaky look like they can put up the 20 Dawnbreaker as well. They almost did it yesterday. I think they could do it today, even with only an hour to try it.
So yeah, they're kind of
ESC
doing both.
Gaming, after such a great start to that Ara-Kara town portaling out, no! That is so tough, and at some point ESC Gaming might have to start thinking about saying, you know what, we can gain a couple $1,000 if we go do the 19 Stone Vault and take third place from No Speaky. Might be something that they have to consider soon.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the thought process for Streamer Zone here, again, like we were talking about, they're eventually going to need to go for a faster time here as well. They are 3 minutes slower than mandatory in this 21 Necrotic Wake. So they're going to need to improve their timer by a ton to even have a chance of competing based off time tiebreakers. The thing about the Dawnbreaker is it seems like the middle section of that dungeon is just so RNG laden, right? Which targets get the dots from the manifested shadows if you're able to burn them down before their dark flows in time properly, before, what the timing of the dots in it is as well. There's a lot that can go wrong in that middle section, so I feel like they don't need to spend a whole bunch of time in that dungeon. If they get it done, they'll get it done. That's kind of what I'm assuming their thought process is there. They just want to both go for the offense. They need to get this faster time in the Necrotic Wake. But they're also playing defense against a potential No Speaky, right? No Speaky, they are the closest team to getting this Ara-Kara done. They are very, very close to Streamer Zone as well in the times. So Streamer Zone are just making sure they get the second first here by getting a faster Necrotic Wake, which they know they can do. And then I think they'll go to the Dawnbreaker afterwards if they get a time they're comfortable with here.
Yeah, we know there is a lot of time to save in a Necrotic Wake, right? If you land all of those cleavers, if you have a perfect run, I mean, they could save, multiple minutes in this. And again, if Streamer Zone can do that, they are a minute faster than mandatory in City of Threads. They haven't done the Dawnbreaker yet, so let's assume they can be on the same pace. I mean, they have to be on the same pace there, because if they're any slower, they'll deplete the key. So they either are equal or faster in the Dawnbreaker if they can do it. They're faster in the Siege. They're slower in the Stone Vault, but not by that much. And they're slower in the Ara-Kara, and also not by that much. If you add together all the dungeons that aren't Dawnbreaker and Wake, Streamer Zone are, I think, 30 seconds faster than mandatory. Let's see. Yeah, they're 30 seconds faster than mandatory across the other 4 dungeons. So, if they can get Necrotic Wake down to, say, 29 minutes, and then they can do the Dawnbreaker, then they're in first place. So, that is the good news for them. The other good news for them is I don't think mandatory are going to be faster in this City of Threads than their previous run. So, I don't think mandatory are improving that time, because that would be a huge thing for mandatory. If mandatory can get this City of Threads to like a 34-minute spot, then all of a sudden Streamer Zone will need to do like a 28-30 Wake on pace with mandatory and a 32 flat in the Dawnbreaker, right? They'll need to like save time in Dawnbreaker too, and that starts to get really sketchy. But as long as mandatory don't improve the City of Threads, Streamer Zone actually do have a non-zero path to victory here through this time improvement into a Dawnbreaker strat.
Oh, well, okay, there's another line of thought that we haven't even really gone into with this 21 Necrotic Wake for Streamer Zone. What if they're playing this 21 Necrotic Wake still first for the same reason as defending against No Speaky's potential 21 Ara-Kara time, but also refamiliarizing themselves with the mechanics of the dungeon so that they can then pull a sneaky switch into the 22 at the end of the day, right? Lull mandatory into a false sense of security. If they're watching the stream, they're going to be like, oh, Streamer Zone's just in the 21. They're not playing for the win. Then near the end of the day, little flip over to 22, go for the win, hope that mandatory doesn't notice.
Yeah, a little practice run that we're seeing right now for Streamer Zone. That could be it. Maybe you hack the observers and make the weak aura say 21, but it's actually a 22 that you put in as well. And then you do like a big reveal at the end of the dungeon. This is actually a 22 all along. We'll have to see. We'd have to get a ruling about whether you'd get banned for hacking the observers. I have a feeling that would be somewhat frowned upon, but you can't know unless you try.
To do that.
It's
Yeah,
not
no one's
specifically.
tried it yet.
It's not in the rule book one way or the other, right? I haven't seen any lines about it in there, so that's potentially it could be a fun strat. It's mandatory having a death here on a coagulation. That's got to be the end of this run. I think there's no way they'll fix their timers with a tank death on the coagulation, so they're going to reset. And let's see what they decide to do now, because it seems like. Here's the thing that makes me think they can't gain that much time in City of Threads, Zyro. They didn't choose to go here first. They were like, okay, let's go to City of Threads, or let's go to City of Threads after Siege and Wake, that we gain time in those dungeons, right? So I kind of feel like Mandatory have looked at their practice times, and they're just slow in City of Threads, and maybe they don't actually have a big chance of gaining time in here.
Yeah, it's a weird situation they're in, because they're kind of doing the same thing Streamer Zone has been doing all weekend, where they're a little bit too fast for their key level. They're a little bit too good for the amount of time we have in the competition. They're trying to find ways to improve their position in the last hour and 15 minutes in here, and they're kind of running out of them, right? They got a really good time in Necrotic Wake. They've got a pretty good time in Siege. They're really only talking about potentially getting 15 seconds here, 30 seconds there if they go for time tiebreak increases. And all of the +1s they potentially have available to them are just so insanely difficult that maybe those 15 or 30 seconds are the smarter play for them at this point. I think if you are them in this spot, though, you need to start thinking about the possibility of Streamer Zone going for the 22. I think Mandatory might actually start putting some attempts into that in a little bit here if they aren't confident with their City of Threads runs.
I'm getting a report here that actually somebody is bringing some Love Watch and Copium energy, and unexpectedly, it's Tettles.
Okay.
So, come on.
Hear me out. I think there's an actual path to victory for StreamerZone.gg. Now,
yeah,
I actually do think it involves them having to rerun this Necrotic Wake and timing this key and getting close to a similar amount of time that we saw for Mandatory. They can actually be probably even like 30 seconds slower, and it can totally be fine. But they're a minute faster in City of Threads. I mean, obviously the path involves Mandatory not improving the City of Threads here in the bottom left, because StreamerZone.gg are 1 full minute faster in the city. But and it also involves StreamerZone.gg timing the Dawnbreaker. But I think that they can actually time the Dawnbreaker 45 seconds faster than Mandatory, just looking at the other 20 Dawnbreaker attempts that have ever been posted. I think that it's insane cope. But I think
they don't even have to be faster there. Like, if Mandatory don't improve in the City of Threads, Streamer Zone are a lot faster in the like in the Siege, in the City, and they're not that much slower in the Stone Vault or the Ara-Kara. So even if they only get the Necrotic Wake down to like 29 minutes and they get the Dawnbreaker right on the timer, I think they're faster.
That's what I'm saying. We need this Necrotic Wake to be faster, and we have to time the Dawnbreaker. It's a long shot. I'm just saying that I was sitting there looking at the numbers, and I feel like there's like a copium path to victory that exists here for Streamer Zone.
No, I love it. I love it. I mean, I think it's great to come in, and I agree with you. I'm also cheering for Streamer Zone GG. I want to see them get in here, whether it's that +22 Necrotic Wake or what it might be. Now, Dratnos, we're going to say farewell just for a little bit. Dratnos will be back, everybody, for the closing out of the day, but it'll be Zyronic and Tettles here on the desk. So, I mean, Zyronic, what do you feel about Tettles' possible path to victory for SCGG?
I think he brings up a good point. I think the key factor amongst all of these possible paths to victory is Streamer Zone needs to finish off this day the way they started off the competition. They need to be absolutely perfect for the last hour and 15 minutes of the day. We did have a death on this trash, but they had a Frostbolt while it go off from a mage, which isn't ideal.
It's a little bit weird.
But, I mean, they're still getting through the pull, and this is actually not that bad of a timer here. 10:30 on this kill of this Necromancer. It means they're going to be getting to the double Marauder split at about 11 minutes, which, if I'm not mistaken, is quite fast for a 21. We'll have to see how that actually pans out when they're able to get to a Marth and get that boss down. We'll have a better comparison there, but honestly, you kind of expect to have a death here or there in a 21. It's incredibly difficult to stay perfect in this dungeon.
So it was their previous Amarth split was 15:49. I think that some of the fastest Amarth splits that we've seen so far are like 13:45, maybe like 14 minutes. So I think that, like Dragonus was saying, we need like a lot of time off of our previous best Necrotic Wake. But I can see how they can make it there, assuming that the Amarth split is like really good.
Yeah, We'll have to see. Obviously, this is the second Bloodlust poll from them. The main focus here, need to look at the tank here. Can Kira parry all of those bleeds?
Yeah. Okay. So
are they saving that cauterize at the last second?
Mandatory's best of Marth was 14-17. A Marth is around a 2.5 minute fight once StreamerZone.gg get it pulled. I think that for like potential tiebreaker implications, the worst case scenario for their Marth split probably needs to be around like 14:30, maybe like 14:45, and they have to have like a zero death perfect like now Thor. I think that's a boss where you can actually lose a ton of time. Is especially if you lose it to deaths or whatever. Like people intentionally sack to that fight a lot, but I think that you can actually save a decent amount of time because whenever you're dying, you're doing that for safety, but you're never doing that in terms of like trying to actually make the time faster in the dungeon.
Yeah, I think it's actually funny. You watch Boomkin players on that fight literally saving incarn charges for the 1v1 with a siphoner so they don't have to sack 15 seconds. I mean, it just has to be done. That's what they have to do to win that fight. So hopefully they can keep it clean here. They do have a sorcerer, of course, with the monstrosity that they have to worry about.
The Copium path to victory also involves mandatory not improving their City of Threads. That's also a big, like, you talked about it involving streamer zone timing the keys and having a perfect in the day, but it also involves mandatory not improving anything.
Well, I mean, it looked so far so good for Streamer Zone, right? Because this 21's going pretty well. They got past Blightbone in their first attempt, which has been one of the major struggles that first trash pull for a lot of our teams yesterday when we saw like 4 or 5 teams attempting the 21 Necrotic Wake at the same time. And also, we saw Mandatory struggle in their first attempt at that City of Threads. Their split on Fangs of the Queen was actually 30 seconds slower than it was yesterday, so they really didn't seem to be making up a bunch of time in the first attempt. Obviously, more reps will help out with that if they're able to optimize a little bit more as they go through more attempts here, but, you know, you need a little bit of hopium, you need that little bit of extra help if you're a team in Streamer Zone's position. You need to be able to think that you can potentially win this competition. No Speaky, though. Haven't talked about them in a while. They got back from break, and they've been back to business here in this Ara-Kara here. We're going to see a good Anubzect attempt for them on their first attempt back from break. After that heartbreaking just fail to time the key at the last second on Kikatal. They had the boss at 4%.
That's a lot.
The timer on the dungeon ran out. Just brutal.
I mean, that's just absolutely heartbreaking for them. And I mean, for No Speaky, so whenever we're talking about the Copium path to victory, we're kind of talking about Streamer Zone, retrying this 21. For No Speaky, you know, I feel like the paths to victory for them are very difficult. I actually don't know, without them being able to put up like maybe a +1 in the Necrotic Wake, making that go all the way up to 22. I don't know what their paths to victory are, but there's still thousands of dollars on the line too. Like, it's not even necessarily just about winning the TGP, although that is what all of these teams want. But we have like a $200,000 prize pool, and so even just like the second versus third place implications are huge.
Yeah, I mean, it goes, obviously, first place gets the lion's share at 80,000, second place 40, third place 30, fourth place 25. The jumps are huge. An extra $5,000 or $10,000 just for getting one single dungeon run done on time is massive for the team. So they're going to be playing for every single placement they possibly can at the end of the day here. No Speaky, their first path to that second place finish is going to be finishing off this Ara-Kara. We're looking for a low 22 on the Anubzect split for them here. They pulled this boss at 17, which is already a good sign. Last time around, I think they killed off the boss at around 2240. So anything faster than that will be a good sign.
22:30 is about the time where I'm like, oh god, we are in trouble. Like we are going to be very, very close up against the timer. But yeah, I mean, I think the slowest 20 in the world was timed with a 23-minute even Anubzect, so that's tough. And yeah, Streamers on GG. I heard the noises you were making. Yeah. A full wipe on Amara, it's going to be an unfortunate situation for them. They were looking a little bit slow on this boss anyways. I think they need a slightly faster first boss split.
Yeah, something in the 5s we want to see for sure. That 620 is definitely on the slow end. And I mean, that can happen in this dungeon. We were talking about Necrotic Wake yesterday. Every single throw cleaver has to be positioned perfectly for a good time in this key. Every throw cleaver needs to go into a boss, needs to go into Narzuda, needs to go into a Marth. Needs to go into the Marauders.
Ooh,
He's doing the
Stamp.
Necromancers. Needs to be perfect. Stamp again. Another heartbreaking wipe after working their way through Avanox.
That was a
These
good
wipes are the
split for
worst,
them.
man.
You know, at 10:59,
It was.
they have a little bit more count than most of the other teams coming out of the first boss area. So 10:59 for them is totally acceptable. I saw some of their earlier attempts, and it looked like they were projecting to have like an 11:45, maybe like 11:30. So I was a little bit worried about their ability to be able to time the key, looking at it timer-wise. But I think that that 11-minute Avanax, especially with the count that they had, they were fine. They were going to be totally fine, assuming that they didn't have any major mistakes. And I mean, that's what made Mandatory run so impressive, right? We knew that after you got through Avanax, you were through the hardest part of the dungeon. You were going to be less likely to reset. But the fact that Mandatory, the first time they made it through that boss, they were able to clutch up and time the key, that put them in just an awesome position. Like, that really has set them up to be able to win the TGP. Just that, like, singular moment, being able to clutch up and time that key 2 hours into the day.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Dawnbreaker is really just icing on the cake for them. They have so much faster times than the other keys. Even without the Dawnbreaker, they would still be in the first place slot right now. Not by that much, but the Dawnbreaker is just extra for them. What do we think, though? I mean, this no speaky run. The other thing as well, also, I want to point out about the Mandatory run, their splits were insanely fast, but they also had more count at this point in the dungeon, right? They had 84.5% count, which meant they were able to skip the final 2 Overseers.
So yeah,
what were they doing for extra count?
There's a difference between. So they played the double Overseers. Yeah. That's the difference. Is that Mandatory didn't play the double Overseers. No Speaky is playing them. So Mandatory only played those winged carriers solo, and then they took them into the boss whenever the bosses or whenever the mobs were at 20% HP. They jammed their power infusion ascendants and just kind of blew them up whenever they were at 20% HP. It's just a slight deviation in terms of like strategy. It allows you to get the boss pulls a little bit faster, but we saw No Speaky have a really good lineup. I mean, you guys were calling it out whenever you guys were casting earlier. A really good lineup of when those ground effect wraps were on the ground. And I think that you have to have that perfect timing on those mobs, those Overseers, to be able to do what No Speaky did.
No Speaky look like they're gonna be on good pace here. We're nearing that 22-minute mark. The closer to 22 minutes you are, on the other side, obviously, the better. They have the cooldowns available, but you cannot press here. These cooldowns are going to be used for the trash pull afterwards, when they pull literally everything on the left side of that final room together. So it's just gonna be raw damage coming out from their buttons. But dude, Tettles, this split is looking fantastic for them. It's going to be about a 22-10, 22-15. This is already 20 seconds faster than their previous split. So any extra time they will take at this point, still on 0 deaths as well. This is looking fantastic for No Speaky. Just have to clutch out the final section of the dungeon.
It's about being clutch here. I mean, they're gonna they have the damage, but they can't afford any deaths here. I think that like if they have 2 deaths to the section to anything, it can really start to cause major timer implications. And I mean, even that you see right here on the screen, ESC Gaming through the hardest part of the dungeon, killing off Avanax, now just having that wipe to that hulking berserker, a truly tragic experience for them. They've had a little bit of an unfortunate day, but I mean, there's still, like you're saying, placements to be played for. It's not even necessarily about them trying to play for first anymore, but it's about them being able to have additional prize pool implications. And in addition to that, in addition to the prize pool implications, I'm just getting confirmation that all of the AUG evokers for all of these teams have elected to forfeit their prize pool winnings because, and I quote, they didn't deserve it, their DPS did all the work anyways.
That sounds about right. That tracks.
They're
really just glorified healers
support.
when you think about it.
Exactly, the true support of the team.
Do they give them at least a Valentine's Day gift? Did they perchance get one of
No,
those?
the AUG
Perhaps a
evokers were
smile?
the AUG evokers were required to actually buy Valentine's Day gifts for the remainder of their team as well.
In true support fashion. We love our AUG evokers, don't we? Oh man,
Yep, exactly.
the ultimate supports. The other thing as well for No Speaky as well, all the conversations that we've been having about Streamer Zone, like, okay, could they potentially go for this to win the competition? We get to unlock that conversation for them as well, right? No Speaky could play massive spoiler here at the last moment. They could potentially, if they get this Ara-Kara down, why not? Hour left in the day, go for the 22 Necrotic Wake. Why not?
Dude, the crazy thing is Stamp was the first team to actually kill off Avanax, and they killed it off at they had like an insanely fast split on it. I want to say it was like 10:45 or something like that. And I thought that we were in position to see them like clear this like first try. And I was like, whoa, like, we were getting into weird territory. And then it's just kind of been really unfortunate for them. You saw them wipe there on the big screen. Really unfortunate series of events. And it's one of those things, too. It's kind of like the Necrotic Wake, where it's just really hard dungeon to be able to clutch up on. Yeah, the Boomy going down to the dash and strike by these winged carriers.
We know from what we've seen in this dungeon, you need about 5.5 minutes, and that's cutting it close, to kill off this final boss. So you look at the timer here, 30 seconds left in the 2 chest. That 2 chest is about 6.5 minutes before the end of the key. They're going to need to pull the boss in about a minute. And that they should be able to do that here. These 2 overseers, this will be the remainder of their count, 14 each. That's going to be enough by about 5. They're going to be able to cleave these down, set themselves up perfectly for the boss. You can see they have the cooldowns available, but there's no reason to pop them just yet. Those are being saved for the boss. Yips is not waiting, though. We are engaging. 6 minutes left on the key. These overseers, they are healthy, though. Leave from the Ascendant's going to help a lot, but that means they're not going to be doing as much boss damage. But 6 minutes left on the timer here. They should be okay on time as long as they're able to keep it clean.
Yeah, an important thing that you pointed out is the cleave from the Ascendant. It's like, whenever you have mobs that are on top of the boss, the Enhanced Trauma gets a little bit of funnel damage, but realistically here, he's just like hard AoEing and trying to kill off these Overseers before they can cause problems. They pull at a very specific point in which these Overseers aren't going to be casting the web wraps, that way there's going to be no problems with those black bloods. But the longer that these Overseers are alive, the more dangerous they are. And in addition to that, Boomy's Ascendance is converted from Lightning Bolt, so a single target Ascendance that you would just like be able to deposit straight into the boss, to a Chain Lightning Ascendance. And you also saw Cryptic's starfalling the mobs. You can still see him starfalling those mobs on screen right there. And so it's one of those things that, while they are able to get the boss pulled rather quickly, you're still having to like hard AoE those Overseers. You're not just like leaving them alive.
But they're able to get them done quickly, and that's important. And they actually got a pretty decent amount of boss damage done as well. The next set of cooldowns, or one of the next 2 sets of cooldowns, will be augmented with the Bloodlust. That's going to help them out. There was a scary moment as well. The first Cosmic Singularity, they didn't have enough pools down on the ground because they were worried about their positioning for the Overseers. They had Bubble Bob sent out there just so they wouldn't have to worry about their melee positioning there. And also, more melee uptime for Boomy. Love to see that. But the damage number we're looking at here, we identified 2 minutes left in the key. You want to have the boss below 35%. I don't think Dratnos did any other calculations that we can use, but that's really what we're looking for. For that final press of cooldowns, we want the boss to be in the low 30s. If they're at that point, I think they're going to be on pace. And it looks like they're actually way ahead of pace here now, Tettles.
Yeah, they're going to get that Bloodlust with this Ascendance coming up here in just a couple of moments. Looks like the Lust is coming up in 20 seconds. Looks like the Ascendance is coming up in 5. So yeah, they're going to sync those things up right after this Cosmic Singularity AoE pulse. They're going to be looking to press all of their offensive cooldowns. Boomy's going to be able to just unload on the boss here. And yeah,
the nice thing,
this boss just has so much health, dude. Like, the boss's health like moves surprisingly slow every single time we see a team on this fight.
Yeah, I was actually looking at a POV from one of our players here, because you can see the actual health values on their UIs. It's actually like 1.47 billion HP. So
dude,
that's a huge chunk of HP to get through for just 3 DPS players, and the 3/4 of a DPS your tank and healer can make up. And then the nice thing as well, I want to say, based off their timers, they have 4 minutes left in the key when the Ascendance came off. Boomy's going to get to pop this Ascendance pretty much whenever he wants. He wants to pretty much line it up for a perfect moment here. So probably going to be post-Cosmic Singularity here. They'll actually have a good 40-second window to send this Lust, to send this Ascendance. Yep, there's the Feral Spirits, there's the Ascendance, there's the Bloodlust, there's the Power Infusion. This is a big damage push for No Speaky. Remember, we want to see this boss sub 35% when we pass that 2 minutes left in the key marker, and I think they're going to be blazing past that. Still need to keep it clean. A death could easily spell the disaster end of key for No Speaky here after 30 minutes, so they need to be perfect from here on out.
Dude, we got a lot of lightning dogs on the screen here. Wait a second. Boomy just ascending the damage meter as you saw all of those lightning dogs coming out from those feral spirits that you were talking about. Just an absolute great sight for No Speaky fans everywhere.
Chanting Baldo in the chat. More Baldos. More Baldos. 8 Baldos. Lightning dogs galore. Look at the timer here. 2:15. Boss already sub 30%. No Speaky are destroying this boss. The next set of 2-minute cooldowns will be more than enough damage for them to finish off the boss. They just need to get there alive. Every single death will add 15 seconds to the timer. That is something they cannot afford right now. We've seen the Yips drop extremely low just to boss melees, just to raw damage here. They cannot afford a death. You can see Yips actually very close to going here.
Yeah, you end up casting Wog a lot on this fight as Paladin. In addition to that, I think a lot of it comes down to the dispels. And, like, since this fight ends up dragging out for such a long period of time, it ends up forcing Yips to dispel even more, to the point where, yeah, like you said, he ends up just going their damage ends up slowing down. I think that the number that I was seeing earlier is about 10% per minute whenever they're completely out of CDs, but whenever they do have that Ascendance up, things really start to ramp up a ton. And, yeah, we're seeing that Ascendance coming up. It looks like it's in about 10-ish seconds, and so I think that Boomy's just going to jam this on CD. I don't even know if we're necessarily going to even wait for the Cosmic Singularity to go off. I think he might just, like, be wind striking from range here and not really think about it too hard. Yeah, Yips's wings get pressed immediately on CD here as well. You can maybe wait. But Anarchy's actually jamming this Breath of Eons. Yeah, okay, so it looks like Boomy's just going to go for it. They might have so they spell ward the first Cosmic Singularity cast, and they might actually have it back available. It looks like they don't. Yeah, Boomy. Oh my god, Boomy's dead.
Boomy?
Oh,
the grip! The grip!
Okay.
Timbermaw, you're insane! Oh, wow. And that's a timed key for No Speaky. They get to think about what they get to do next. Tettles, what do? Do they go for the Dawnbreaker?
They
go to the Necrotic Wake and go for a 22.
Here's the thing.
What are they going to do?
You have really bad time tiebreaker. Terrible time tiebreaker for No Speaky. You have to go Dawnbreaker 20 and hope that Streamer Zone don't time Dawnbreaker 20, because I think that second place is very much on the table for No Speaky here.
100%. And the thing is, this puts extra pressure on Streamer Zone now because they have to worry about potentially losing the second place now. What are these teams going to do? Streamer Zone already pretty deep into this Necrotic Wake run, so they're not going to change any of their strategies just yet. But if Streamer Zone sees that No Speaky just got that Ara-Kara done and sees them in the Dawnbreaker, it might completely change the plans for Streamer Zone.
Okay, let's get a Fangs of the Queen check for Mandatory here. You can see in the bottom left, we see our City of Thread splits for Mandatory. That big red hammer right there, 1709 was their previous best Fangs of the Queen split. They have improved that by around the 30-second mark, and that's a really big deal. They were already a minute behind ESC Gaming and StreamerZone.gg in this City of Threads. We knew that the path to victory for StreamerZone.gg was a massive improvement in their Necrotic Wake timer, then being able to put up the Dawnbreaker. For Mandatory, the way that you close the door on any possibility of losing this TGP is by, if you can get like a 33x in the City of Threads, I think that closes the door for any opportunity for you to come in anything but first place.
I have a note from our admins here, by the way, Tuttles.
Okay.
For us North American raiders, or dungeon runners, a little bit of NA pride here. No Speaky takes the world record for Mandatory and Ara-Kara by 0.2 seconds.
Woohoo!
Let's go!
Let's go! We're back.
We are so back. Where is No Speaky going to head next? Are they going to try to play spoiler to the competition by attempting something we didn't even think was a possibility this weekend, a 22 Necrotic Wake, to try to steal the competition from Mandatory? Are they going to put pressure on Streamer Zone by going to Dawnbreaker? What are we going to see out of these American upstarts? What are they going to do?
I'm not sure. Okay, I don't think 22 Necrotic Wake is on the table. And the reason I don't think it's on the table is because your Priest and your Shaman were already getting one shot by Throw Flesh on a 21 without a defensive press. I think that they might die through defensives on 22. In addition to that, your Paladin tank, every single Ice Shard from Nalthor is hitting him for 75% of his HP, to the point where, again, I'm not necessarily convinced that's even tankable.
Yeah, you're probably right. But it's also kind of more fun to watch them go for something that we think is impossible.
Oh, No Speaky.
It's going to be the Dawnbreaker, though. Instantly in.
We got their stream cards for a second, but quickly being changed to the 20 Dawnbreaker. Yeah, this is exactly what I think that they need to be doing. This is their path to getting a second place. In addition to that, if they actually time this key and say they get 45 seconds under on the timer, which I think is possible, maybe there's a slim margin that they can make up some time and potentially be able to play upset against Mandatory, but it really starts with being able to time this 20 Dawnbreaker and time it quickly. Because we only have 55 minutes left in the day. Like, we were up against the very end of the day. They put, I would say, a good honest 10 attempts into this yesterday, and they still weren't able to do it. They're going to have to clutch up right now.
This is a good story as well from our group stages, though, because this team, No Speaky, 19 Dawnbreaker for them, it almost broke them, right? They almost didn't qualify because of it. It took them almost 2.5 hours, I want to say, to get through the 19 Dawnbreaker. And Yips, when we were interviewing him, kept talking about how they didn't like their Dawnbreaker. They thought they were slow in it. They thought they weren't that good in it. And it was something they had to practice a lot coming into the Global Finals weekend. Clearly, they've practiced it. They think the 20 is possible. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put in over an hour of attempts yesterday. That extra practice, if they're able to get this down, they'll have time near the end of the day to potentially go for some time increases in the Necrotic Wake, maybe go back to the City of Threads, get some time increases, have a run at Mandatory here. But it starts here. This run of Dawnbreaker, they need to get this done fast. They really only, I think, have 1 or 2 attempts to begin to think about that.
I think you're spot on. I think we're looking at like 1 attempt. Like we need to one-shot this Dawnbreaker just so we can have the opportunity to go and try to rerun a different key for a time tiebreaker improvement. I think it'd probably be like Necrotic Wake for them is like the best option for time tiebreaker improvement. Yeah. But even still, they need a lot of time between them and Mandatory, I believe. I think it's somewhere like a minute and a half.
Chad is requesting a replay of that fantastic grip by Timbermaw.
Oh.
We're going to be getting that very shortly here. That was a great save at the very end of the key. Let's get a good cinematic view of that. You can see Boomy the last second. He was like, oh, there's a puddle there. I can go into it. But he ran right through it. Did he have a freedom or something? No, it ran away. It disappeared at the last second. But the grip to save him. Oh, man. Cinema.
That's crazy. Why
are we reversing this? Why are we reversing this? They're trying to trick us with the reversal of the replay.
That was an insanely good grip.
Oh, man. That was a fantastic grip. That was a last-second grip. Any later, he's dead for sure. Why did he go straight through that?
That's a good question. What I was wondering as well, I wonder if he actually had spell warding on himself and he was fine the entire time. A truly interesting question.
Maybe Gibbs decided to go for a little for fun play at the end and freedom him so he couldn't go in the puddle.
If you accidentally walk into it too early, there's a cooldown on actually being able to be rerouted by the Black Blood, but it didn't look like he actually walked into one early and broke himself out of the CC. At least I didn't see it on screen, but I don't know. Why did he go straight through it? Many people are asking.
Will we get the answers? Probably
I don't know.
Not. We'll find out at some point, maybe.
I think he has a spell warding on him, is my theory here, but hard to tell.
Either way, they were able to get the key done, and that's what's important now. When we got a little bit of extra cinema out of it, whether it was needed or not, it was still cool to see. Let's check in here, though, in the top right with Mandatory. Can we get a City of Threads split check to see if they are actually making any headway on their timer here? They were about a minute slower than ESC Gaming from what we last saw, so let's see if Mandatory can potentially catch up a little bit on that timer here. Let's see. We're looking for a 26:36 on the coagulation. Yeah, Tettles, they are actually just destroying their previous timer here. This is going to be about a minute faster. And they are working on slowly slamming that door shut against the other teams here. They have been systematic in the way they've played this weekend so far. Today, getting that Ara-Kara done first in the day, and then afterwards just going to every single dungeon, shoring up those times, just honestly being about as perfect as you can be today.
I think a 23-minute City of Threads means that the only opportunity that both Streamerzone GG and NoSpeaky have to be able to win the TGP involves, like you're saying, a +1 in one of these other dungeons. Like you're going to have time the 22 Necrotic Wake. I think that has to be the only option there, which, maybe. I don't know, man. Having seen how difficult the 21 was, it would be a feat to be able to time the 28 too.
Yeah, and when we're talking about the difficulty of the 22 versus the 21, we're not talking about the damage check, although that is definitely something that they have to worry about, right? It's really about the living, right? Every single one of these throw flashes, 10% more damage on the Clothy. That is essentially just a one-shot. You literally just can't let a throw flash go on your healer, on your Disc Priest, without having something like a Pain Step on them, and even then it might actually one-shot you through that. Things like the Spew Disease from Rot Spew starts doing infinitely more damage. The Frontal on Blightbone one-shots you if you don't have a ridiculous amount of damage reduction on you. In addition to that, your tank is just way more susceptible to just instantly getting one-shot, right? You parry one less thing than usual on the 21, you still die on the 22 potentially, so you really have to be realistic about the 22. Is it timeable? Yes. 100% it's timeable based off of damage.
Yeah,
the live check is something they're worried about.
Just for context, compared to an M0 of that dungeon, it goes from being the damage modifier from 7.5x to 8.2x damage done just from the mobs themselves. So that includes everything: white swings, any ability, auto attacks from a boss, any like literally anything that's going on to the players at all. It just starts to hit you so much harder. It is like the exponential scaling, the exponential nature of Mythic Plus just makes that damage ramp up crazy high.
Yeah, I like looking at the actual raw damage numbers. I'm not even close for some of these abilities when I get to the high key level. The numbers are just kind of hilarious. Grim Fate from Narzuda, 17.6 million damage. Spew Disease, 17.6 million damage. A single throw flesh, the spammable ability that the mobs cast, 13.2 million damage. We're talking about 2 health bars of damage that some of these abilities are doing. And those are spammed abilities. So, yeah, it's just so ridiculous that they're even doing it on the 21. Which means, I mean, just 10% more damage. Why not? Just go for it.
Streamerzone.gg in the bottom right here, we were talking about them needing to improve this Necrotic Wake timer. 4 deaths here, looking a bit tough for them. Of course, the dungeon's still timeable with 4 deaths. We talked about it all the time. The timer in this dungeon is really not that bad. It's mostly about being able to survive throughout the entirety and not having like a full wipe, making sure that your cleaver play is super clean as well. Those are kind of the important elements of this dungeon. But they were doing this dungeon to try and improve their time tiebreaker, which having a full minute worth of death penalty, that's tough.
100% tough. And I mean, they've been doing it, right? They've been doing it in every dungeon today. They're just playing it almost to perfection here. Again, we're looking for a massive time improvement for them. They were about a minute 20 seconds ahead on the coagulation here. They're getting down the second of the mini bosses, which is going to unlock Izo the Grand Splicer for them. Time to beat for them in this dungeon. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say it was a 34-16, something along those lines. So they'll be able to just destroy that here. Bloodlust won't be up until the very end of the fight for mandatory, however. So they're not going to get that extra damage on the pole, but I think it will be up before the timer that they need to beat. So they still should be able to shave off about a minute off of their timer here. See just how much mandatory is going to be able to beat. Speaky, though, dealing with the first boss. And as we know, Tettles, Dawnbreaker, the first section of the dungeon leading up to the first boss, there isn't a whole lot that changes for the team, right? They've pretty much got that on rails, but the second you deal with Speaker Shadow Crown, you get into the difficult part of the dungeon. The manifested shadows, the debuffs, the AoE, the tank damage is ridiculous.
The tank damage is just absurd. Like, the Shadow Walkers and the Tactician melees by themselves are also just, like, your entire... I think that's what we saw Yips and Skylark die to by far the most yesterday, was just getting auto-attacked to death by mobs.
Especially at the start of pull, right? That's like been almost one of the most consistent things that we've seen tanks die to. At the start of the pull, gathering up before the mitigation is active, and they just die to a melee off to the side, and it's like, well, go again.
Can we throw the splits for the 20 Dawnbreaker from mandatory? I think that No Speaky's going to have like a really good first boss split here.
We just had it on the screen, yeah, but let's see it again if we can throw that up.
What was it? Oh, a 9:26. Oh, okay. So No Speaky's
a little slower.
Yeah, No Speaky's gonna be around 10 minutes, which I actually think that 10 minutes is totally fine to time this key. I'm sorry, mandatory is. Oh my god, mandatory is cooking.
Yeah, mandatory is really fast. So we'll have to see. I mean, mandatory did have a death, one single death, so that's 15 seconds. You have to remember when we're comparing to mandatory splits as well that mandatory timed the key with literally 3 seconds left on the key. So No Speaky.
I was looking into
some time in the middle of the dungeon here.
I was looking into that. They actually had a really slow Roshanon. I think that So the only other attempt of a 20 that I've ever seen had Roshanon at about a 6-minute, 10-second kill time, and mandatory had like a 6:45. And I don't exactly know why. It's kind of difficult to be able to tell. It could just be dog RNG. There could be a lot of there's like a lot of RNG variables in terms of just like individual damage and stuff like that. But the fact that there's 30 seconds of wiggle room if you just on Roshanon itself makes me think that you could actually shave off a decent amount of time there.
I think so as well. I mean, you were talking about earlier today. You think that a perfect 20 Dawnbreaker, No Speaky, or any team that attempts this and does it cleanly can shave off maybe 45 seconds.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah,
in this dungeon,
like an absolute perfect run, I think could be about 45 seconds under.
So really what I'm hearing is they have about 2 deaths worth of wiggle room, maybe 3 if they're perfect. Otherwise, they're in a world of danger here. You can see they have the barrier up for the double dark flows, triple dark flows. Somehow living through that, they weren't able to kill off one of the manifested shadows in time, but I guess they're alive. So we're not going to talk about it too much. Still 2 debuffs that Timber Moss to heal through on himself and Boomy, but looks like they're going to be able to get through it.
Ooh.
What are we using this second Bloodlust on? Are
So-
we going to be sending this on the next mini boss, or
It's orb
saving it
mini
for a new
boss.
Mikage?
Now the question is,
Orb
are
mini
they
boss.
the question is, are they going orb mini boss right now? It looks like the answer is no. We're going to be going in the fear mini boss just because we're close to it. Sometimes you actually just like jam this lust on CD. But no speaky know that they're not going to be able to like benefit from like bonus lusts or anything like that, and so they know that they can just like go into the fear mini boss right here, wait for their offensive cooldowns available to be available as well, because I mean you would only go into the orb mini boss if you also had the ascendance up, and Boomy not having that ascendance up I think is going to slow them down from actually jumping into that. But Mandatory, dude, in the top right here, they've popped their lust in the City of Threads. Not to give viewers a little bit of whiplash, this is a really big deal because look at their previous best split. For City of Threads, 34-56. They are in here trying to improve time tiebreaker, and we talked about a 33x being great for Mandatory in the City of Threads, and it looks like they're going to be able to achieve that. Bloodlust still rolling. The Ascendance is going to be coming up here in just a couple of seconds as well. It actually hasn't even been pressed with this Power Infusion. That Bloodlust was just for healing, and they're not even going to make it to the Ascendance. The boss is actually just dead, and they're going to be able to take down the fastest City of Threads. Wow.
Mandatory has just been systematically destroying every single one of these keys today. In the meantime, we did have a wipe to the Fear mini-boss from Speaky in the top left there. They're going to have to reset and go again. We do have Streamer Zone GG on a fantastic attempt in this Necrotic Wake here. We are at Nalthor the Rhinebinder, a minute and a half before the 3 chest here. This boss is going to take about 3 to 3.5 minutes if they're able to get it done. Let's take a look again at what this is going to be. And I suspect this is probably just going to be a tank death. Right? That's usually,
Umbral Rush.
That's usually what causes the wipes in this section of the dungeon, probably 90% of the time. Just very difficult to live through.
Half a second after getting hit by the Tank Buster circle, Fear Circle, you needed pain suppression, I guess, but you didn't know that you needed pain suppression. Actually, he might have just been chosen for death. Like, it might be one of those things that there's actually no living in unless he had bubble available, too. Like, that... It's a weird situation. Oh my god, AJ going down to the throat cleaver. They do have 2 battle reses available, so this is not like the end of the world. They are going to be able to get him back up. But look at this. Now we're at 5 deaths. This is ironic. We got a minute 15 worth of death penalty against Streamer Zone GG in a dungeon where they needed desperately to be faster.
This is a little weird. They were late on the first cleaver. They're late on the second cleaver. They're able to break the shield, though, with only 1 tick. That is ideal. They got 2 ticks off of that first cleaver. Might have been why AJ was a little out of position because he was worried about keeping his team alive.
Yeah.
But they will have stabilized now at this point. See Jisoo swapping over that Wernstone to Crims here, making sure that they're going to be in a good position to get that Enhanced Shaman back after he gets sent down with the Dark Exile. And they're in a good spot. I mean, only the 1 battle res is a little scary. That means that they're really not going to be too happy about sacrificing either of their DPS players while they're downstairs. Ooh, a late cleaver here means we get 3 ticks of the shield here. A 4th is going to come out. That's really scary. They actually just break it with raw damage. The cleaver didn't even hit that shield. That's a very scary moment, but the fact that they're still alive is absolutely wild to me. We've seen 4 stacks just completely wipe teams before. I don't know how they've gotten away with that one. Dude. Hopefully they're able to keep the cleaver on cooldown, though. Okay, we have the cleaver into the shield this time. That is... Wait.
No, we didn't. Oh my god.
They canceled it. They stunned it. They stunned it. Why'd they stun it?
Please get the cleaver in. Oh my god. There's a chance we can come back.
How are they alive?
Oh my god. How did they?
They should not be alive right now.
AJ, what in the world was that? Actually bailing his team out twice in a row.
Oh my god, Tettles though. Look at the bottom right. Look what Mandatory's doing.
Wait, it's a 22.
What are they doing? On Streamer's Zone wipes too. What?
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Mandatory going for the flex play. They said there's no more time to be gained anywhere. Here is our last hurrah. We don't even know if it's possible, but we're going to try for a 22 Necrotic Wake.
They're just covering all their bases. After spending the last 2 hours going into every key and systematically improving their times by a minute or more in every key, they're taking away the one potential chance of victory that no Speaky and Streamer Zone GG have, and they're saying, you know what? If you don't want to go into the 22, Fine,
I will.
We'll do it ourselves. We're going in there. We're going to get it done ourselves. If they're able to pull this off, this might be the greatest TGP performance we've ever seen from a team, but look how difficult just this first pull alone is for them, kiting it out for the past 30 seconds here. But
Those
honestly,
vanguards.
as far as first pulls go, this isn't looking that bad.
Yeah, ultimately, I think a lot of this dungeon is going to kind of come down to your tank's ability to be able to live. Skylark here on this protection paladin, if he's able to live through the entirety of this dungeon, it will be just an absolute masterclass. We know that our Fleshcrafter here, he's going to be able to bring the damage. Our timer is totally fine. It's going to be about getting through these crucial moments, but again, a lot of it just kind of comes down to our tank's ability to be able to just like live white swing damage from the mobs.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Streamer Zone here. They put together a good run in that 21 Necrotic Wake, but you could tell something was a little off at the start of the key, right? Usually you want to sync your cleaver up. You want to pull the boss at a point where your cleaver is hitting the boss pretty much right after that shield pops up, so you only get 1 tick of the shield. They had 4 ticks go off on their first shield before the cleaver started casting. So something was not synced quite right, and it's annoying to resync it, right? You need to make sure you're breaking it out of the sleepwalk rather, at the right time every time, and they just weren't able to resync things properly. So again, we saw another shield with 4 ticks that they somehow lived through. Again, we saw another shield with 3 ticks that, again, they somehow lived through. 3 ticks should wipe you.
I thought
4
they
ticks
were...
should just straight up kill you.
Dude, the second time we saw them like missing that cleaver, I thought that they 100% were about to wipe. More often than not, too, not only is that like super dangerous just because of how much damage it does, but it also catches your healer off guard that you're actually like taking damage in general. You're like, oh wait a second, hold on, I was not ready with this radiance. Like that is like a insanely close moment for them. Okay, but I want to kind of come back to this 22 that mandatory is in the top left hand corner of the screen. It's this weird situation where I don't know if 22 is necessarily doable. I don't know if mandatory necessarily knows if 22 is even doable. Hypothetically, though, if 22 of Necrotic Wake is actually doable, I know. If 22 of Necrotic Wake is actually doable, though, that actually opens up the opportunity to win the TGP for more than just mandatory, right? Like if Streamers on GG or No Speaky were able to do this dungeon on a 22, they could actually win because of the tiebreaker advantage that the 22 would have over at like 119 points. That would be the tiebreaker that would actually win you the TGP. But for No Speaky and Streamers on GG, both are in Dawn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is them just covering all their bases. I think it's just funny how you're mentioning, I don't know if this 22 is doable, and you see a Wrath of Zoramus from the Necromancer just instantly wipe them over the course of like a second. It's like, oh yeah, everything does a ton of damage here. There is no breaks in this dungeon. You have to be ready for literally everything. If there is a team that can get a good attempt at it from the way they played this weekend, though, it is mandatory. So we're going to see some very real attempts for the next 35 minutes from them as they try to, once again, just slam the door shut on the weekend. The rest of our teams still tons to play for. Streamer Zone and No Speaky putting pressure on each other, and actually still pressure onto mandatory, because if they're able to get this 20 Dawnbreaker done and move on to another key, improve their time significantly in the wake, they can also still potentially challenge for the win. So we'll have to see if they're able to get this Dawnbreaker done pretty much on this attempt. I think it needs to be done. If we see a wipe out of Streamer Zone or No Speaky, their only path to winning the entire weekend is literally just go 22 Necrotic Wake and try to go for the win. Otherwise, they're playing for second.
This 22 Necrotic Wake, do you remember a few TGPs ago in Shadowlands Season 4 whenever Echo timed 33 Gambit and they said they had never done it during practice and they didn't think it was doable?
Yep.
That's what this 22 Necrotic Wake reminds me of. Like that's the kind of run that I feel like we're watching whenever we see mandatory in this key, where it's like I don't even know if they've practiced this dungeon, and I'm not sure if they know if this is doable or not.
And that's a really important thing to mention as well, because, you know, if you've practiced a key on 21, you know exactly what buttons you need to press in order to live through something, right? You know how much leeway you have to live something on a certain key level. You add in an extra 10% on top of that, the questions are not really answered for you. So there's a lot of give and take, there's a lot of trial and error that you have to get through, and you can see this first pull alone. If they get a second Wrath from that Gatekeeper, they're going to wipe. So they need to make sure they get this pull done absolutely perfectly, which shows actually how insane it was that they were able to get it done on the first attempt. I suspect for the teams that we see attempt this 22 in the final hour of the day, we're going to see a lot of wiping to this first pull.
Yeah, I think there's like zero leeway for your Fleshcrafter as well. Like, you know, a lot of the times you can actually afford to have your Fleshcrafter hit the wrong mob sometimes. If it hits a Vanguard, no big deal. If it hits a soldier, you know, no big deal. It's a little bit of damage lost, a little bit of time lost. But I think that's one of those situations that if they don't get the Fleshcrafter perfectly into the Harvester and then perfectly into the Gatekeeper, like you were saying, that Rathazel Rammus is just going to end up killing them off, because I think that they need something like 70% worth of DR or something on their players.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Yeah, you know, sort of like that Call of the Brood here that the teams have been dealing with in the Ara-Kara today. Just two massive AoE abilities that you aren't really prepared for as a player to deal with. Have to see if they're able to get through that. No Speaky. Halfway through the first boss and their second attempt at this Dawnbreaker. This really needs to be the run for them to get this key done. We'll see how they're going to be able to deal with the tank damage on the trash mobs right afterwards, once again in a few minutes here. It's really a make-or-break run for both of the teams on the right side of the screen, really for all of our teams here. At ESC Gaming and Stamp, still tons to play for here, right? The jump in prize pool between 4th and 5th place is still multiple thousands of dollars that they're playing for. So even if these two teams on the left side of your screen aren't really in the running for the first place, they are still playing for huge pay jumps.
I think this is maybe the last run that both ESC and Stamp can reasonably do in this Ara-Kara before they have to bail out and go to that 19 stone vault. Because actually being able to put up the +1 could actually have pretty big prize pool implications for both of those two teams that are stuck at 116. And being able to get that +1 is a really big deal. So I think while Ara-Kara is a better better tiebreaker, I think the 19 stone vault should be a little bit of an easier, more consistent key. And I think that you, like, after these runs that both of these teams are on, you got to go to the stone vault.
Yeah, and it's a tough prospect to swap dungeons at the end of the day, right? Like that, right? I mean, on one hand, you've been running this key for the past probably, 3.5 hours now for both of these
This is a
teams.
good run
You
for
feel
Stamp.
like you should be comfortable in it. Stamp is on a good run. This is one of the best we've seen them on. I think the best we saw them was when they were just about to get to a noob sect in their very first attempt of the day, actually.
That was great. I thought they were going to time the key first try.
I thought they were going to first try it as well. You know, being the team that already timed the 21 in the time trials about a month ago now, I expected to see this done for the first time from them a lot sooner. Unfortunately, it just hasn't really panned out for them, and they're having more issues here as TN goes down to an extraction strike. Quick battle res coming out of Supreme. They're going to have their healer alive for this. A little bit of a late PI on the Ascendants there. Not going to do any favors for their damage. This needs to be the run for Stamp, though. Hopefully they can get this one done.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a pretty scary pull, but whenever you have all of your offensive CDs, this pull is able to melt. It's triple web mage, so you basically just chain your CC over and over again until either it dies or I die. And with that Ascendance, with that Incarn, with all this damage that's able to be done, it looks like Stamp is going to be able to just kind of... oh my gosh, all of the cast from the web mage almost one-shot their players. And yeah, the extraction strikes are very, very dangerous on Zippo as well, but it looks like Stamp's going to be able to just barely eke out enough damage to finish off that pull.
Okay. The timer isn't great. Remember, we're looking for a low 22, ideally, in order to have enough time to finish off the dungeon. There's a little bit of wiggle room, but not a whole lot. A Noobsect is probably about a 4.5 to 4 minute boss in that area, so they need to engage this boss very, very soon here. Otherwise, we're not going to be really too happy about their timer.
Yeah. I think that they have similar count to mandatory on a Noobsect. I think that they're going to be the 84% enemy count threshold, so they should have a little bit of a leeway compared to like no Speaky on the final ending segment in terms of like how much damage that they need to be able to actually like time the key towards the very end. But it's like you said, it's going to be really tight.
It is going to be close, and I mean, this has been an incredible competition from beginning to end. Unbelievable to see some wonderful, wonderful runs and some incredibly high keys, especially here at the end of Season 1. Now, this is also the end, unfortunately, for Zyronic's casting here on the desk. Zyronic, it's been so good hanging with you. You know, this was a great time that we got to spend together. Thank you for all of your insights and your great renaming of Banana Alley, Peeled Promenade, or, is it Potassium Pathway?
Yes. That's the one. I am so excited to watch the last half hour here. I think we're going to see some fantastic runs. Hopefully Mandatory can get this 22 done. World first.
Oh, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. I'm sure we'll see you in the chat. But thank you for being here on the desk. And we're going to be getting in Dratnos and Makes here for the final portion of the Great Push. Makes, everybody, namely Tettles, told us that there was no way that we would be here. But here we are, plus 22 Necrotic Wake.
That's right. You said it couldn't be done, that it would be impossible to survive, and somehow Mandatory fought their way into this 22 Necrotic Wake and are showing us that there is still hopes and dreams riding on this key. Not only for Mandatory, let me tell you that much, there are other teams that could venture into this 22, and if timed, they would potentially beat Mandatory, as it is a tiebreaker in terms of score, as well as another point on the board. But thus far, it doesn't seem to have caught on.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this, you can kind of see why. Mandatory 2 deaths already in this run. The damage is just on another level in the Necrotic Wake. So, it's easy to start the key, but it's going to be very hard to finish it. We'll see if Mandatory can put that all together. In the meantime, No Speaky ended up wiping just after the first boss in their 20 Dawnbreaker. So at this point now, No Speaky probably only have time for one more keystone. We are now 30 minutes left in the day, so teams can finish the runs they're currently doing, maybe start one more before the end of the... Because, again, with our overtime rule, but I don't think that No Speaky actually have that time anymore because they've just wiped, so they are now going to be starting what might be their final key of the day.
I think that Stamp and ESC Gaming, Zyro and I were talking about it a little bit before you guys came on. I think that these are kind of the last runs for Stamp and ESC Gaming that you can have in the Ara-Kara before you have to go to the Stone Vault and put that up on a 19 as well.
I think Stamp should go to the Stone Vault 19.
Okay.
I'm not sure if ESC Gaming should, because... I mean, I guess they have to if Stamp does to try and fight for that 4th place. Yeah, actually, looking at it now, that's probably
this is like the last
got to do it. Yeah,
that you can. This is like the last run of the Ara-Kara that you can do for both of these two teams. Is kind of what I'm thinking.
It sucks for both of them, but yeah, if they fail these Ara-Karas, there's no way they can catch up to 3rd, so they're just playing for 4th against the other team. Streamer Zone having an Aug cheat death into real death, followed by a Black Hail death and a melee death rather. So their entire team going down here. Streamer Zone forced to reset. They had a 9-minute 47 speaker Shadow Crown in this run, which was a little bit slower than Mandatory's as well. And ESC Gaming in the bottom left. Oof. This may not be a full wipe, but I think this is going to be prohibitive for their chances of timing this keystone. I think now they're going to have to make that call. Do we go to that 19 Stone Vault and admit defeat in this Ara-Kara?
I think if you're ESC, I think you gotta go to the Stone Vault instead of the Ara.
Here?
But I mean,
taking the mount here, they're going back down, saying this is not over yet.
This is, I don't know.
7 deaths?
This is over in, it's the mount into town portal. There we go, yeah.
All right. Just a little fun ride to enjoy the scenics of Ara-Kara. So you think they're going into Stone Vault now?
I think they need to. I don't know if they will. Yeah.
Yeah, although Stamp are so far into this Ara-Kara, maybe you think, oh no, Stamp are going to time this, therefore we have to time this, right? Because if Stamp time the Ara-Kara, you have to also then time the Ara-Kara, or else they have the tiebreaker on you.
So you have to watch the end of the Stamp run before you figure out what you're supposed to do?
No, you just start more Ara-Kara attempts, right? Because you maybe need 3 tries to kill a Noobzak, or Avanox, right? So
Yeah.
You don't want to be sitting and watching, I don't think, even though you only have time for one more key, because you want to be able to do some resets.
Stamp here.
Mandatory Skylark. Oh, it drops so low here that actually Mandatory have made it past Blightbone with a decent split on that timer. Zyro was talking about this a little bit as well. The timer is actually still fine in the 22. Normally you look at it and you're like, oh, they did the 21, they had a few minutes to spare, so the 22 is going to be tight. But because the throw cleaver damage from that Fleshcrafter scales up with the key level as well, it actually doesn't increase in time as much as the other dungeons with each extra key level. You could see they timed it with a bunch of time to spare. They should still have some time to give, even with a few random deaths, as long as they can still land most of these cleavers.
I think that
random question.
If they make it past, if they make it to the last boss, I feel like our damage is totally fine. I don't think it's ever gonna be the question. Sorry, what were you saying?
I agree on that Necrotic Wake, but can we take a look at the top left corner and that Anoop's split here on Stamp? They have 2 deaths, which is another 30 seconds Challenger's Peril.
Yes.
And their Avanox and their Anoop's are like so
I'm gonna
scarily slow
I
in
got very
comparison to
bad
some of the
news.
other keys.
Here's
Yeah.
a look at the Ara-Kara splits in the bottom left. The timed 21s, the slowest Anub Zect that we saw there was 22:15. Stamp are a minute and a half slower than that, and that 22:15 was timed by 13 seconds.
Now the good news is they have a little bit more count, right? They're at 85.77%, so they don't need the double overseers that some of the other teams needed.
Yes, but I mean, mandatory were at 84.95. The other teams were a little bit over 80. So yeah, maybe they can get away with a faster end section of the dungeon. But already, I mean, you basically have to be pulling the boss with 5.5 minutes left on the clock in order to have a chance at this. They're so far from that section of the dungeon, and they do still need count. I think they need the patrolling winged carriers, or maybe they're just going to get the double overseers. But this is going to be so sketchy for Stamp. I think the timer is just going to be prohibitive here. They just got to go boss, basically.
They have to do a pot of greed.
Oh, here's
right? That is
the
the only
carriers.
way that they can do it. Carriers are coming in here for them.
Oh, you're sending
I'm
these.
not sure it's timeable. I'm so scared for them.
Yeah, 6 minutes on the clock now for them. So pressing that Ascendance in theory means they do get 3 more. But now, with the Shaman going down, now they don't get 3 more Ascendances, and they lose half of that one. The res is going to come out, but this is just so brutal. The Winged Carrier actually got threat on the Shaman there. Does happen when you're just blasting that much damage over such a short amount of time and your tank is moving, and they're aware of it. They know they have to pull the boss. 5 minutes, and the rest of the team, Supreme knows it's over, starting that town portal cast. The rest of the team soon to follow. Stamp, despite making it to the end of the dungeon, just didn't have the time on the clock to play it safe there, and they end up wiping as a result. So one more key left in the day for all of our teams at this point. Basically going to be no time for a second run, I guess, in the absolute Disneyland best case scenario for mandatory. They could put up this 22 wake and start another run, but none of our other teams have time to start another key after this one.
According
Speaking of,
according to Disney as well, apparently no speaky can also, but
Maybe in the absolute best case, yeah.
oh, we'll see. We'll see. But the question that I was asking myself, what was ESC Gaming doing in the meantime while we were kind of focusing in on Stamp, as we do have another death here on Streamer Zone in the bottom. And we saw them just sitting there in the Ara-Kara, speed flagged as offline. So I'm a little bit worried that something is happening there. I would hope that maybe they consider that Stone Vault at least. They have a little bit over 20 minutes still to start a run.
So speed being offline might indicate that he's swapping off of Rogue as well, which might mean that they're thinking of changing which dungeon they're going to do. We will have to see where they end up spawning in. Yeah, this is going to be a very tight end of the day. As it stands right now, ESC Gaming looks like Speed's still on that Rogue. They are starting up another attempt at this Ara-Kara, so they've decided, yeah, it's going to be 21 Ara-Kara instead of 19 Stone Vault. I actually think Stamp can likely yoink 4th place from ESC Gaming if they go to that 19 Stone Vault, if they think they can time it. The fact that none of these teams have gone to that Stone Vault makes me think maybe they're not confident in their abilities to time the 19. I mean, we've seen a couple of attempts at it go the wrong way, I believe, for ESC Gaming. So, we talk about it like it's a lot easier than the 21 Ara-Kara, but it's not that much easier. Both of those keys are like the ceiling in their respective dungeon, and the Stone Vault is very hard. ESC Gaming, though, probably going to have to reset this one as a healer death comes in. Both teams stubbornly staying in this Ara-Kara to the end, but mandatory are making it even deeper into this Necrotic Wake 22. Up soon will be a Marth the Harvester. This is one of the hardest bosses in here. One of the big challenges about the key level going up is that it's much more likely you won't be able to kill off all 5 adds in time, which means you'll need to have precise crowd control to land on them as that final harvest finishes, or else you will wipe.
Going to be taking a look at how mandatory are dealing with a Marth, because it is quite a lot that you need to manage there. And while the Fleshcrafter does scale, you want to send those cleavers onto boss, so you still need to do damage to the ads and deal with them the way that you have in the previous key levels. I'm kind of staring at ESC Gaming and Stamp. It's a little bit like a game of chicken of who's going to go to that Stone Vault first, if anyone is going to go there. And on the overall, ESC Gaming have the better time tiebreakers between these two teams, right? They are in front of Stamp. So I feel like they would probably be the ones to go into that Stone Vault first because they are faster, and therefore maybe that Stone Vault is more doable?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, both teams have pretty similar Stone Vault times in the 18. Both teams were within 10 seconds of each other in the 18 Stone Vault. But you're right, ESC Gaming have almost 5 minutes of time tiebreak across the other dungeons. They're faster than Stamp. So basically, if it ever comes down to time tiebreaks, ESC Gaming will have it over Stamp. I think Stamp should head to that 19 Stone Vault to say, you know what, it's not going to come down to time tiebreaks. We're just going to get an extra point on you. But the thing is, that would require either team to make the call to say, you know what, we've spent 3.5 hours in this Ara-Kara 21, and we're going to leave without timing it. That is going to be an incredibly difficult call to make.
In mandatory cope news, it looks like they're pacing to actually be able to kill Amarth in enough time to be able to time the key. You need a sub 17-minute Amarth split to be like, this is like worst case scenario. We are going to be up against the very edge of the timer. And so I think that mandatory is probably going to have like a 16:30 Amarth kill time, something like that, especially whenever you're factoring the Fleshcrafter. So the damage is there. Now it's all about execution. This dungeon is 100% execution, 0% damage because of this Fleshcrafter. But I mean, our timer's looking okay.
Something weird that happened on that previous set of ads is the Fleshcrafter actually hit one of the ads. It spawned. It was like one of the mages spawned right next to it, so it was kind of unavoidable. They would have needed a knock of some kind to avoid it. You can see the Turn Evil lands on one of those mages there, and Stove is going to go and knock this crossbowman into that AoE pile. Although once again now, it's kind of in the path of that Fleshcrafter, so another knock is needed to move it out of there so they can land this on Amarth. Now they do have to kill or CC all of these ads before Amarth finishes this final harvest cast that's going to begin after this Necrotic Bolt, I believe. Will they be in time? Yes, they should be easily in time on that, although that warrior still lives for a little bit longer than they would have liked. And another cleaver into the boss. They are making great time here.
I mean, you saw Skylark there committing his Hodge really early to the ads, too, to try to make sure that the mage wasn't going to be doing as much damage to the group. But committing the Hodge then means that you aren't going to have it for the warrior, which can be very scary later on. But, I mean, mandatory here, this is a key that I did not think was even possible, and the fact that they are making a really good, honest attempt at this and have time is crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing this. I will admit, maybe it was a little bit of active cope on my Stove. No!
Wait, he lived!
Oh! They tried with like the grip and the jump at the same time, and it kind of offset each other there. I'm not sure how he was able to survive that in the first part, but a great recovery from Mandatory being able to get this still in a working manner where Stove doesn't go down. Wowee.
Your form's OP. I will not accept any further questions.
It's weird because I've never seen other Moonkins click it, but it seems like Stove has discovered how to keybind that ability, and it's working out really well for Mandatory.
We should ask him about that in our next interview.
Yeah.
For some reason, his Shadow Meld not keybound, but his Bear form was. That's kind of a strange sequence there.
Come on.
All right, here comes a big Necropolis pull. There's a lot of danger on Skylark in particular in this pull, as these abominations do a lot of tank damage, and it ramps up over time as well. Now, you can reset it with Bubble, but he may be forced to press that somewhat soon here. Very dangerous section of the dungeon indeed. They have that Fleshcrafter rooted off to the side. Should have 2 Fleshcrafters actually working for them in this section.
Yeah, one of them's in the pack.
Yeah, one's in the pull.
Yeah.
A lot of free damage if they can land these on the right targets.
Nice.
Yeah, this is one of those sections of the dungeon where the key level going up, increasing that Fleshcrafter damage, can make it feel like it doesn't even take that much longer, although your tank is getting beat up 10% more.
This area is full smoke. I mean, your tank is taking so much damage every single time you end up pulling a Stitch Work. Every single time that throw flesh happens, your priest and your shaman were basically already getting 100 to 0'd in the 21. Now they're getting even more 100 to 0'd in the 22. This is just a crazy dungeon for Mandatory. And the fact that they didn't wipe to this trash pack, I think, is a very, very good sign for their ability to be able to see all the way in the Surge and Stitch Flesh.
The one thing that is scaring me like a lot about the 22 Necrotic Wake, also when we still weren't like knowledgeable whether or not any team would go in there, is the creation damage on Slish Flash to begin with. Like, Skylark needs to live that, and I am terrified for that perspective. So really, really curious on how they're going to be able to get through that.
Yeah, it's such a difficult section of the dungeon. Speaking of difficult sections of dungeons as well, No Speaky are hitting their lust in this 20 Dawnbreaker. This is likely something they need to do to be able to get that second place over Streamer Zone and maybe have a long shot play at first place over Mandatory. So very important pull here. A lot of damage from these Dark Orb explosions. Very pivotal sections of the dungeon for both of the teams on our top screens here. 15 minutes left in our day as well, so not enough time for multiple attempts really at this point. No Speaky even if they time this key by a lot, I don't think there's a way they can do it in the next 15 minutes, so it's all going to come down to basically this attempt unless they wipe for No Speaky.
I think this was where No Speaky's furthest run yesterday ended. Like, this pull, I think Yips ended up dying to a Tactician auto-attack at the exact same time that a Dark Orb AoE went off. This pull is just super dicey. I mean, Cryptic's no longer having his cloak available and taking that Abyssal Blast dot just... Oh my gosh, he actually is taking so much damage. You would love to kill this mini-boss off before this orb explodes. It looks like the Zephyr's even being pressed. It looks like they're going to get that orb exploding. Everybody drops so low, but... I mean, No Speaky are through the hardest mini-boss.
Yeah, somehow Cryptic is going to live that dot as well. That pain suppression going a long way to make that happen, but down goes the trash. And Yips sitting down to drink, of course. Out of mana on that Prot Paladin.
Too many logs.
Hashtag just Prot Pal things.
Yep. Here comes that next trash pull for No Speaky. Meanwhile, Mandatory entering the gauntlet section of this dungeon. 20 minutes on the clock. Their timer is great. They just have to survive these two incredibly difficult bosses. Now, we do have a replay of how they set up the first trash pull in this Necropolis section. Look at the way that they are going to manage their cleavers here of these flesh crafters. So they get in this area, immediately entangling roots on that back flesh crafter. Mm-hmm. And the goal with this pull is going to be to land that cleaver on one of these important ads, right? Not that Patchwork Soldier. They're landing it on the Loyal Creation. So they shackle Undead the Loyal Creation to keep it being over there. And Mode is then going to be able to move and bait that Throw Cleaver right into the Loyal Creation as the first hit of damage on it, making sure that cleaver is good value. The next cleaver, now the other crafter's also at the stage, so again they can get this cleaver into this Loyal Creation, that Loyal Creation doing those spine crushes which zone out their melee and hurt their efficiency here. So they can land two cleavers on it right on pull and take it down sub 50% health effectively for free at the start of that pull and avoid any of those inefficient cleaver into Patchwork Soldier incidents that would cost them a lot of time.
It is so much that the priests have to do in this Necrotic Wake with constantly toggling around these flesh crafters and managing and positioning them right. And honestly, the fact that Mode also had that cleaver on himself there while trying to line up the other flesh crafter in position is so much and absolutely astonishing to me.
All right, in the meantime, No Speaky are prepping for this mini-boss. This is one of the biggest make-or-break points of the dungeon because they have to pull so much trash with it as well. Extremely lethal area. Yips is in a lot of danger. Those Tactician-empowered auto-attacks coming in, as well as those Umbral Rush dots. As well as the Shadowcasters casting them. Actually, maybe there's not any Umbral Rushers here, so that could be the good news. Oh, there are. Okay, yeah.
So they grabbed the Shadow Walkers with the double Tactician. That's all this. And then like you said, they have the Dark Casters as well. The Dark Casters are completely fine. Those mobs don't do anything. They basically just give your Shaman DR. But yeah, the Yips is in a lot of danger on this pull, to the point where I was surprised that teams were electing to even play the Shadow Walkers into this pull, just because it's so much damage even with just the Tacticians. But they're able to get this trash killed off, and it looks like they're doing a good job. Even the mini-bosses at 20%.
Yeah, the other thing I'm a little concerned about for them is timer. Their Speaker Shadow Crown split at nearly 10 minutes is more than 30 seconds slower than Mandatory were in their plus 20. So No Speaky do have to make up some time as compared to Mandatory. Streamer Zone, on the other hand, a 9:31 Speaker Shadow Crown.
Boomy.
That is pretty much on pace there. A death for No Speaky. That's not too bad because it is a Shaman, but it is minus 15 seconds as that Abyssal Blast. This Attendant is just living for so long here.
Doing a great job at trying to kite it out there, jumping around the fence, making sure that he's not getting hit too much. Great outplay from Yips. While they are lacking that damage from Boomy, who wasn't with the team for a couple of seconds, and now is going to walk on over back to try and kite it out once more. It is so close for these health ballers on No Speakies Dawnbreaker, but surely eventually these tacticians will have to die here. You see it again. This little hop's a very cool tank thing we've been seeing all weekend as well. But gentlemen, I think it's time for everyone to lock in, tap in, and open your eyes, because Mandatory is about to pull Surgeon Stitch Flash, and that is yet another incredibly volatile part of this dungeon. So we're going to have to take a look at how this boss fight goes for Mandatory in world record upon world record 22 Necrotic Wake.
Yeah, so they historically have actually been going for the slow kill on this boss, where they're overemphasizing the amount of Fleshcrafter cleavers that go into this creation, and it allows them to have like a lot lower damage taken. It is a little bit longer of a Surgeon Stitch Flesh kill, but it's a lot safer of a Surgeon Stitch Flesh kill. I'm kind of interested in seeing if they're going to continue to go for that, or maybe going for just like speed killing the boss. It looks like they actually got that cleaver into the creation again, so it looks like they're going to go for a bit of a safer kill. They're going to make sure that this creation's killed off, even though you're not going to get the rehook on the boss. It just lowers the amount of possible fail scenarios. Oh, they're even taunting that creation away from Surgeon Stitch Flesh just a little bit. Maybe they're going to be able to keep this alive, but it looks like it's going to die even before that hook goes off.
It's going to be close here. It is going to die. That's fine, though, because now they just have a little bit of breathing room, right? They can just heal up. No raid damage coming out as they've killed off that creation. Yeah, the re-MC to make sure that they're going to have the cleaver right when they want it here. And they probably don't need to kill this creation, right? They just have to kill Stitch Flesh at this point. So they're going to land this hook on Stitch Flesh. Then they'll break that Dominate Mind and make sure that they have a clean shot on Stitch Flesh with this cleaver. Look at these Stitch Needle dots, though, on the group. It's doing so much damage to them. Out goes that Fleshcrafter, though, and here comes another cleaver.
Taunt. Yeah, be careful where their
no
is going. No retaunt. Stove does go down. They do have 2 combat rests. Anka's being used here on Soda. Does go down once more. Stove is being rest back up. They still have that crafter casting these cleavers, but they need to deal with Stitch Flash because that creation has barely taken a scratch on their end. So they need these cleavers to go into boss to deal with it quickly. There is no world
it has to go stage, and it doesn't go stage.
Is able to survive 2 creations, and it's absolute doom for Mandatory here as they wipe on Surgeon Stitch Flash in his 22.
So it was winnable. That was winnable.
That was definitely winnable. And we've got 8 more minutes for them to start it up again. Meanwhile, No Speaky. They are working on a new Bakaj here. And the danger here is the timer as well as this boss. We need to see this boss go down before really that 24-minute mark for them to have a hope of timing this key. So they have 2 minutes left to deal with a lot of HP on this fight. And honestly, even a 24-minute kill, it's going to be a very close end to this dungeon.
I'm still shocked about that Surgeon Stitch Flash. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit stunned. Like, it all escalated so quickly after how well that run worked out. But now all eyes are on No Speaky and whether or not they can get this 20 on the board. For them, this means taking at least 2nd place here. I'm still not convinced they could start another key here, but that would be nice copium if they're somehow really incredibly fast.
Yeah, if they're fast enough, maybe they could start one more. But yeah, like Dranos was saying, sub 24 minutes, that's the timer that we're looking for to be able to kill this boss off. Mandatory yesterday in their dungeon that was 6 seconds under the timer had a 23:40 on a new Bakaj. I do think I do think that the Roshanon from Mandatory was a little bit slower than you would like. I think you would like around like a 6-minute Roshanon. Mandatory is around a 6:40, so I think there's some time that could be saved there. But I mean, Boomy's going down there. That is a terrible situation. I think
it's over for No Speaky. Like, look at how much health they still have to deal with here. Player dead as well. The res is going to land, but I don't think they're going to have the timer for this. I think they got to restart this key. Because you can see they realize it as well. There come those town portals. As they've identified, our timer was not going to be sufficient here. So No Speaky Gonna have one more shot at this. 6 minutes left in our day for teams to begin their final attempts at glory here. It's gonna be 21 Ara-Kara, ESC Gaming, and Stamp working on this key that has bested them for the better part of today. If either of these teams can do it and the other can't, they will secure 4th place against the other. If not, ESC Gaming have the time tiebreaks over Stamp as it stands right now. And then we have No Speaky and StreamerZone.gg playing potentially for second, or in outside situations, maybe for first, going to time tiebreaks against Mandatory, but probably not.
Mandatory resetting.
And Mandatory
we went in
resetting
and we
at
went
22.
back out. Yeah. So we started it, but maybe something was wrong. So now we're going again. They have time. That's
The vibes
all
are
good.
off.
They can only get one more run anyway. Might as well start it a couple times.
Yeah, get some momentum building for the first part of this dungeon. Makes perfect sense to me.
Like you mentioned, ESC Gaming and Stamp are fighting it off in this 21 Ara-Kara. And for the better part of this day, while they've been fighting,
Ouroboros.
we've been repeating how hard Avanox is. And I'm just curious on whether or not those teams will actually be able to deal with Avanox here before our timer strikes. Because it is looking awfully close for them on those timers to get to the boss.
Yeah, so basically right now we are looking at a outside shot at first place, but realistically a fight for second between StreamerZone.gg and No Speaky in these Dawnbreakers, and then a fight for 4th between ESC Gaming and Stamp in these Ara-Karas. As it stands right now, the tiebreakers favor StreamerZone and ESC Gaming if no or both teams succeed in those respective fights, but of course, it's all going to come down to these final runs. All of it is still to play for here. Mandatory about to start another attempt at the incredible 120-point dream up in the top right with this 22 Necrotic Wake. They've proved that it was possible with that previous run. Now they just have to actually put together a perfect run in this final attempt. 4 minutes left before keys close for the day. So, you know what? They could wipe a couple more times to the first pull if they wanted to.
They could. By
We'll see
now,
if they choose to do
No
that.
Speaky for sure knows that Mandatory has ventured into a 22. And No Speaky has the chance to, after depleting their 20, pour it over to this 22
They could.
Necrotic Wake.
They could go for it.
To win a tiebreaker if they're able to time it. There is a world where they do that. I just want to put it out there before they sent this key.
They've decided to start the 20 Dawnbreaker, but I'm with you, Makes. It would have been awesome to see the incredible play for first that was available for No Speaky, but it looks like they are instead going to be fighting StreamerZone.gg for second here in this plus 20 Dawnbreaker. As
It's like
the time tiebreaks are basically insurmountable from Mandatory at this point.
Second versus third is like a $20,000 difference.
Yeah, this is a lot of money.
I'm pretty sure
a lot of glory
I'm pretty
on the
sure
line
you play
here.
for the money, yeah.
Well, I mean, you get even more money if you get first in the 22 Wake.
That's
Okay,
right.
but you get what I'm saying.
Just win.
right?
Yeah. They're doing the math. They've decided the 20 Dawnbreaker is the way to go. But yeah, this is a huge jump in prize money here. $40,000 for second place is on the line here. That's quite a nice chunk of change here for all of our teams.
Absolutely is, and we are getting one more view. I'm carefully peeking at our clock. It should be round about 2 minutes left before final runs are locked. Just a quick reminder for everybody that's maybe not familiar with how this works. As soon as the timer is over, we will get confirmation from our admins that all runs are final, and from there on out, teams can play until the dungeon timer is over, but what will often happen is teams will wipe and no, it's no more possible to time this key and then pour it out. Now, until then, like Mandatory is doing right now, you can go again however many times you like. The thing that is worrying me for Stamp and ESC Gaming both is they're not going to get all the way through Avanox before that timer has hit. So if something happens on the end of this boss fight, which is notable for doing that, then unfortunately there will be no more restart. So I'm gonna keep my eyes on both Stamp and ESC Gaming as they fight it out for that 4th place.
Yeah, we are closing in on the final runs of the day. Of course, our admins will let us know when these runs are final. No Speaky going to be able to start another attempt at this Dawnbreaker, but this might be the last fresh key that we're going to see here. Oh, Stamp maybe have time to restart as well, as they're going to have a death here to this alerting Shrill. And yeah, Avanox is getting big and red. That's never a good sign here.
They should go Stone Vault. I think they should bail on this Aura and we go Stone Vault if you're Stamp.
Yeah, I think Stone Vault does have a better chance of securing them that extra prize money there of the 4th place. Meanwhile, StreamerZone.gg working on Speaker Shadow Crown. Their run is looking a lot more stable than some of our other teams that we've been seeing here. Let's see, though, if the curse of 3 p.m. strikes and takes them out here on Speaker Shadow Crown, as we are entering that time now. These runs are about to lock in.
We are getting word that all of the runs are now locked and final. So I'm assuming Stamp is in that new key, probably running one more time. But we are going to be seeing all of our teams in a second here on what should be their very last runs. And yeah, you can see it here. The boss timer does come in, and it's not a Stone Vault for Stamp, notably.
Yeah, that's good. Their run is indeed under the timer. It's allowed, but Mandatory, the 3 p.m. curse, claims its first victim. Mandatory are wiping on the first pull of a Necrotic Wake, and they're going to have to be so sad, settling for first place here. Poor Mandatory. Tough day for them, really.
Yeah, that's right. They won our hearts with going into this Necrotic Wake, and they also looked fantastic in this entire tournament.
All right, so we now have the final 2 battles of the day. The battle for second on our left-hand side between StreamerZone.gg and No Speaky here, and the battle for 4th between Stamp and ESC Gaming. These are final runs, and a death lands for No Speaky here. The 3 p.m. curse claiming more victims. Cheat death for Anarchy here. Out comes the Lust. Cryptix doesn't get hit by the Lust, so maybe they can re-Lust for him as well. So the rest of the team trying to stabilize this pull. With 1 death, their timer is still possible, although it's going to be super tight already. This is a very nasty keystone when it comes to that timer. So already, No Speaky have their backs against the wall.
Speaking of backs against the wall, take a look at ESC Gaming, currently battling Avanox. Already getting close to that 10-minute timer and still 30% on the boss's health here. They are a little bit on the slower end when they finally get through this boss fight here, and they did have 2 deaths already as well. So very, very tight on what could be a potential 21 Ara-Kara for ESC Gaming.
Yeah, they have no choice but to continue this attempt. You know, this might be the point where you'd hearth out if you still could start another key, but of course they can't. So it is, I think, still technically going to be timeable here, but it is going to be very, very tight for ESC Gaming. Yeah, Streamer Zone about to finish Speaker Shadow Crown as well. So for timer reference, 9:26 was Mandatory's Speaker Shadow Crown split. If Streamer Zone can be around that pace, they should be feeling pretty good about themselves in this Dawnbreaker.
Well, the 9:26 includes the time that the boss takes to kill itself after. So that's like 20 seconds of RP, right?
It's like 10 or something maybe. So we'll see what it ends up being for Streamer Zone. They're going to be a little bit slower, but they're definitely still on pace here. They're on a nice 0 death as well, so that's got to be feeling pretty good for them so far. And you can see Crim's actually still farming resources on the speaker during this Darkness Comes cast. Absolute full greed, but of course, it is the right way to play.
You go hit these dummies too. The wounded.
Yep, he's right there waiting for it to spawn.
AJ even building up some of his weapon. Like, you can maintain your weapon enchants as well, like Ascendant and other stuff, by hitting those web victims, which makes sense because your Paladin tank, they actually don't want you to be in combat with these mobs because they're spell ward pulling the Shadow Walker, so there's nothing for you to even do while this tank is gathering.
Just have to wait and see until that pull is collected. I am looking at Streamer Zone though, because a lot of the times this pull is very, very dangerous with the damage that does go out. You can just see Kira's HP bar bouncing around every single time each of these mobs hit. Of course, at the very end, we do have the AoE cast, but ESC Gaming having Yont go down here as they're trying to deal with our Blood Guard, and from here on out, it's a tragic chain reaction, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
All right, so that's actually not decisive yet. ESC Gaming might still get fourth here. It's all going to come down to Stamp. Stamp are playing for their own placement here. If they can win this key, they will secure fourth place. Otherwise, it's fifth place for Stamp and fourth place for ESC Gaming. Going to be an exciting finish to the day on that side of the screen. Meanwhile, Streamer Zone, 9:38 was when the clock stopped on Speaker Shadowcrown, so they're a little bit slower than mandatory, but they're definitely still on pace here. And no Speaky. This is going to be... They had a pretty slow start to this dungeon. Not even yet in boss combat, as we're past 5 minutes into this dungeon. This is already, I think, looking like it's going to be very tight for no Speaky.
Oh, man, our timer. I'm getting a little bit worried. Our Speaker Shadowcrown is such a long fight, too, because your Assassination Rook does, like, no damage to that boss.
Yeah, it is going to take some time here for sure, but Streamer Zone are now on that mini-boss. Very, very dangerous part of the Dawnbreaker once again. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's just every single one of these seems so scary. And no Speaking, of course, on their way to the boss fight here. In their previous run, they were a little bit slower in Speaker Shadowcrown. Can they be faster this time around?
Yeah, it's going to be the timer to check there. Really, as long as they're under the 10-minute mark on Speaker Shadowcrown, I think we're still feeling okay about this, but I think it's going to come right down to that timer here. This boss has a lot of health at this plus 20 level. It's one of the shorter bosses in the dungeon, but it still does take a long time. You have those 2 Darkness Comes casts as well, both of which take quite a bit of time to finish too, so yeah, no Speaky here. I think already in some danger on this timer. They need to time this key to take second place. Otherwise, it will be streamerzone.gg, as they do have the time tie breaks as it stands right now.
I mean, it's kind of weird because, I mean, you're talking about these timers in Dawnbreaker, and the thing that I'm most looking at is, like, tank survivability, dude. Even if you see the top left, Kira was just dropping so low while tanking all of these mobs on top of this mini-boss, and that's kind of why Mandatory just had the best opportunity yesterday whenever they had an hour and a half to just, like, throw attempts at the dungeon. Right. You weren't really worried about... like resetting or anything like that, because tank deaths are inevitable in this dungeon. You just need to be like, you just need to be able to clutch up in one of your runs that goes really late into that Anubakar split, and just know that you're going to have the timer. Like, you don't need to really be thinking about the timer as it's happening.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely more like a just lock-in situation and try to not pay too much attention to the timers because that can make you nervous as well. But somebody that will have to look at timers is us, because Stamp working on Avanox here and no Speaky still shaving HP off of Shadowcrown. That is by no means the last cast that she does here with the Darkness Comes, but Streamer Zone have made it through this mini-boss here. Both No Speaky and Streamer Zone fighting for that second place. You can see the time tiebreaker between No Speaky and Streamer Zone on our overlay here to give you an idea of where they're going to be placing. But of course, if either of these teams is able to time the 20 Dawn, the score is going to take prevalence. Is that the right word? Priority?
Yeah, priority? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. There we go.
Your guess is as good as mine.
You speak more languages than me. You get afforded errors for sure.
Yeah. I appreciate it. But they're on to the next mini boss, and this one has a nasty AoE, and AJ actually quite far back there, and we'll get a bigger chunk of that as they are opting to use their lust on this mini boss here, dealing with it swiftly. There's still a significant amount of HP on that mini boss, as is on Avanox.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a... Honestly, all three of our teams are already looking at fairly tight timers here. Stamp, maybe in the best shape, though. I mean, I think they're on pace here for a pretty good Avanox time, a 0-death run, but there is still so much boss HP for them to get through.
Dude, the most interesting thing that I think I saw today were the teams that were able to kill Avanox off quickly were actually running that mass route on that druid and committing to the starved crawlers one wave earlier than some of the other teams.
Yeah.
And that I think is one of the biggest differentiators in terms of boss kill times for this first area. Are you able to omit all of that damage in the starved crawlers, or do you have, like, what percentage HP are you able to all in the boss? Because I think that we saw the top teams that were actually able to time this on a 21, they were all in the boss somewhere around like the 38% mark. So they were basically all-in the boss after this starved crawler set here.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to do that here. They are going to kill off this set of crawlers, our Stamp. It's going to be a couple of extra globals they need to commit, though, to keep them away there. And you can see they lost some damage to doing that, but still on a decent pace here. I like how tightly they're managing these swirlies as well. They've left a lot of this room to play with for the last 40% of this fight. Meanwhile, though, I do want to take a quick look at No Speaky down in the bottom right. This Speaker Shadow Crown split is going to be rough for them. It's going to be over that 10-minute marker. Mandatory had a 9:26 when the boss actually finally died here. No Speaky, it's going to be something like 10:10, almost a minute slower on this first section of the dungeon. They need to be perfect from here to have a chance of timing this key.
Yeah, it's very tight once more. Of course, one death already kind of counting into that timer there as well, but they will definitely need to floor it. And in that previous round, we were already doubting whether or not the timer would be good. So hopefully, No Speaky have something up their sleeve as they are going towards that second boss slowly but surely. A couple more mini bosses that they need to deal with, but you can see the difference between Streamer Zone and No Speaky on screen, even looking at these boss splits.
I mean, Streamer Zone actually look like they're in a really good position here, getting that courtyard area killed off rather fast, and now they're making their way to Grandma's house. This is probably the last really hard tank pull of the dungeon. You're pulling these Dark Casters, these Shadow Walkers, and these Tacticians all together. This is a part of which we've actually seen many tanks die. I think that Yips and Skylark both have had deaths to this trash pack. I mean, Kira is dropping super low even before this mini-boss gets pulled, and just as the longer that this pull goes, the more your tank has to kite, and the more problematic it can become. This is just probably the hardest trash pull. That's right before the hardest boss as well. So streamerzone.gg, while they are making a great run, they're definitely not out of the woods yet, and I think that a lot of emphasis is on Kira's HP. You need to be watching his ability to be able to live on this pull. That's going to be the big differentiator as to whether or not they're going to be able to see a deep run in here.
Once again as well, the timer is just going to be an issue. Even though Streamer Zone had a pretty good Speaker Shadow Crown split, we need to see Anubakaj go down sometime before that 24-minute mark, which means they have 6 minutes from right now to get that boss killed. And they still have to finish off this mini-boss as well. Now, it's not one of the longest living bosses in here, but it does still take quite a while. So it might be something that they struggle with. We'll see. They have to avoid basically any deaths as well. Stay on this nice 0 death pace. Each of those deaths costing 15 seconds. Going to be very difficult if they have any of those to recover.
Yeah, definitely can't afford any more deaths, that's for sure, for really either of these teams. Looking at Stamp's boss timer here as well, as our teams are working on these dungeons. Jizo dropping really low for Streamer Zone here as they are on Grandma's house. Can he survive? Goes in line of sight, tries to make sure no more additional damage goes onto him. Doing a fantastic job of that as they are getting these tacticians lower and lower. You're just kiting them around, and that should hopefully be at the end of it. Just make sure you're dodging these black edges.
Stamp, meanwhile, have killed off Avanox. They've done it under 11 minutes as well, which is what we're hoping to see on that boss. So they're in that bottom right, in this middle section of the dungeon. Now, Stamp have been here a few times before, as Anarchy dies for No Speaky. Up in the top right, pain suppression on Yips to try and keep him alive, but that one death is already so brutal for their timer that was already looking tragically close. I think they might already be toast, but they are going to keep this going and try and make it work. They've got to play so perfectly from here. They've got to find some extra damage. They've got to do more damage than anybody's ever done before. They can only roll Lightning Dogs, but Jisoo down for Streamer Zone on Anubakaj here. 2 B-Res is available. Nobody good to cast it, though. They need to NG res or spend some of Kira's Holy Power on that res.
Yeah, can they get it though? Jisoo's back with the groove. So that has worked out, and they just got another combat rest available for them as well. So lots of stuff going on all of our screens right now. Stamp has made it through that first pack, but is moving on with the Blood Guard. And Streamer Zone just dropping so low as one of the AoE orbs does explode there for them into the Shadowy DK top. Jizo, please.
This is so interesting. Jisoo's actually playing Scale Commander Augurbooker. I'm pretty sure that Mason was playing Chrono Warden yesterday whenever he was in this dungeon for that temporality DR. It's actually a huge differentiator on this Dark Orb that you're seeing on screen right here. The temporality DR actually allows you to be able to live, whereas with that nimble flyer, you do get 10% avoidance, but you have to have something else on top of it, whether it be like a Chrono Warden shield or some big like Rapture shield from the Disc Priest to live every single orb. It's a much more dangerous prospect, and we saw Maestein live, I think, multiple times with like 0.2% HP yesterday on this boss.
Yeah, it's a very interesting difference in those hero talents that we were seeing there. I do agree. I think that the Chrono Warden's probably a little bit safer. You do get a stronger Obsidian Scales.
That's true.
As the Scale Commander, so maybe you can live with one less cooldown pressed during that. But it is sketchy, right? Like you said, only 10% avoidance on hover instead of 20% DR. But it does decay over time, right? So it's a little bit more consistent on the Scale Commander side.
It's less required to press it at the last possible second,
you don't have to do it
sure.
frame perfect.
Yeah.
Careful for Streamer Zone. We do have the AoE come in here one more time. Everyone dropping really, really low before that DK hits. But
no speaking.
Everyone is top. This should be good. No speaky,
I think our timer's
though.
toast. I think it's over for them.
I think you might be right. This Dark Orb is going to cast as well, and they don't have Timber there to top them. Timber's flying back down from the boat, but this Dark Orb is going to explode because they're not quite able to kill the Death Speaker in time. Bang! Timber lands and falls off his mount onto the floor. Once again, no speaky, losing another 15 seconds here. This timer is just so tough now for them. They are going to keep it going, though. They're going to persevere. Nope, they're not. They're going to Town Portal. They're going to not persevere. They are accepting their fate there as third place, which means Streamer Zone now. They're playing for glory, but they've locked in second place. Huge congratulations to them up in the top left. Let's see if they can put a really impressive, right? If they can catch up to 119 with Mandatory, that would be awesome to see. Great sign for them in future tournaments. But it does look like that run now no longer matters for placement. Stamp's run, meanwhile, on the other hand, does still matter. If Stamp can time this, they're fourth. If not, they're fifth. So we are still playing for a big swing in prize here up in the top right.
Yeah, that's right. Stamp will need to get this dungeon timed if they want to jump up in prize pool money here. But Supreme does go down for them here. They are already a little bit slow on the overall dungeon progression. So every single death that they're getting is 15 seconds against the class. Combat rest does go out here. So back with the group immediately. But I'm very worried for this timer. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this timer is looking a little bit tight. Like I said earlier, Mandatory had a 23:40 in this dungeon whenever they were able to time it on a 20 with that world record run. I do think a 24-minute Anubikaj is probably possible, so I do think it's still in Streamer Zone GG's possibility here. They're going to have a faster Roshanon than Mandatory, which I think that Mandatory's Roshanon, fortunate enough for them, was a little bit slow.
Yeah, I think they do still have the chance here, but it is going to be very close, a little bit over 24 minutes on Anubikaj, but maybe if they have a really fast play on Rashanan, they can still get this dungeon done in time. Meanwhile, Stamp with 2 deaths now, about to pull a Noob Zect, so 2 very pivotal boss fights coming up on both of our screens that are still in dungeons.
That's right, and Stamp are on their way there in just a second. As soon as these mobs are dead, we are entering the pit of Anub Zect, are going to get pulled in here over the fence, and they are into the boss fight. This is where that Bloodlust gets used one more time for Stamp, as they are trying to make their timer work in their favor, but Yargi does go down for Streamer
Minus 15 seconds. They might have needed those 15 seconds. We'll see when the boss actually gets pulled here. Tell us, is Scale Commander ever going to do more damage than Chrono Warden, or is it not the same?
It actually will end up doing a little bit more damage to this boss, so that could actually be something that works out in their favor. Mandatory had a 6:45 boss kill time. The only other 20 that I've ever seen done had around a 6-minute and 10-second boss kill time on Roshanon. So somewhere between those two timers is about what we're looking for in terms of the skill time.
Sounds like it is still possible for them. Going to be a very close timer, though, either way. Going to need a lot of lightning dogs on the last boss.
By the way, that Supreme death, losing his Spy Masters right before Bloodlust is brutal.
Jisoo.
Oh my gosh, and Jisoo going down for Streamer Zone as well.
Another
Also
minus
losing his
15.
Spy Master sacks.
for StreamerZone.gg, as we are now going over that 2-chest timer. 6 minutes and 11 seconds left in the dungeon, and they still don't have the boss pulled here. More damage still coming out. They haven't finished the Dark Architect yet. Jisoo jumping off. Krim's looking over the edge as well. He's thinking about it. Jisoo, Breath of Eon's off the side. Krim's...
No, don't jump off. You have so much to live for. Don't do it,
looks like
Jisoo.
Streamer Zone is going to be giving up here. It doesn't matter. Second place still secured for them. Well played by Streamer Zone over this weekend, which means we have one key left in play here. Stamp versus 21 Ara-Kara, playing for that 4th place here. I think $5,000 extra if they can get this dungeon timed here. So a pretty high stakes keystone.
It definitely is. It is all or nothing for them right now. Our final remaining CN team has clawed their way all throughout the group stages into our tournament and into a great position here to have their fate in their own hands. Not something a lot of teams can say about themselves. Unfortunately, not enough to get their way into the very top echelon, but maybe, just maybe, it's good enough to get into that 4th place for Stamp. What's the timer they're trying to beat on the noob sect?
Like 22
That
What
is
will
a
be a
great
split
question.
we're not feeling
22:06?
terribly scared about?
2206 was mandatories on this boss.
Okay.
And Stamp have more count. They have 1% more count than mandatory did here, which I don't think actually changes the pulls at the end of the dungeon. So yeah, let's just say, as long as we see this done by like 22:30, I think we're chilling.
Yeah.
And by chilling, I mean
like,
it's going to be close.
Yeah. I'm
Thank you for the
not-
clarification.
I'm not convinced that
There's
this
no
is dying
chilling
by
in a 21.
22:30.
Yeah.
Oh, this boss has so much HP. We're already on 21 minutes.
Losing our Spy Master stacks right before we pull the boss is just like by far the worst case scenario. You just like lose all of your boss damage on this Moonkin. I mean, it's why you see that he's only doing like 1.5 million DPS. Of course, Moonkin not exactly that great single target.
Right, but a huge burst
specialization.
opener with Lust was lost there.
Exactly, and that is a massive deal.
21:30 now the timer. Still 30% of the boss's HP for them to get through. We are going to get another hit of Ascendance and Power Infusion in 35 seconds here, so that should
You
do
don't
a bunch
send
of damage
that.
to the boss.
No,
Yeah, I guess
you-
they maybe
you
want to hold it for the trash. I think you got to press it, though, because you're going to be walking for a while after
I think
this.
you don't have a choice, yeah.
But the problem is the pull that's right after this. I don't know if you have a choice on that either. Like that's why losing that Spy Master stack is like the worst
Yeah.
possible scenario too. Because
Two bad
if you had the
options.
Spy, exactly, if you had the Spy Master stack, then in theory you could hold it because the noob Zect was only 15% HP or something like that. But now since the boss is 20,
It's got so
yeah,
much
like,
health, you got to press it.
You have to, but I think they deplete the key if they do. But I think they deplete the key if they don't.
I was gonna say that there's no way that if you don't press it here, you're gonna make it in time. They need to
Oh,
floor
Silken
it.
Restraints. Okay, nice beam on that back one. But the closer one now is going to be free casting that Silken Restraints here. Looks like they managed to get the kick on it as well. Nicely played by Stamp. That looked a little bit sketchy there with those web mages so far from the boss. Really heads up interrupts from them at the last possible second.
You said 22:30.
22.
Yeah, it's going to be slower than that.
23?
It's going to be a 23
Right, yeah,
something.
because we're already at 2250. Thank you for the math, Nos.
Yeah, it's not looking great here for Stamp, but maybe still doable. It's going to be 23:06 on a noob Zect. Now, here are our timers from our other completed 21s, the slowest of which was 22:15. But Stamp do have some more trash than these other teams, so it might still be possible. Here comes that Silk Wrap cast as they sneak past this first Overseer, and then activate that Shadow Meld on Supreme, dropping threat, and running through, and they have to be so fast here for the rest of this dungeon. They have about 2 minutes before they have to pull the last boss here.
This is not the first time Stamp has gotten into this dungeon with not a whole lot of time left as they enter the final boss gauntlet. Are they able to speed it this time around is my big question to maybe solidify their placement here. They're working away on these Overseers. At what point do you just say, okay, will have to chain it into boss. This is her only chance to maybe still be within the timer. We know the boss takes around 5 minutes 30 if you're really fast. So there is still some leeway right now, but they also still need some count.
Yeah, they're going to have to pull into the boss with some of this trash still being alive. So we need to get the patrolling winged carriers, and I think the Overseer Supreme.
Oh, is he dead?
Ooh, a
He's
sketchy
dead.
disengage. He goes into bear form. They're trying to get the
stuck in
rescue.
the
The life
dust.
grip
Nice
lands on him.
grip.
Looks like they're going to be able to
Okay.
survive. Very sketchy section there, though. Yeah, you can't live for very long down there on that ground.
Oh, here are the wing carriers.
Yeah, they managed to tag
my
those in.
God.
And we're going to be pulling the boss here, it looks like. In a moment, maybe.
think
No,
it's
okay, no, we
doable.
got to... Yeah, I mean, they have time,
No, they
but
need
will
to
they be able
finish
to survive?
this. They need to get the
If you
Overseers
fight-
down for sure.
The winged
Like, at
carriers
least
with the boss
low.
is also so bad. If you have those charges going off while you have those poisons taking on people, it's very likely you'll die. You actually can pull the boss with the Overseers if you do it at the
Supreme.
right time in their spell queue, but it's going to be so sketchy here. As Stamp just trying to kite this out, but every second that passes, they are aware that's one less second they'll have to kill this boss.
They're also going to be a little bit slower on their boss kill because they don't have Ascendance up on pull. A lot of the other teams have actually had Ascendance on pull, and they were able to get like a full Lightning Bolt Ascendance as opposed to a Chain Lightning Ascendance. If they end up having to pull this boss with any of the trash on top of it, they're going to end up getting a Chain Lightning Ascendance, which is like a pretty large damage loss.
I think you
Yeah,
go
here
into
we
the boss
go.
right now, and Stamp are agreeing
Yeah.
to do just that. 3 minutes until that Bloodlust does come up. You called it out. No Ascendance, still going to take 40-ish seconds to get that up together with PI. But I think on the overall timer, it is doable. They will need to channel a lot of damage there for themselves, but with that Bloodlust, if they can line it up well, and if they can get through this without any deaths, I know I said it, hopefully they should be in time. And for them, it doesn't matter if they have a slower boss or a faster boss, so long as it is within the dungeon timer, right?
Supreme's going to get a 40 stack of Spy Masters on the Bloodlust, which is actually a really big deal here. Oh my god,
no,
I didn't have the
no.
spell warding for MJT on pull here. That's a terrible situation. Another 15 seconds. So now 45 seconds worth of death penalty whenever you're factoring in that Challenger's Peril is levied against them. Now, this is just terrible for Oh my
I
gosh,
don't
wait, our
think they
priest is
had
owned.
that time.
Yeah, this
did
is
our
not
healer-
good at all. Rarely do we see this. A priest going out of mana here. There's that power infusion, but power infusion actually doesn't help you with mana. Haste, makes you heal faster, but it also makes you spend your mana faster. Looks like, though, he's found a way to be casting slightly more efficient spells there. A little bit less of that shield spam being possible for him, and the mana bar is actually going in a good direction now. Innervate, I guess, is also... Oh, well, do they even talent Innervate, though? They don't usually, right?
No.
Yeah, so-
Actually, he's got Nature's Vigil, so he has Innervate.
Okay, nice. Yeah, then there is a little bit of flexibility afforded by that Moonkin in the group. And yeah, even with a small amount of mana, I think this should be healable. The mana expenditure came on the Trash Bowl, but now that it's just the boss, I think they're going to be okay here, although those Dispels are pretty expensive. But you don't even have your priest... Yeah, the casting
can't dispel.
Dispels on this fight. Yeah, so it doesn't matter here. And yeah, you can see that mana bar is actually going up, not down. So that's not
Yeah.
going to be the issue here. The issue, if anything, is going to be the timer. Factoring in that death they had, they pulled this boss with 5 minutes and 25 seconds to spare. So yeah, this is going to be really, really close. This Lust getting full value is going to be vital.
They have Bloodlust 2 seconds until they could send it, but of course we are going to wait to line that
Okay.
with cooldowns to get the maximum efficiency. Is it enough?
So the good news is that our death didn't cost us any of our ascendants, because it takes around 20 seconds for Enhancement Shaman Ascendants to for you to be able to fully dump it. So he's actually going to be able to have the remainder of the ascendants for the very end of the fight. But he's going to have to press it on CD, which is normally pretty bad. You'd normally like to wait around a little bit to have it and make sure that it lines up really well with this Cosmic Singularity, but I don't think he's actually going to be afforded that luxury at all. It's going to line up fine anyways.
Yeah, the bad news for Stamp is that when they were halfway through their time that they had to kill this boss, it was at 58%. That's not on
Okay.
pace, obviously, but The good news is now they've got Lust. They've got all these CDs. So this should let them catch up. Will it let them catch up, though, by the 8% that they were behind the pace? That is the question. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left in this fight. They will get one final set of some cooldowns at the very end here, but those major cooldowns are now expiring. The Lust soon to follow here as well. They still have 38% of the boss to get through. This is going to be so close.
So the good news is, once again, they do get another set of that PI Ascendance combination that will do a bunch of damage there before the dungeon timer is over. The bad news is, I'm not sure it's enough. We have 1 minute 40 seconds for a third of this boss HP. And if the math is mathing, it's not mathing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, 30%. 1 minute 27 for 30%. It's getting sketchy here. They need to, again, accelerate their damage with this final set of cooldowns. Will it be enough? I think it's going to be on the wrong side, but it is going to be very close. 25% now with 70 seconds to go. Here comes that Cosmic Singularity. They'll have one more to deal with after this.
That Supreme Death where he lost his 40-stack Spymaster right before the second boss, that is actually just going to really come back to haunt them. That was an insane damage loss on top of the 15 seconds. Like I think they quite literally lost like 30 seconds to the boss because of that death.
45 seconds now, 20% to go. We now need to see them do 1% of damage every 2 seconds to stay on pace to kill this boss. Here comes a Breath of Eons, and in a couple of seconds, there's that last power infusion, that last ascendance of this key that they will be pumping into the boss. They are slightly behind that pace now, 11%, 22 seconds. They're back on pace, but these cooldowns will be expiring soon, and they have to run out for this Cosmic Singularity. No ascendance to do range damage during the Singularity either. 10 seconds, 7%, and Stamp are going to fall just short of 4th place here, milliseconds away from being able to get this done. But with 4% left on the boss, heartbreakingly, they will deplete this key, and they will exit our tournament in 5th place.
What a heartbreaker there for Stamp. And it might well come back to what you were saying, Tettles, but on the overall 3 deaths, each of these deaths could have been the difference here. But of course, congratulations to Mandatory!
Absolutely, our victors are crowned. Mandatory are your Mythic Dungeon International, The Great Push, The War Within Season 1 champions. They crushed every challenge in their way, setting multiple world records and reaching for the greatest possible heights at the end of the day. Congratulations to Mandatory. Incredible to see, even as we had that heartbreaking run for Stamp at the end. Mandatory put up an incredible performance, and we are going to be heading into an interview with them here and now. We've got Stove and Skylarked. I mean, it has been an amazing weekend. Hey, guys.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Oh man, you were on fire this weekend. Like, honestly, it was incredible to see. I know you felt like maybe the first couple days you were still finding your groove, but today you were legendary. I mean, you landed multiple world records this weekend. You were confident, it seems like, going into them, but did you feel like you were going to be able to put up that plus 20 Dawnbreaker, the plus 21 Ara, Necrotic Wake Stove?
Oh yeah, for sure. That was the plan from the get-go. I think the first day we didn't play super well. Like, we were not super happy with the results that we put up on day one. But we just said, we gotta lock in. We know we can do it. It's basically time for the harder keys, and that's when the time. How do I say, like, teams who commit more time in that. And if we don't commit as much time as other teams and time it faster, we will be way ahead, right? And that's kind of what happened since we timed the 20 Dawn on the second day of the tournament. So we didn't have to do it today. So we basically were 1 point ahead already from yesterday. And then we just kept extending that lead today. Like, we knew we are in a really good position coming into today. And we were confident that we can blast the 21 quickly and get it done. And that's what we did.
That's awesome. I love it. And I mean, Skylarked, obviously, the dungeons, you felt like you could do them. Stove is saying here, you were like, we've got this. But you were also up against these teams, and I feel like they were really pushing Mandatory to be at peak performance this season. Skylark, how did it feel being challenged by the competition this go-around?
I feel like every season there's always a team or two that's always pushing us to our absolute limits, to be honest, and that it's what makes the competition so exciting and so it's so challenging. It's so hard to win this competition. You have to put so much effort, so much time, so much thought, and yeah, I'm just glad we're able to pull it out back to back.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. It was incredible. Joannis, would you like to take the next one?
Yeah, I got a question for you. I'll ask you this, Stove. The two dungeons we didn't see this weekend were Mists and Grim Batol. Did you guys have any cool tech that you can now share with us in those dungeons, given that we didn't see them and they're, no more esports this season, so no point keeping any secrets.
Yeah, in Grim Batol we had like I guess if we had to do 19, we had like a secret pool prepared, kinda. That we would pull up third boss, and then that would save us basically like a minute from the key, and then we would be able to time it. But it was really hard, really difficult, and it was a risk at the end of the key, which was really sketchy. So seeing that we didn't get to play Grimba was, it was a relief, to be honest. And then Mist, I don't think we had anything special. We did rework some pools, like the last area. Since in groups, we ended up wiping on that pool. We were like, okay, we are not doing that pool anymore. We're going to do something safer. We ended up changing it out. So yeah, nothing. I don't think that we had like some insane tech, but it looked a little bit different compared to before, I guess. Oops.
That's awesome. Honestly, I'm really excited to see you here, Sky, because it's like the how manyth times you guys have done really well in a tournament, and usually we lose out on seeing you in these interviews, so very happy to have you here. And as a tank, of course, you do have a very specific role with how the keys are scaling this season around. Tell us a little bit about that 22 Necrotic Wake you guys did at the end there. We weren't even sure if you'd be able to survive the white swings of some of these mobs, but you guys did so incredibly well.
Pretty much for the 22, we would have timed that key, I think, if we didn't wipe, actually. But
I think so too, which is baffling.
Yeah. With the script we had for the 21, I always try and like make we have a script that we do the exact same thing every single pool, like every defensive is the exact same, every CC, and it just ended up working for the 22, what I was doing in the 21. I don't know, I probably got lucky on some pools and got a few blocks that I shouldn't have gotten or something and didn't get one shot. I don't know, the season's all about like, you have like an 8% chance to not block a melee, and if that happens like twice at once, you can just get one shot on that key level, and that's kind of the RNG factor. But yeah, we did surprisingly well.
It's kind of interesting that you're talking about RNG. Like, how did you guys increase your consistency in the highest level of keys? Like, we saw you guys time 20 Dawn, we saw you time 21 Ara-Kara and 21 Necrotic Wake, and I think that you were the first or the second team to put up all three of those runs. Obviously, the first for Ara-Kara and the second for the Necrotic Wake. Like, how did you guys increase your consistency, Skylark?
I think it just comes down to playing extremely scripted, I guess. Just knowing what everyone is going to do at every moment and always using the same defensives in the same way. And I don't know, I feel like it has to come down to that. And we played extremely scripted in practice, and we were pretty, I don't know, we had good practice sessions, I'd say. We were pretty focused, and we timed all the keys that we would have done on the weekend, kind of. So that will give us a lot of confidence, and yeah. I think most of it just comes down to knowing what everyone is going to do at every moment.
Okay, so Stove, I have a question for you. How was morale after day one? Because you guys were in third place, and that was a little bit spicy when you guys had triple 19s and were third place.
Yeah, for sure. I can say the morale was not the best. It was not at its peak, let's say. But I took it upon myself to get the morale back together. I DM'd everyone. I tried to get everyone on the same page. say it's not over. I mean, it's the first day, right? We can have a slow day and then come back, of course. So yeah, I think morale was not the best, I guess, let's say, but I think with some talks that we had, we managed to come back on the next day and bring it back like right before the games, basically.
Hashtag stove diff is what you're saying.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean,
right.
I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it like that, but
It's okay, I said it. Speaking of how the different players are contributing to your team, of course, we know that you guys by now are like a well-versed team, so to say, Sky, but you had a new addition this time around once more with Soda joining the team. How's that been? How have you guys kind of found a groove together?
I think Soda's fit in really well, to be honest, and we're kind of a team where we kind of think through stuff together, I guess. Like everyone has a part to play, and he's definitely playing his part and is contributing to like discussions and stuff, and that's what we need. You say he's doing really well. He performed really well as well.
Yeah. I mean, you all came together, obviously, incredible performance. We got to see some of these dungeons that, the whole weekend we were like, all right, okay, I hope somebody does it. And then here you were just like, we'll do all of them. And then we'll go in for the plus 22, I guess. Yeah, we'll see. We could probably do that, which was awesome. I mean, thank you again. It was great. We have this season, and obviously, Mandatory reigned supreme in Season 1, both in MDI and TGP, so I'm going to start off with Stove, but I'll ask both of you. But Stove, what are you most looking forward to in Season 2?
oh my. Okay, well, I didn't get too much time to think about Season 2, but obviously it's gonna be exciting to do the race to World First, upcoming like in 2 weeks or so. And then it would also be really nice to get the tournaments again. It would be fun to see how classes turn out, and hopefully we don't rely on RNG or like there's so much variance and stuff. Hopefully we get a meta where stuff is not RNG, and you know how much every pool takes, every boss takes, and there's no variance at all. That would be amazing. I would really like that. And yeah, I think the tournaments are going to be really exciting.
For sure. And Skylarked?
I think I'm most looking forward to not playing Prop Pally anymore. I'm back on Vengeance DH or something. I hate having to look out for my team, like doing all utility and like knowing I could have saved them with a lay on hands and I didn't. It's my fault. Or like, I just want to be on VDH, and if they die, I just blame them entirely. That's what I'm looking for.
Or you blame mode. Fair. Yeah.
Yeah, or mode.
Oh, yeah. Love it. Well, we're looking forward to the changes too, and we can't wait to see how you adapt them into your gameplay. But, you had a huge competition. You've come through a huge season. Now you can take some time to hopefully look forward to what's ahead, but only after you take a little time for yourselves. Now, before we let you go here at the end, let's make sure you can do some shout outs. So, Skylark, we'll start out with you. We'll bounce back. Who would you like to shout out? What would you like to say before you say goodbye?
I guess shout out to the team. We played really well, and I'm really proud of them. We always seem to pull through somehow. And shout out to my girlfriend for being very supportive through these stressful times, especially being a tank in these high keys. And shout out to Mandatory. And yeah, we get to actually celebrate Valentine's Day tonight, probably. And Mandatory for being an amazing sponsor.
Nice.
And the viewers, the supporters.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to shout out my girlfriend as well, of course. It's actually her birthday today, so happy birthday. It's a good present.
Happy birthday!
Yeah, good gift. I want to thank the team as well for absolutely like being beasts. It was just crazy how well everyone played this tournament. Really proud of everyone. The fans, of course, as usual, always coming in the chats, always supporting us, always hyping things up. It's just so nice to see. Always makes us feel really, really nice. The Mandatory organization as well, for having such amazing people to help us with things on the outside as well. always feels amazing to have some extra help with certain things. So yeah, that's amazing. And thank you guys as well for making such a nice show. Yeah, appreciate you guys as well.
Oh, we appreciate you too, especially taking the time to talk with us here after this huge run. I mean, congratulations, both of you again. Congratulations to the whole team. And hey, yeah, happy birthday. Shout out to everybody's girlfriends, Stove, Skylarked, anyone else out there, your partners. I hope you all had a happy Valentine's Day. You get to relax a little bit now. But thank you. And, you know, we'll say goodbye for here, but we can't wait to see what you're going to do in the future.
All right.
Congratulations.
I'll see you next season. Bye-bye.
Next
See you next
season,
season.
boys.
Bye.
Yep.
Have fun.
Bye.
Good luck in the race.
Congratulations again to Mandatory, our TGP 2025 champions. You know, here we are at the very end. Before we say goodbye ourselves, you know, Makes, let me toss it over to you. I think we've seen some amazing evolutions this season, the competition, the teams. What are you feeling coming out of the TGP here in Season 1?
I will say, this was the first time we had MDI and TGP in one season together, right? So that was a new thing for us as well. And I think maybe the timing wasn't ideal with how close it was, but I would love to see both of these events return, maybe in the same season the next time around. Of course, we don't know how it's going to look like, but I'm always ready to see more MDI and more TGP. I really love both of those tournaments, and I think this weekend just once more showed why it's so incredibly fun to see these guys do what basically no one else can. It's just a joy.
Totally agree. I mean, Tuttle, Stratnos, either of you have any final thoughts? Stratnos, oh, passing it to Tuttles.
No,
All right,
after you,
Tuttles,
after you.
take it.
No.
So polite.
It's been a really long season, dude. This season 1 has been insane. Having the MDI and the TGP in the exact same season, I think that makes it was spot on. I mean, it just made for a very interesting season. I think it culminated in some very impressive keys. You know, we kind of always see the TGP had the highest level dungeons. I was really interested in seeing if that was going to happen with the removal of some of the affixes, and the teams just proved time and time again that this TGP format, no matter what happens, they'll be able to put up that highest world level key, be able to take down the world records. And now, dude, I'm so looking forward to Season 2. I've tested all the dungeons on the PTR, and my copium tanks are full. I think that the season's going to actually be excellent. I think, fingers crossed, we're actually going to have a diverse meta. This is insane cope hit, but I think that Auguvoker might be out of the meta. We're up good.
Yeah, that's for me the big thing as well. Like, I cannot wait to see Cinderbrew Meadery, that dungeon, early contender for like the most flavorful dungeon that they've made maybe ever, up there with, you know, the Taz of Eshes. It's so good. There's so much great stuff in there. Operation Floodgate as well is looking super cool. So we should have a great set of dungeons next season, and whatever form next season's M+ esports take, I think they're going to be fantastic to watch and hopefully fun for our players to play in as well.
I feel the exact same. I mean, it has been so cool having both of these MDI TGP one season, even if it was hectic, and we know that there's even more coming and some really good stuff, as you've all highlighted, that I can't wait for either. So, you know, congratulations again once more to our winners, Mandatory here in this season, and well done to all the teams that participated. Honestly, this was an amazing tournament. I think it was closer than ever, and we all really had some incredible days. Every single time I was coming out of here just like, they did this, they did that, it was this close. So hopefully all of you watching felt the same. This might be the end here and now of the Mythic Dungeon International The Great Push here in the War Within Season 1, but Season 2 is, like we've been saying, just around the corner. Undermined releases February 25th, with Season 2 kicking off March 4th. Besides the race to World First for the liberation of Undermine, we'll also be getting exciting Mythic Plus changes and new dungeons to push. And, you know, by the way, if you hit up the racing circuit in Undermine, make sure that you drive safe. We'll be looking forward to seeing you again in Season 2, everybody. Bye.